One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bouncy.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
Long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, yeah, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, you know, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good, you know, good game, good pots. And everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, you know, he was on my table, you know, I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing, you know, there's a lot of the lads who were still, it was a really good community, you know.
It's an amazing community, and we'll come to that during this little chat, but can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you it's 2007.
2007, yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was,
that
was a tour, the gala tour that started before Govan had bought them out.
I think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was,
the gala tour, like the Teesside gala was massive, for you lot especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour back in the day. We would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And I finished maybe a side event, a £200 event, might finish fourth or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. And you've probably still got the £865 in the pocket somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was White Fivers one day. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GUKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GUKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm going to have to start travelling around a little bit?
Yeah, they both were running like side by side.
Yeah.
And the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights at Blackpool before the GUKPT took it over, and I was blown away. I walked in the casino, the atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. You know, I still love that feeling when you go there.
Yeah.
I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other, you know, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season one, because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. Maybe Newcastle. Was it Newcastle? Like?
I think there was.
Yeah, I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle.
Yeah, it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going.
Yeah.
I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GUKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
2008 Gala Tour. You started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the play was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, you know. I didn't think, you know, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, you know, in general, but back in the day there was a lot more like gamblers who play, you know, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, you know, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, you know, and so
your first main cash in a GUKPT.
Yep.
Probably your favourite stop.
Yep.
And probably your favourite casino for a GUKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool, yep.
2014, finished 10th. You know, is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's, you know, as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. You know, there's cash games at all levels. There's small buy-in tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. And they come for the holidays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, you know, so they really enjoyed that. And it's still great to this day. You know.
Same season, the grand final. 10th. Gutted not to hit the final table, I'm guessing, especially with the first prize.
lost. I remember. I mean, I was short stack, believe it or not. Believe that. I played my short stack very well, so nothing much has changed in 15 years. Played short stack really well, and then doubled up right at the end of day one, and kind of got in the game. And there wasn't many of us come back to day three. Sorry,
Yeah.
There wasn't many of us came back, and I got in a big flip nines against Ace Jack with Charlie Cabell, who ended up, I think it's his first live tournament.
I know, yeah.
He ended up going on to win it and winning about 84 million, and I've had about 200 pound cash since. Yeah, so yeah.
Brilliant. Obviously, the grand final and the Vic, it's got that thing. A lot of people say it's one of the toughest fields assembled in Britain.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think there's a good mix of like that kind of local like businessmen who play, you know,
Yeah.
as well as like the tour regs, and occasionally get people coming in from all over playing, you know. So that was. I mean, the other thing was as well, I was working quite a lot then, and that time of year I got a lot of time off in November, December, so I would play Blackpool in the grand final. But yeah, I would say there was a really good mix of standards.
Yeah.
You know, there were some really good players. You know, and you look at the fields. If you look back through the time, you know the ones who've won it. You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
and keep on coming time after time. There is some class players go there.
Yeah. We move on to Vegas 2016.
Yep.
Was that the first time you ever went? Because that was your first cash.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
I only went for a week.
Everybody goes to Vegas for the first time at cashes.
Yeah.
It's
To be honest with you, I only went for 4 days.
Really?
Yeah, I was going for a week, and my daughter had a show in London, so
Yeah.
but it was organised after I'd booked the trip. So I had 4 or 5 days there, and then came home. So played one tournament, cashed it, and thought, this is easy.
Left me all the dollars.
Vegas is easy. Yeah, I'll come here again. It hasn't quite worked since, but yeah.
Brilliant. We introduced the National Poker League,
Yep.
and I'm just going to quickly run through what you've done in it.
Yep.
2019, second.
Yep.
2020,
Yep.
you won it.
Yep.
2021, seventh.
Yep.
2022, fourth.
Yep.
2023, must have been a shock to finish ninth.
You
know what, I'll tell you-
Yeah, I want the steward's inquiry for that.
What is it about the NPL that just like brings out the best in John Basfield?
I just like league tables and league points,
Yeah.
and like so I've always been the same. I mean the Gala Tour actually had the leaderboard back in 2007, and
Yeah.
I won that. That's funny enough. So I kind of always like when that, I've got something to aim at throughout the season.
Yeah.
And when the NPL was first discussed, I've kind of heard a few rumours behind the scenes, and I just knew I was going to give it a good go. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
It's obviously a big commitment it's been the last 5 years, but I've loved it. And of course each year you get new players, new faces turning up.
Yeah.
And kind of giving it a go, and then some of them drop by the wayside when they realise how tough it is to the stamina you need for the full season. You know. to
Yeah,
go.
absolutely.
So
If you put a list together of the NPL over since 2019, you're top.
yeah,
But you're not just top.
yep,
You're top by an absolute margin this wide.
yeah. I'll be.
That's a testament to yourself.
Yeah.
But it just shows with the NPL as well. It just shows how the players take to it.
Yeah.
And obviously you do see the same faces in the top 10
Yeah.
for a few of the years. But it just means you're still going to be playing and getting results.
Yeah, you have, especially the way they changed. I mean, I know I've got quite a big lead in the NPL, like overall leaderboard,
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
like, but it was a couple of the years you got points for cashing, so I did. It's a little bit of a cheat. 'Cause I got a few extra points there when you were just getting points for playing rather than cashing. They've changed it to cashes, which was a lot better, a lot
Yeah.
fairer, you know. And obviously a lot of people have stuck to that as well and give it a good go. This year they've added more stops, which has been tougher again for a lot of
Yeah.
people, but we'll kind of see how that goes, you know, next season, see what it's like then.
Yeah. 2022, your biggest cash,
Yep.
31k, the mini main. Was it disappointing not to get the win, or is it all about the trophies at the minute?
Yeah.
Obviously 31k is nice.
I like money.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Snap.
I like trophies. I like the fame, the press. But no, it was. I was well down heads up, so
Yeah.
it was a little bit disappointing because he had a 5-1 ship lead, and I managed to get just in front,
Right.
and then lost hand straight away. So it was like I took about 3 hours grinding back the level, got in front.
Afternoon. But plenty of people will be coming through the door for the big one. Started today with 100. Needing 470 in total. Aye, 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 Sally, 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 so are you. Haha. Right, Reese Keane beat Jamie O'Connor. Good morning. Reese Keane beating Jamie O'Connor yesterday. Well done to him. And there the chip counts from yesterday, 35 making it through from 184. 35, is that a little bit high?
I'm actually not sure because it's different to GKPT structure. Obviously 40-minute clock day one, 14 levels. I'm actually not sure what like the average percentage is that makes it through for UK Open specifically.
Simon Higgins, big leader, 416,000. Some names on there: Rob Cowan, Gilly Black, Mark Davenport, Mitch Johnson, Pivas. Good names on there. Keith Johnson making it through. Well done, Janice, Annie Kashani, and Dan Charlton, who literally came straight from Cambodia, straight from Heathrow, straight to Coventry, and he's now got a taxi back home for a day. Probably to wash his smalls and come back tomorrow for day 2. So, didn't see much of Dan, but he was at the tables all day yesterday. Well done to him. Just after 1:30. It finished about 1:45. It was like 1:44 or something, wasn't it?
No, 2:30.
Was it?
Yeah, I went straight to bed and I just got into bed just before 3.
Ah.
So
2:30.
It was about 2:30. Nearly a 14-hour streak.
Yes, please. Are you on about teas?
No, table.
Table? But we'll do a lot of giveaways today during day 1B, as the starting stake for this is 30,000 and the blind starting at 111, so 300 big poker to start with. Sunny Nottingham, how have you managed that? Good afternoon, parked up in beautiful sunny Nottingham, watching for a short while before you head home. Safe journey back, young man. Let yourself back. Sunny Nottingham. Who would have thought? So 14 levels. It's Redders. Sun burning through the windows. You'll still have a heater on, don't worry. I can tell. Keep your legs warm. So now we concentrate on the main event, day 1C, day 2, and the final day on Sunday. Needing 470 runners to hit the million guarantee. There's a turbo flight later and there's a turbo flight in the morning. I think that's the shortest name in poker.
Moxu, yeah.
M-O-X-U. Where did Connor come last night? Where did he finish?
Try and rack my brains.
So quick.
It's already all a blur tower. I actually can't. Reese won, second,
Was Jamie.
Jamie,
Connor was 8th.
8th.
Fogging was out first. Connor was 8th. Tried twice with a new ace rag, ace 6 and ace 4. Up against jacks. Connor was 8th. Andrew on the back was 7th. Who decides what the seat number is? A lot of spaces on that table. They all have a huddle. It's just an assigned redraw once it's done by the computer at the beginning of the day. So there might be 7 or 8 already registered for today and have not turned up for the start of the day. So it's assigned. So if you have pre-reg, you will be on the seat drop, and that's how your name. So if you have pre-reg, you will be on the seat drop, and that's how your name is on the list. So lines 111, 30,000 stack. Darren Naylor, seat number 6, cashed 5 times in Vegas last year. I know that because every time he came through the door, he woke me up.
Always.
We were in the horseshoe for 10 nights. And he always came back, plugged his money in on the bed and says, "Here, Tower, done it again." Right, cheers.
Going to be right into it as Kev, ace queen here. Hijack versus button, free bet from Soteris. Not the best looking flop for Kev in terms of range. Probably slightly better for Kev, but in terms of actual hand, Soteris going to like this board up and down, but it wouldn't surprise me if he played check back once in a while, just from a range perspective. Small bet of 400, and against that size, Kev having to continue. No waiting around for Soteris. I feel like it's quite a nice one to check back as Soteris, because when Kev doesn't have too much and he can have like some king highs, ace highs versus our flop size, I feel like Kev has to bluff a lot of rivers when we check behind, just because we don't have any 5x other than ace 5 suited, maybe some king 5 suited, 5-6 suited at this stack depth, but I'll just bet and turn hand over.
So 40-minute levels all the way through. 14 40-minute levels played. I think they bagged up at 11 last night. So expecting the same today. Streaming schedule for us is this Saturday at 2:20, as there is a turbo tomorrow morning, the last chance to get into the Millie Guarantee, a 10 AM satellite, 10 AM turbo tomorrow. So there's plenty going on, 2 turbo flights and the main flight of today. So 3 more flights to get in. Day 2 buy-ins as well, however many there will be of them. Afternoon, Keith. Yep. Nature of the game, Sally. So. Nature of the game. As you can see there, top right, nearly 600,000 collected. Million guarantee, so no matter what we play for, it is at least $1 million. This is for Connor. Kev seen a flop out the big with 8-6, flopping a 6 as well. 2 spades. Kevin. Ooh, a deceptive check with the aces.
Yeah, it's not just like deception, it's just range. Tower from gun, we don't have 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 3, 7, 3. So when we're this deep as Connor, we don't want to get check raised, bet. Going to be in a horrible spot with aces, so it's a nice little board to check back, especially with the ace of spades. Really like the check at this stack depth.
Pulls up all kind of draws as Kev. And that's not one of them.
And even with the flush complete in, after check flop, I feel like we are going to need to go for 2 streets with aces here as Connor, even with the flush complete up. Got to go for some values.
Like 1.4. 1.4. Probably in the muck from Kev.
Good fold.
There we go. First level of the day. 14 levels played. Welcome to the big one, the UK Open Million Guarantee. And that's where we're off next in the background. Glasgow Merchant City, middle of March. We'll be there, I think it's the 19th. Hey Mehmet, Cyprus must be getting warm now, end of Feb. I saw some of my mates golfing in Belek in Turkey this week. And it was 20 degrees apparently. I thought it was supposed to be cold in the winter in Turkey and Cyprus and all them kind of places. Said it was 20 degrees. It were Bradshaw, who were golfing in Turkey, and he literally said, well, I booked it for next year, lads, if you want to come, same dates. So does anybody even know what they're doing next year at this time? Like, ever. Unless you're retired. But it did look nice. Bit of golf in the sunshine. Not saying that, Alicante's not bad at this time of year, no. Nice and warm. Bit of golf on the old Campermore golf course. And just to let you know, Mehmet the Mad Turkey's in the building. Seen him wandering around. Raised to 300 and a call. Jack 8-4 three-way action. Lowering the bet. Open ender for Rich. Just call. check mark, instant service. We'll probably get a call from Mo with the flush draw.
Oh, Mo's bet himself.
Oh yes, I thought it was Richard that bet out. Mo bet 1.8. Don't raise.
I think raising here is actually fine, Tal, when it's two-tone and we like unblock all like the two pairs, the sets. Like what we're trying to get called from, we unblock all this stuff. There's diamond draws, queen X of diamonds, 8X of diamonds, jack X of hearts. Like so much to get paid from. That's the important thing here. Like when we got the nuts and we can't really assign a lot of hands that we're getting called from, then yeah, maybe better to flat. But when we unblock all this queen X, like jack X, stuff like combo draws, just feel like we can go for the raise off the bat as Richard. Would not be calling the 6-high flush draw though as Mo. Does want to have a look at the river, drawing dead.
Interesting if it is a heart, how big it went, but no. No more chips in from Mo. Unless they decide they can only win it by betting.
They can't lead here.
But he has decided that's it. $900? Oh, he said 9. Oh. But he did throw the chips in at the same time. Another one.
Floor 13.
Another one. He's thrown two 5k chips in and he said 9. He's not going to get paid. It doesn't really matter. It didn't. Same time.
Oh, sorry, I keep saying 900.
There you go.
So what's the clarification then? It was
Basically, if he says 9.
If I go 9 and do that, it's 900.
No, it's there.
Just bizarre. When I got 1,000 in front of me as well. Do you know, it started at me doing that denomination.
The blinds are lower than you bet.
It's a weird world in mountains. We all know he meant to go down.
I know even on
And even the
some people
you
angle
have to get, you have to.
I know
some people angle it. I've seen people angle it.
Knowing when he goes, I
Watching from the treadmill. Again. That means more than once.
He's folding for 900. He's probably folding for 9 grand.
I've seen people angle it. Do what you did. And then you
Enjoy the treadmill, the Pablo Moose. Don't believe I just said that. Enjoy the treadmill. Anything under 25 degrees is cold. Now that's acclimatisation. That's beans from Cyprus.
Anything over 20 degrees is hot in my opinion. It's too up.
Yeah,
Like 50.
20 degrees is perfect t-shirt weather. Walking
Yeah.
round, it's nice.
15 to 20, perfect temperature.
Hey Josh Manley. How we doing, Josh? Probably see you in Glasgow for sure with all the team. We are good today, hope you are. Did you try and qualify for this event? Plenty of satellites online. Plenty of chances to get into the million guarantee for a fraction of the price. worth a double. Yeah, I think he should. I think all these satellites that they put on, they had 50 seats guaranteed in the building the week before the festival actually started. Definitely worth a trip up if you think you're good at satellites or you want to get in for a fraction of the price. They're definitely the way forward. And also another event in Portsmouth to get his teeth into later in the year, the Summer Festival in June. Afternoon, Darren. Watching on Facebook. Looking forward to seeing you guys in Dublin. Yeah, Jay's going to be playing the whole lot, and I'm going to be working the whole lot. So we will be there for the whole lot.
How you doing, Darren?
Jay's will work out what he's playing before he gets there. Probably all of it. And we'll be meeting and greeting the players on the floor with a microphone in hand. Looking forward to it. Loads of chances to get yourself to the Irish Open on Grosvenor Poker as well. Trying to take a team of around 100. Plenty of satellites for the Irish Open on the website. Yeah, the Summerfest in Portsmouth, second week in June, will be very good. Kev makes it 2.9.
I like it. Size from both seems very good. 12 bigs out of position from Darren, and then less than a 2.5 x3 bet in position from Kev. Both seem good. Darren going to have a look with the 10s, as I think he should. He's just going to get in here facing the 4 bet from EP.
That's the flop you like to see. C1. That'll probably be the end of it. 2 overs on the board. And he shows him the boots. Very nice indeed.
I didn't play Queen's Q. I thought Blush and Queen whatever happened.
Connor has got a new regime where he doesn't drink and play poker anymore. He drinks afterwards and he likes a nice little social afterwards, but he said to us the last time we saw him that he's taking it more seriously when he plays live, and you won't see a drink in his hand while he's at the tables. So there we go. 6, 7, 9 flop, 2 hearts. 3-way action again. Afternoon Apocalypse. Hope you well. Ready for the weekend of sporting action. Any rugby on this week? Or is it all finished? Oh, no Six Nations until next weekend. Fair enough. Checked all the way down. Oh, Ireland, France next week. Does that mean that's the decider? So about 1,200 from Rich with A-side. Adriano raising. After turning a set of tools, turning into a house on the river, and that'll be the end of it. Tried to nick it, but Adriano with the set of tools on the turn. It should be mandatory to have at least 3 Guinness while playing. That'll be me this year, trying to get Dre to have 1 in 12 days. Never had any yet. None of the Irish, none of the black stuff. Over in Dublin. That'll be my aim. You don't have to down it, just drink it.
Probably get me one after about 8-9 Rockshores then, and then it won't really matter, will it? When you've had that many, it doesn't really matter what's put in front of you.
You didn't like the Rockshore, I must admit.
That's what you should drink out there.
I tried the Rockshore cider.
I was on the double Crown and vodkas last year, though, to be fair, at one point in Temple Bar.
Oh dear. You're on double vodka and cranberries in Temple Bar.
I know, don't
Did
even go.
you win the main event?
Do you know what? It was me, Riggy, JB, Riggy's really tall mate, I can't remember his name, a few others, and I remember one round was about €200, something like that. There's probably about 8-9 of us one round, just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. You have to do it once when you go there, but it's just such an absolute rip-off.
It's one of them, make sure you're low down in the round, and as soon as your round's next, right, I got to go, boys. Thanks for a great night. I'll see you tomorrow.
It is tough being in rounds at Temple Bar. It's a tough one.
Well, you can't even do a whip because everyone needs to put a grand in.
Yep.
Because it's so expensive out there.
And then you could go to Gravediggers for the best pint of Guinness in the country, €5.
There you go. Gravediggers.
I've been told by Irish Dave that we're definitely going this year. He's working it on Dave.
Is he?
Yeah, he's coming over tomorrow to do the videos for Grosvenor Poker. Old Dave's coming over tomorrow and he's working the Irish Open. Ace 5 flop, check call from Nath. It's the king on the turn. He gets a check mark. Check call again. And Mo Shoe checking on the river. Nathan getting a small pot. Mo down to 2/3 of starting stake. Afternoon Smiter, welcome to the live stream from Coventry £1 million guarantee. Huge, huge festival. You know, we were quickly talking about golf yesterday and your team.
Yeah.
There's a guy today that nobody knows. His name's D. Whitnell. After 15 holes of the second round,
Yeah.
he's 10 under.
So was Jake Knapp yesterday.
After 15 holes.
So was Jake Knapp yesterday, right?
But Whitnell has had 2 hole-in-ones on the same round. And I think that's the first in golf. 2 hole-in-ones on the same round and an eagle.
And an eagle. He must have had a few bogeys alongside it, only to be 11 under then.
He's had 2 bogeys.
Yeah, that's it.
He's had 2 bogeys. He started birdie, hole-in-one, eagle.
That's not a bad start.
You know, as you do when you're playing golf. You're 5 under after 3 holes.
Did you see Knapp's card yesterday? Did you
No.
actually see the card?
No, I didn't know.
He had 12 birdies, 6 pars. That was his round. 12 birdies, 6 pars.
Wow.
59 he shot on a par 71.
Wow.
I actually watched the highlights as well. He was just darting them, literally absolute throwing darts into the green.
But how'd you have 2 hole-in-ones on one round?
I don't know.
And that's at the South Africa Championships that's going on right now.
Is that a first in PG? Is it? No, it's not PGA. It's the. Is that DP?
That'll be, yeah, obviously going to DP somewhere.
friend, you want to tell him to look at XYZ, do that. Especially on C3.
2 hole-in-ones. The same round of golf. That has to be a first. And he missed an eagle putt as well. Wow. That is some shooting. I don't think that's ever been done, 2 hole-in-ones.
You always see it in team scrambles when these people come in with like 49s and they've got like 2 1s on the card, 7 2s, all this stuff.
We had a charity event in Newcastle
Yeah.
about 10 years ago. And we had Jody, Mike and me and Simon all played, well, probably less than 10 years ago. And this first 4 ball went out.
Yeah.
And we were playing Texas Scramble, all 4 balls, you know, like
Yeah.
shoot from the same block. They got the full football kit on. All Newcastle United, they were like smoking, they were drinking, they were doing all sorts. We all 4 of them teed off. They were first to tee off. All 4 of them teed off about 12 yards. All 4 of them.
Yeah.
It was such a laugh. All laughing away. They came in 27 under. We're like, who's marked this car?
27
What did you get on the first? He went a 2. Says, we all saw you tee off. We all saw you tee off about 12 yards. But yeah, put the second one in. Yeah, of course you did. Oh.
How good are you at physical tells, Jay? It depends on who you're playing against, really. If you're playing against someone that hasn't been playing long and they're new to the game, like you can usually tell at the table, bit easier to read because they'll do the old-fashioned, they'll act strong when they're weak, they'll act weak when they're strong. As players get a bit more experience, you're more looking for sort of unique stuff of that player, and what I mean by that is when they open pre, like have they got their hands on their lap, have they got their hands in front of them, are they playing with their chips? Same when you get to the rivers, when they bet, where are their hands, what are they doing, are they playing with their chips, are they on their lap, are they scratching their head? Like there's just little things like that. Most players these days will just sit there, shuffle their chips, just be stoic and look at the board, so it's almost impossible to get any sort of read. But people don't realise subconsciously they may actually be giving stuff away, and just from something as simple as they bet on the river, they put their hands by their side or on the rail, and then an hour later they bet on the rail and suddenly they're playing with their chips like quite erratically. So you make of what is strength and what is weakness from what you see at Showdown. But like at this sort of level, when people have probably been playing for years and have a lot of experience, people are just going to have their own unique stuff that they give off.
Do you find that at Cash as well?
Well, Cash is different because you're playing with the same player pool regularly, Tower, because you're used to players. You have a ridiculous sample size on these players, so like the reads and tells are more going to come from stuff like bet sizings, betting patterns, because you've got such a huge sample size on this guy. So if you see a guy that you played thousands of hands with, and every time they 4-bet, it's always been ace, queen, jacks plus. Like you're never going to 5-bet bluff this man. Never in a million years. You get dealt ace 5 suited. You 3-bet. They can't 4-bet you. You wouldn't even like contemplate 5-betting that hand. It's just making adjustments because of what you see. And this is the thing in live poker. You see so many people on their phones, not really paying attention to the table. But when you're not even in pots, and when it's at rivers are so important because some of the time you'll get to see your opponent's cards, and if they put chips in the middle, just give them a little stare down, even if you're not in the pot. See what they're doing with their hands, see what they're doing with their body language, and then when the hand's shown, if it's value or if it's a bluff, next river's decision. If they're doing something different and you're lucky enough to see the hand again and it's the opposite, then maybe you're onto something. Obviously you can't just go with that because it's such a tiny sample size, but these sort of things help you when you have these marginal decisions which could go either way.
Then it's trying to remember them all, and then they'll do something opposite one bet.
But this is like where white magic comes from, to what Phil Hellmuth says. Like, they're in the head. You can't actually consciously remember them because it's impossible. But in your subconscious, it will be in there. And like when you get that gut feeling, it's basically your subconscious trying to tell you something. When you sat there on the river, and like your gut's telling you to call, your gut's telling you to fold. A lot of the time, that's coming from the subconscious sort of. That's picked up on something that your conscious mind hasn't.
The deucer. Always read your gut. Take your instinct sometimes when it works. When it's correct.
Like when I started this job 8 years ago, Joe, I remember seeing Tower and my gut said this man can't pick 3 football teams to win on a Saturday. And 8 years later, should have listened to the gut, would have saved loads of money.
Oh, is it Saturday tomorrow by any chance?
FA Cup Day.
The 1st of March tomorrow.
You notice with Phil Ivey as well, this is another thing that Phil Ivey was great at. If you go back, there's a few compilations of Ivey's like sick reads, his bluffs, his calls on YouTube, and almost every single one, the one against Paul Jackson, the one against Lex Veldhouse, he always goes, what have you got left? And how like they react is what makes Ivey make his decision. He always asks him, if you watch the Ivey hands, when he's either bluffing or he's making these hero calls, he always asks his opponents, how much do you have left? And how they react to that, I think, is how Ivey based his decisions going forward, which is really interesting. He always asks that question to his opponent when their head's up in a pot, when he's got a decision, how much have you got back? And then when the opponent, obviously, if they answer nervously, I don't know what he was picking up on, but he obviously had his own thing that no one knew about. But when he asked this, he looked for something, or maybe how the opponent answered, which gave him his answer, whether they were weak or not.
So blinds up for the first time today. Blinds 100, 200 with a 200 ante. 634,000 collected so far. Numbers will just increase all day long. The Ivy stare makes you nervous, and that's when you're not even sat playing. Imagine being in a hand and getting the Ivy stare. Right, cup of tea, who's going?
You can go.
Okay. Cup of jar.
Didn't you like it? Didn't you like came over here and you went, I'll have a water cappuccino. You went, well, she want to drink now. You want to go back and get yours? Yeah, you don't.
Cup of jar. Would you like one, sir?
Yeah, I'll have a tea, please.
Cup of tea. On its way. Oh.
So into the second level of the day, 14 40-minute levels. Should be finishing up on stream about 20 past 11. They're kind of going to go for the free bet here. Jack 7 suited at this stack depth. Like these suited gap middling stuff, more condensed range are going to be the free bet bluffs. Jack 7 probably one that gets in there at fairly low frequency. I know like 10-7 suited is the bottom usually of these suited gap stuff that we want to be free betting. They're going to get calls in two spots. Mo with a cold call. Adriano comes along with a 7-8 of hearts. Adriano goes from third to first. Flops top pair on the 8-6 deuce. And Connor's actually got a nice one to continue here. Wrap round this 8, backdoor clubs. Overcard seems like a nice hand to continue, even multi-way here. Definitely some turns we can barrel as a bluff. We can still get there in the form of a jack. Goes for 2k. That should be the end of Mo, but Adriano with an 8 has to be coming along. What are you thinking of raising? Oh my word, he's just check folded top pair. Adriano. That is tight, sir. 3-bet pot. We flop top pair. We just check fold to half. Okay. You need to ask that man in seat 1, Apocalypse. Before I lump on United, Sheffield United to beat QPR at 9-5 tomorrow, any reason why second place aren't massive favourites there? I have no idea. Tower might know when he's back with the tees. But it does seem strange. 9-5 Sheffield United to beat QPR. They actually played pretty well against Leeds the other night as well. Ace Jack for Nathan goes for free bet, and Darren here on the button with the jacks. Gonna throw in the cold call here. Could have potentially just gone for cold 4, but maybe not wanting to play a big pot with the old jacks. Just calls with position on the free better. And that brings Adriano in going 3-way. Nathan got to think about this cold calling range of Darren, and usually like with the cold calls it's specifically 9s, 10s, jacks, and then like ace queen, king queen suited, ace king that's scared of 4 betting. Darren's bet takes it down. How you doing, Jim? Jim Marlowe in the chat. Rooting for Razor Kev. One thing I've learned in my life, Apocalypse, the bookies never seem to be wrong. Whenever they put a price that seems appetising, there's usually a reason. King Jack for Nathan, opens to 500. Soteris here with the ace-9 suited, goes for call, one that could potentially free bet here as well. Darren, King Jack of his own here. Any squeezes thinking about here potentially as Darren? No, just wants to see 3, makes the call. That's going to bring Mo in with the 10-7 suited, Richard out of the way, and Kev with the Queen 9 off here. Probably going to defend, get an 8-1. Not going to. Don't mind it. Likely to be dominated once we're going to be going 5-way. Like if it comes 9 high, potential for Kev to lose some chips. But it's Mo's board. Top pair for him, and I doubt we're going to see C-bet out of position to free from Nathan. Does check. Should just be a cascade of faults. Why are second in the league Sheffield United nearly 2-1 against relegation QPR this weekend? That's what Apocalypse wants to know.
QPR are about 7th.
I thought they were.
They've gone on a right run.
Have they?
Yeah.
They were in the bottom 3 weren't they, like 2 months ago?
No, QPR are
There's your answer, Apocalypse.
QPR are right up there now. That's why. Because Kev's not been backing them.
Probably.
They've had some decent results.
7th. They're 14th.
Yeah, they were 7th. They were 7th.
I'm sure they were. I'm sure Rotherham have been 7th some point in their life.
Sheffield United can't be at home though.
No, they're not. They're not at home. QPR are 14th and lost 2 of their last 3, including to Portsmouth. You know what that means, Apocalypse? They'll probably be in Towers treble tomorrow.
That's it,
then.
lump on Sheffield United. You've already said it. Lump on Sheffield United. That's what you need to do. Time to sell your Bitcoin, fortune, Mr. Tower. Prices are falling hard. They are. The whole world's collapsing. The American economy has gone through the floor.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it has indeed.
What is that?
Everything that Trump's done since he came in, the economy has just dropped completely. Oh, Saviour Cup.
Okay.
They are the only 2 cups in the building that are in use today at this moment in time.
Oh, okay.
I had to go and bend a knee to Michael behind the bar.
Oh.
Can I have 2 real cups, please? Because everything else are in paper cups today.
Okay.
So there you go. Carlisle won again. That also makes a difference. That also makes a huge difference. Chris Wilder does not give one toot about the FA Cup.
It's not an FA Cup game.
Or is he not a
No,
championship?
yeah.
That's fair enough then.
Why wouldn't he give a toot about the FA Cup?
Because they're second in the league. And
So?
they want to, because that's the mentality of all these teams.
But they can get into Europe if they win the FA Cup.
They could.
Would you prefer Prem or Europe?
Prem.
What about both?
Well, yeah, but Prem first. That's where the money is.
It's been a while since Sheffield United have been in the Premier, ain't it?
No, 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, they got relegated under Wilder.
No, surely it had to be before COVID. 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's after. Pretty sure they got relegated. Did they get relegated last year? Or the year before?
No, it was last year.
Yeah.
There you go.
They're like the Boing Boing team. Up and down, up and down.
See, I weren't paying attention to that part of the table last season. That was the thing.
Now you are.
I don't usually look at the bottom half. Actually, totally forgot Sheffield United were in the Prem last season. I thought you had to go back to like the noughties to find them.
So blinds 1, 2, 2. Clemmy on the outer table. In the main events, as are hundreds of people going to be during the day.
Yeah, cheers, Carl. Like I say, I'm not used to looking at that far down the table. I got my laptop back today, so I've got the spreadsheet from
Excellent.
Manchester, and Gary McGaffney said that he didn't receive his ticket. And the reason he didn't receive his ticket is because he's given us the wrong alias.
Oh, is he in the building?
I'm not sure. He might be in the chat.
When he comes in later, we'll give him some grief.
And
okay?
Rog the Dodge also gave me the wrong alias. So Rog the Dodge and Gary McGaffney, either of you watching, let me know and we'll get your correct alias and those tokens to your account. We've also got some giveaways today. We'll probably do 2 a session after this. We got 55 as the min cash as well, so the minimum ticket we got to give away is a €55. I don't know what's happened with Tom Tower, but she's throwing it at us this week.
Wowzers.
We got 10 55s and 2 110s to give away, so nearly 800 squids worth of tokens for the chat box. We'll start the giveaways next session. Well, other than this season apocalypse, you have to go back to the days of One Day Ramos to find us that low down in the Prem. We were actually in the relegation zone when he got sacked and Harry Redknapp took over.
Wando Ramos.
One Day Ramos.
One day.
Yep.
Is that one
However,
day it'll be good?
Juande. I don't know the pronunciation. I'm not Spanish, but I think Juan Day. Is that how you
Okay.
say it?
One day.
And that would have been 2007, 2008 season. So what, 28 years ago, 27, 28 years ago?
17. 17 years.
Yep, he was the one that won the EFL Cup for us.
17 years ago when you're in relegation zone. No,
Yep,
since.
yep. And Harry Redknapp took over, and then he didn't just take over. I remember his first 2 games. So we had 2 really tough games. I think it was Arsenal and Liverpool. I think we drew against Arsenal, and then Liverpool absolutely battered us at White Hart Lane. I remember I was at the game, and we nicked one. Literally, we nicked one in the last minute, like absolute smash and grab, and like. They absolutely pummeled us. I think that was one of the most one-sided matches I've ever been to watch. And then we just nicked one last minute. Harry Redknapp running up and down the touchline.
Things you love to see. So Tony's going to have a bit of a decision. After check calling the flop. And everything gets a bit chunky, 3.3. Picks up the queen on the turn. So he doesn't make the call. And therefore we'll get the check mark. I'm checking back down there just to
It's really close with bottom set. Like, the thing is, you're protected here, Tal, so I'd probably bet. And what I mean by protected is we can still have a straight ourselves in range. So if our opponent raises, they always have a 10,
yeah.
which I think is important in these spots. Like, no one finds bluff, so when they raise, they always have a straight. So therefore, we can just bet fold correctly. It's not a case that we can bet and we can get bluffed off our hand.
Would Sartori's lead on the river with a 10?
Potentially as well. He may potentially play some leads. Not after we go bet actually, but I feel like in these spots where our range can heavily have the straight, when we bet river and get raised, our opponent never has a bluff and it's always a straight. So therefore, we're like protected. If we get raised, our opponent always has a 10. We can potentially get some value from some 2-pair type stuff.
Oh yeah? Hi. That's good. The curse has been broken. Eventually. Finally.
Lifted.
That's what the cast as well.
So lines 1, 2 with the 2. Seven, 8, 10 flop. Level 2 of the day, 40-minute levels. 3 levels every session. And we play 14 levels.
What happened to Luton? Premier League last season and now potentially going to go back-to-back
Straight down.
relegations.
Back to back, bottom 3. Do you still get that parachute payment rubbish? When you go down, you get millions for going down. and all
I don't know. Ooh, seat open, first session of the day. Level 2, someone, GG.
that. But however much money they got for getting in the Prem, they didn't spend it right, did they?
No.
They certainly didn't. They certainly didn't improve the squad.
I went past the stadium about a month ago as well, so they definitely didn't spend it right, I'll tell you that. Who would you say is like the team that never expected to break into the Premier League and has been in there for like a few seasons now, or even like 5 to 10 seasons?
I think probably Bournemouth,
Yeah, Bournemouth's a big
because
one.
their
ain't
average crowd's about
it?
12,000.
Yeah, Bournemouth's a huge one.
They
ain't
never
it?
changed Brentford, Bournemouth. Brentford went to a new stadium, didn't they? But they didn't really increase the capacity too much. I think they went to like 20,000. But your teams like Brentford and Bournemouth, like,
How long Bournemouth been in the Prem for now?
I think it's about 3 or 4
It
seasons.
seems a while, doesn't it?
Man in before. But because Eddie Howe was there, wasn't
Yeah.
he? And now what's he been at Newcastle 3 years?
Newcastle.
I think Bournemouth, with the size of the stadium, you're not expected to survive.
Relegated clubs get something like 50% of the TV money they would have got if they were still in the Prem. Well, Luton are never on telly, so
No, that they still get a quarter of it, I'm guessing. You mean. Nice. That's billions. Yeah, you got to be thinking Bournemouth and Brentford would be the two that have stayed in the Premier League longer than expected. You always go by the size of the stadium to
Yeah, I
how
guess.
wealthy the club is, but obviously Bournemouth are doing something right.
ha ha, Johnny Scott.
Spurs.
We're one of the only 6 teams to never have gone down.
Really?
Only 6 teams, yeah.
Is it?
Only 6 teams that have been in the Prem since its start.
I know Everton won.
Yep.
What, since it started in 92?
Yeah.
Only 6?
Only 6.
Is it? Well, it's got to be top 6, isn't it?
Yep.
Is that why you call the top 6?
No, because City aren't one of them.
Why?
City been in Division 1.
When?
I think 90s or something like that.
Were they? Ah. Is that when they beat Gillingham on penalties
I have no idea.
in playoff final when they were 2-0 down? We on 8 to 9 minutes. And the Gallagher brothers left, didn't they? Oasis.
Oh, Oasis.
Saw them leaving. 2-0 down, 8 to 9 minutes. Scoring 90 and 90 plus 3 to take it to injury, extra time, and then penalties. And they got ushered back in. Bournemouth's 8th season. They were relegated after 5 seasons and came back.
Yes, Pablo Moose, we will have 2 giveaways a session after the first session.
Yep.
I just needed to wake up. I need the first sort of hour to... Like an old computer, me. You know them old computers.
Oh, we
that
got a
used to
gift as well.
Take 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
We got some Michalqui Zawala Warwaloos by one of your friends. Because it says these are for Jay and Tower.
Is that for Fat Thursday?
But, yeah. He says you're talking about Fat Thursday.
I got told off about that as well. Literally, you make me sound so silly that I don't even know my own traditions and stuff like that. I always tell you it's donuts we eat. You don't remember, you don't listen. But I've got it right. I remembered it was Fat Thursday. That was the main thing. We've got some Polish chocolate.
Yeah, I've been eating, and it's delicious, by the way. I had to try it because I never heard of it. Make sure it's all right for you when you want someone.
You don't remember City playing against Macclesfield and Stockport in League One, Tower. There you go. League One, they were that far down. Wow.
Yeah, they were. I remember they went down to League One. I remember that. The old
Division 2, yeah.
The old Division 2 or whatever it were. Was it Paul Dickoff that scored the winning penalty? Or the equaliser? Remember little Paul Dickoff?
I remember Paul Dickoff. Leicester player. Right. We finished at about 2:30 yesterday, Johnny Scott. 2:30.
You can re-watch it on YouTube if you want to, Johnny. It was a good watch.
So I've been streaming an hour, not even 11 hours since we finished yesterday.
Have you picked up the batch yet this year, John? No, Johnny?
Oh, it's nearly 1 more month. Oh, what starts in April?
April.
Swindle's back.
Oh, I don't think the clubs are coming up to Glasgow.
You've got to bring them down south one because you just come and play on Wednesday Swindle. Come a bit earlier. Play on the Wednesday Swindle.
Sounds good.
You get to see Brooksy play off +8.
Oh, that I can't wait. I hope we get paired with him. I will definitely play with you guys in the Swindle this year. Got to pay me subs today for my club, or else I get fined. £10 a day. £10 per day fine. After the 28th of Feb.
Really?
Yeah. And then you give them 31 days, and if you don't, you get cancelled.
Oh. How you doing, Kev?
Just got a job abroad, think I've reached my true potential, based in Peking. Wow. Good on you. That's what we said. Good on you. Just back from Portugal with the boys. Played all winter this year. Very nice. Where have you been?
Go on
Just Portugal, or have you been playing in the Aberdawa? Has it not been really wet?
No one filled there.
No, thanks.
Kingswood, Darren.
Aye, aye. Boss is in the... Have you noticed? No donut. I'll come. Right. Okay.
Kieran calls the deuces. Kieran with the king ten of spades for Mo. Nathan going to get out of the way with a 9 deuce. Queen 9-7. Darren still in front with the kings. May get one street from Mo with his gut shot and position. Mo making the call. Five of diamonds turn flush, complete up. Darren with the king of diamonds in hand.
Going nowhere. Is that Darren? Does nearly get a small pot.
Ace 2 suited for Soteris. Opens to 5. Adriano flops best, second pair. Does check over to him. May fancy firing with his 8, flushing out some overcards, but decides against it to the deuce turn. Oh, so he checks over Adriano here, and interesting one from Connor here. Goes for check raise with just a 3. Are we trying to fold out an 8? Well, it works. The 8 out of there. Like 9x probably not a thing because Adriano just bets flop with that. So Connor perhaps targeting specifically something like 4s through 7s, 8x. gets the better hand to fold.
Ian Roberts nodded off, so the starter heads up. Rewatch it tomorrow, or rewatch it wherever you want to, Ian Roberts. It's on YouTube, it'll be on Twitch as well, if you do want to rewatch it. It was a good battle, really enjoyed it. It was a good day. I know it was a long day, and we started a little bit later than normal, so we finished a little bit later than normal, but it was a cracking day. We knew it was going to be a really good watch with the players in the high roller.
Your mate you were talking about earlier that got 2 hole-in-ones.
Yes.
Did he get 2 clubhouse rounds? How does that work? Because you know if you get an hole-in-one, you have to buy everyone a beer at the clubhouse.
It's supposed to be tradition, yeah.
So if you get 2,
I don't think that happens on the PGA.
doesn't happen on the PGA.
I'm 100% sure it wouldn't happen on the PGA.
Surely it does.
You normally get a car if you get an all-in-one somewhere on a specific hole.
That is true.
You don't get that at a normal club. Yeah, I know you're supposed to get something here. You're supposed to get a bottle of whiskey, aren't you, or something like that. It's cheaper nowadays just to get a bottle of whiskey and say, go and enjoy yourself, lads. Whether there's some rule on the PGA. Johnny Scott will know. He knows. There's a guy today, Johnny Scott, in the South African Open. He's got 2 hole-in-ones and an eagle, and he's like 11 under after 15 holes. What happens on the PGA if you get an hole-in-one? Do you leave some money? Yeah, take a bag. Do you leave some money for a bottle of whiskey, or what happens? 2 hole-in-ones has to be a first, by the way.
No, I've done it. You laugh, I've done it at Southend, at Crazy Golf, Adventure Golf. I've had many a hole-in-one.
That's a good hole-in-one. That's a good golf course, actually. The old picture, the old...
Crazy Adventure Golf. Yeah, the Adventure Golf.
Yeah, I'm still the champion, by the way,
down
there, of our media team.
We need to have a little
That's
media.
that's where we nearly got took out by PK.
We need... Did you? We need a media team.
That'd be funny.
A little Adventure Golf. Kev opens the 10s. Nathan with the free bet here. Ace-6 off. Not sure about this one when we're this deep. Don't generally use the offsuit Ace-X at this stack depth as our free bet bluffs, but does have the ace blocker in there. Kev with 10's always going to have to be continuing. Doubt he's going to 4-bet.
King, Queen, 8.
This is a terrible board for Kev. Like even going behind to some of the bluffs of Nathan, some stuff like Queen Jack, King 10, Ace King, Ace Queen, all this in front of us now as well. So see what size Nathan elects for. Probably small. Could even go for a quarter in the free bet coup. Slightly more, 40%. And now with the 10s, it's pretty horrible for us. We don't really beat much. Some like stuff like this, some suited Ace-X, and like 10-9 suited. Just folding.
So Nathan 46,000 level. 3 of the day, blinds 1-3. I saw a dodgy character in the winner's pick. Yeah, me too as well. I didn't realise he'd raced out to go and smile at the pin in the winner's picture. I had no idea. And there he was. So J-Lo straight in. Queen eye flop. Both whiffing this one. So Rich with the king 3. Nathan with the 48k at 300 big blind. You see anybody in the field?
Everybody.
I tell you what, on the outer table at the top right, sat on the table I've seen for the first time this year.
Yeah.
Hong Fan and Bixie.
Oh,
on the same table.
Bixie just got back. I think she's been in.
On the same table.
Been abroad.
Yes, she does usually celebrate the Chinese New Year.
The other thing as well,
Yes.
it's a bit rowdy in Lady G's
Why?
because every table in there is open.
Oh, right, okay.
So felt like going to be a very busy day today. You saw a dodgy character in the winner's pitch, yeah. Second ever winner's pitch I've ever been in.
Yes.
I know Reese, I play a bit of cash with him. Good lad, and we were on break for the heads up, so I thought I wasn't actually going to get in it. I was just standing there. Pico was about to take it. I think it was Botty that said, "Jay, come on, you got to get in." So I ran over, crouched down, hoping I'd go unnoticed, but nothing gets past you, Mr. Richie Burner. King Queen. Flatten for Darren. Could definitely 3-bet there. Hijack versus cut off. Lots of checking from Soteris here. I feel like you see most recreationals just bet this spot, but theoretically we play a lot of checks out of position. And that's all to do with just we have a lot of whiffs, LP versus LP. Like Darren's range as an entirety actually becomes stronger than ours. Yes, we have no advantage in terms of aces, kings, jacks. However, we have more whiffs. And what I mean by more whiffs, like we open from late position, some suited king X, some suited queen X, stuff like 6-7 suited, 9-7 suited, like potentially hands that Darren won't call the open with. So his range as an entirety is actually stronger than ours. Our opening range from late position, because we have so much more whiffs, so therefore we actually play real heavy check when we're late position versus late position out of position. Soteris did just go for bet, flush completer on the turn. It's a small 1600 from Darren. Deuce of spades always going check. The fact that Darren's got the betting lead here. The other winners pick I was in was Chris De Silva's, here in Coventry as well, for the 888 last year. Oh, Richie Burner, that includes your own. To be fair, I think the two winners pictures I've actually had, Mini Main and the 2550. One was in Luton, one was in the Vic, and it was just me. No one. I remember the Mini Main at the Vic. There was loads of runners, so that finished at like 5 in the morning. Literally, the only person I could have got was the postman in the picture.
So that's because PK's not taking a seat. We're not there when you win. To be fair, if there were a winner's picture in Vegas, you'd have been sat on my knee.
Yeah. I would have loved to have. Oh, it's just, do you know what? It's so hard because, like, you get through thousands and thousands of runners, and you think it's going to be a long time until this opportunity arises
of course.
again. Like,
yeah, you never know.
Could be a long while till we get another one.
You can play your best game and still not get lucky.
But it's such a good feeling, the WSOP, when you're in a field of that size and you just see the tables getting smaller and smaller and like less people in the field, and then suddenly there's just a few of you, 3 or 4 tables, and you get down to the final 2. It's such a buzz.
And that was the event that Poker News had you busting out about 4 hours earlier.
They did. That's because, do you know what I always
and that's
do?
why I didn't turn up.
Do you know what I always do in Vegas? And I'm terrible for this. They give you, when you make day 2, they give you a Poker News ID card. Day 1 you don't get one. Day 2 they give you a Poker News ID card. It just has a number on it. So Poker News, when there's a hand, they look at the number. That will go back to whoever's name it is. It's easier for them. I understand that. When you move table, you're meant to take it with you. I have a very bad habit of leaving my Poker News ID card on the table when my table breaks.
Okay.
And then obviously Poker News walk round, they see one, no one's got it. Oh, this guy's out, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's how that happens.
The other winner's pick was Francis Oberdon.
Francis?
You were in that one, weren't you?
I don't think so.
Yes, you were. 888 last year. You couldn't wait to get on. Was it Francis?
No.
Not Francis, Chris De Silva.
I said that about 5 minutes ago. I said it about 5 minutes ago.
I was thinking of Francis. I think I saw Francis on the
Are
back.
you feeling all right, Tower? Do you need 5?
No, we're all good.
We're going on break in 30.
We are.
Kieran treats himself to the A6 of hearts. I think this the 7. Let's raise and take.
Very well. Yeah. Yeah, we opened the door to let her breeze down the bottom. It's been a while, man, this week.
What uses this corner?
It's either mine or yours.
It's yours then?
There's one donut left. I've not had mine, but it's yours if you want it. No, I don't want it yet, please. Don't put it there, I'll stare at it. Heads.
Heads what?
I can't even see that.
It's a tail.
Tails. I lose.
Obviously. What happened?
It was a head.
Yeah, we lost.
You lost
It
at the
was a
Super
head.
Bowl again
I lost the toss.
because I haven't spoke to you since
I lost the
Manchester.
toss. I lost the toss.
Again?
Yes, I lost the toss. All right. We've moved on since then.
Someone did say they lumped on tails because you lumped on heads for the Super Bowl.
We lost the Super Bowl toss.
So what's that? 1 in 11 years you've had.
Yep.
You've won 150-50 in 11 years, Tara.
Correct. But I did tell everybody the Eagles minus 10. Everybody on the stream for the 5 days of Manchester, I told them Eagles minus 10, and they won by 21. 7-2 minus 10. We got the Eagles at 9-1, about week number 10, so that was all right. And they absolutely battered the Chiefs.
I'm going to start firing here. There is 8. Make the assumption that Nathan just fires an ace-X on the button. So it feels like Queen 8 going to be the best hand enough of the time. Pull from Soteris with his combo draw. Boom.
Yep. The river is the flush.
And not one of these rivers we're looking for as Connor. And as well as that, Soteris can still have some ace-X here. He's in the big blind, he's going to be playing in flow on flop, so he'll check his ace-X over and then just call Connor's lead. So it seems like one that always checks now is Connor. I'm going to go for block for 300. I guess block 300 check, almost the same thing. Block into fold, I am guessing. I guess it's kind of nice block because we might actually get calls from stuff like 8-9, Jack-9, 10-9, sorry, 8-9, Jack-8, 10-8, like some worse 8x, maybe even some 7x non-believers, and then we can just comfortably fold when met by raise. 3k from Soteris. We beat some 9-10, 9-6, 5-6 type stuff here as Connor, but these probably don't attack. I'll just bet fold the 8 for 1 BB. What's the EV of Towers treble over the years?
Well, I reckon the average price will be 8-1.
We are running well below EV because we do not
But
get
we
it
are.
up once every 8. There's no way we get 1 Towers treble in every 8 trebles.
But then if you get 3 on the trot, that means you can lose the next 24.
Yeah, I get that, but we lose the next 24. When's the last one that come in?
Week before Christmas.
Week before Christmas. What? Week before Christmas?
got
We
three-
weren't on
we-
stream a
we
week
got-
before
we got 3 in
Christmas.
last year.
Yeah, but we weren't streaming a week before Christmas, so it doesn't
We
count.
were beer moth.
Oh, you had it up at the Beer Moth on the Saturday on stream?
Yeah.
No way.
You did?
I don't. Someone in the chat back me up here.
Got it up.
I do not believe that. You would have messaged me if it come in on stream.
I didn't want to upset you.
You didn't want to upset me. I don't think this is a bluff. I'm sorry. It has to be a bluff. because I think I've had 3 up in 7 years. So let's say average 12 stops. Let's say over the years when we start, we're only doing like 8, 9. So let's average that. Let's say 12 towers treble I do on stream a year, once a month. It's probably more than that now with all the events. Over the course of 7 years, that's 84 towers treble. I've had 3 up. 84 divided by 3.
If we do 20 streams a year,
So
we only need to get 3 to be plus EV.
yeah, but 28. 1 in 28 you're getting in at the moment. And they're average 8 to 1. I've had 3 up tower, lifetime.
Yeah, but you missed 2 on the trot when you and Mel weren't backing up.
Yeah. Blame me and Mel.
We got 2 on the trot in Blackpool and the week after. If we do 20 streams a year at the average price of 8 to 1, you need 3 a year to be.
Yeah, we're not getting 3 here. Just because we got 3 last year. What about the 2 years before that we didn't get any?
Big shout out to Michael Chappell, playing today after his 2nd place in the Mystery Bounty last week. Team Mushroom. Good luck, Michael Chappell. And 680,000 collected already. 185.
Oh, Bob.
It's the same anyway, you take that if you want.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday, Joe Diego. Greatest treble on the. It would have been the best 15 minutes ever. Would have been the best. Would have been the best Towers treble Saturday, start to finish ever last week. It would have been on stream. There would have been scenes last weekend.
See, Mel's never had one come in. You've got to feel for Mel. And Mel has been a long time viewer of the stream.
Yeah, but Mel misses out, and then she blamed herself, so didn't bet them, and they came in, so stopped betting them, and then when put it on, didn't come in. So blamed herself. Afternoon, Taz. What events have we got on this week? What's going on in Blackers?
How you doing, Taz? We're only at Blackpool once this year, I believe. No,
We are.
no March stop for us.
Yeah, we're in Blackpool in November. $10K Super Saturday. There you go, like it. All details will be on the Poker Live app. A 10K Super Saturday in Blackpool. If you're not coming down to Coventry for the big one. No, I didn't post it on social last week. I don't do that.
He only posts the ones on social that don't win, Richie Burner. That's the key. If you don't see Towers treble on social, it's likely come in on that Saturday. It's as simple as that. He keeps the good ones to himself, and then what he does, he puts one out and goes and lays it back.
You saw the treble last week. That'd have been scenes, let me tell you. Would have been absolute scenes last week.
What about the Barca Atletico game? First, weren't it?
First,
Yeah, it was a first.
what was?
Barcelona went 2-0 up. No, Atletico went 2-0 up.
Yeah.
Barcelona went 4-2 up.
What?
And then it finished 4-4. So a certain bookmaker had to pay out on the win, the draw, and the loss. Had to pay out for Atletico.
No way!
Had to pay out for Barcelona.
That's 2-0.
And had to pay out for the draw.
Wow.
Yeah, mad, ain't it? So, whatever you backed in that game, if you backed draw Barca or Atletico, whatever you backed, it come in.
Oh man.
Because it had to pay out for the 2-goal lead both ways, and then it finished a draw.
Oh wow. Not heard that for a lot of time. Wow. Imagine that.
I know. the bloke who come up with this early power was packing his suitcase while when the final whistle went for that game.
Oh, wow. Rousers. Top and bottom for Nathan. Getting bet into by Sartoris. Check the turn. Nathan will bet and that'll be in the hand.
Here he is, Gary McGaffney.
Oi, oi, Gary.
We got
Issues.
a token for you, Gary. Gary Wrexham 47 is not an alias, so you need to go onto your Grosvenor. You need to find out what your actual alias is and let us know.
There you go, Gary.
Because Gary Wrexham 47 is not an alias.
And you did tell us yesterday you'd not been credited, and that's why. Blackpool 10k Super Saturday is £50 rebuy and an add-on. So you can rebuy and you can add on. So does that make it a 150? £50 in, one rebuy and one add-on.
10k guarantee.
So 150 for a 10k guarantee. That's Blackpool. Starts at 4 o'clock. 6 levels of late reg. There we go.
Thanks, Gary. Got it. I'll put it on the spread. I'll let Tom know.
Rex G.
And if Rog the Dodge is watching, that's another alias that we couldn't credit a ticket because it was incorrect.
Well, the count says, I wonder if they put on another satellite tonight. There's one running now, but there won't be another one tonight. This is run like Spanned.
Okay.
So last night,
Yep.
Spanned walks down the stairs.
Yep.
Okay. Hello everybody. Blah blah blah. We're just about to do round the table a flip and go
Okay.
for a seat.
Yeah.
He's walking down. He goes, "I've got no money on me." So raise a
What,
cap.
150 each? Everyone puts 150
Yeah.
and 10 man. Yeah.
Yeah. So raise a cap. I think it might have been 8, so it was a tour or whatever it was. So raise a cap. So I'll put you in. You sort me out when you get your buying. He went, "Yeah, no problem." So as he says, "Yeah, deal me in." So deals him in. Goes to the bar. Comes back with a cup of tea. By the time he gets back for the cup of tea, he's won a seat.
Didn't even watch the run out.
Didn't watch the run out. Didn't pay for it. And ends up winning a seat.
Run like Span. What a life.
So if you want to do a flip and go between your mates, that's the way, honestly. They were literally sat at the bar, they decided to do a flip and go between themselves, they all paid enough money to get it in, they got in, Span not even sat down at the table and won it.
Classic.
Run like Span. Texas Johnny's just run with, that must mean he wants to be on the feature table. Me and the Mad Turk are on table 30. Can you get us on the feature table? I'm the wrong person to ask. Need to ask PK. It's not Rog the Dodge, it's Joe Diego 24.
Oh.
Joe Diego. There you go. Unbelievable.
He's trying to get me to write on the spreadsheet. You got him, Joe, honestly. You got him. He's winding you up. He's not Rog the Dodge.
Joe Diego.
If it was just Tower sat here, you'd have a ticket, Joe.
I'll tell you what, there'll be 30 on that list.
You'd have a ticket, Joe. If Tower was just sat here.
Stop trying to get me into trouble, you.
You got to watch this chat box.
You have. News from Bryce Lava. They've introduced 3 new prizes. Each flight of the big comps, the chip leader of each flight gets €1,500. Second gets $750 and third gets $500. I wonder why they're adding incentives. I'd have fell for it.
He literally did. He's looking at my spreadsheet. He's pointing, saying, like, get his name on there.
Stop trying to get me in trouble, you lot.
You needed me to go and get the teas for 2 minutes. 7-8 suited for Soteris from Gian opens. Connor with the Queen 7 in the big blind. This deep feel like fine to defend. Going to let it go. Feels like going to be dominating a lot facing the gun range. Was actually the other way around.
So 10 minutes to go until the end of the first session.
Gets him 15-minute break. 15? Yeah. 212 so far in today. Whoa!
Pardon?
Apparently, according to the app, I could be wrong, but the app's usually never wrong.
Correct.
He lost 26 his first session in the field. 212 entries today, 186 in the field at the moment.
So we've lost 26.
Apparently.
That's about right.
What, in one session? First session when you start the day with 300 big blinds tower?
That doesn't matter. When you get asked how many rebuys can I have?
Okay. That is a lot to lose in one session at this deeper stack size.
Yeah. 700,000 collected so far. There might be a couple of no-shows in that at the moment. They'll be registered, they could be, I reckon. Because it says on the screen 198 in at the minute. 199. 700,000 in the prize pool at the moment, Gary. Turbo tonight, turbo tomorrow.
Oh, the blinds roll back as well. Day
Roll
2.
back?
Yeah.
What? They roll back?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, you play 1500 3K, level 14, and then you come back day 2 and you play an hour of 1500 3K. So, an hour and 40 minutes. 10, is that right? 10? Yeah, 10 levels tomorrow
Yeah.
for day 2, and then obviously Sunday being the final day.
I like how it goes from 40 to 60 for day 2s. 40s on day 1s and
Yep.
then 60s on day 2. I like that.
Yeah, it should be a 60-minute clock day 2, I agree.
I'm just wondering if on the day 1s if they could have done like an extra 1 level today.
Yeah,
So they could have done 3 lots. So 5 sessions of 3.
yeah,
And then obviously drop a few numbers down for day 2. Because obviously that's the big worry.
yeah,
Is the size of the field for day 2, which is always a worry, and then the size of the field for day 3. Play that extra level, Because you finish at 11 live in the club.
Yeah.
And you start at 12, so you finish at 11. I think they could have added the extra.
Could have played
level up.
15. I agree, Tal.
And then still play the 10-hour day for day ones instead of 9 hours 20. They could have done that. Maybe that's something they can look at for if they're going to do exactly the same for next year.
For Mo was the 600. Adriano calls with the ace jack. Take us a first break of the day. We've got loads to give away today, guys, so make sure you join us. Second session, we will get some giveaways underway.
Indeed, indeed.
Mo just calls the 7-8 off from gun. Okay, Darren squeezed the ace queen of clubs. Gonna get Adriano in some bother here. Turn to see for Adriano if there happened to be any ace-4, ace-2 suited out there. Jump in front of that. Just going to get to go bet now. Size up for a comfortable river jam. So 45%. Now a tough spot for Adriano here with the ace-jack. Not really beating any value of Darren once he goes bet after squeezing. We'll have ace-king, ace-queen, pocket queens. This type of stuff in there. We did see Adriano fold top pair to 1-bet earlier, so taking that into account, I'm guessing he probably just folds here now with the ace-jack tower facing double barrel from the squeeze-up. There was a hand earlier against Connor where he decided to just check fold top pair and not continue to the turn. So just with that information, I feel like ace-jack here probably going to be folding. Against most, probably continue, I would personally. I know Darren's got ace-queen, maybe player dependent. Some of the tighter opponents, yeah, just fold turn, but like against most, wouldn't be folding just yet. But good little lay down there from Adriano.
Gary says, Towers featured on the marketing picks for the Irish Open. Where have you seen that, Gary? I better get in touch. I need some fees. Where you seen that, Gary? Using my pictures. Was I smiling? to 7. Gonna not wanting to get involved in the last hand or one more hand of the session. This could well be the last hand. We're going 3 to a flop. With everybody.
Kev got moved, Mel. He's not out, don't worry.
Yep.
Going to be the last hand of the session here. Looks like Mo is going to lead out after turning a 3. That will be the end of Soteris. Adriano in the middle does have this wheel drop.
Last hand of the session, 15-minute break on its way. And we'll see you back in 15. Enjoy it. Time for a cuppa. See you in 15 minutes.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. Antoine Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Antoine action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Twan's not folding kings and Antoine Lee's not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Twan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding. Oh. Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
Which is the option, that's
there
it.
we go with the all in, and it's back over to Twan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation, Tower. Twan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with 10s. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
So Twan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Twan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this, Tower. second and first and
Wow.
chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
You are not wrong. Twan Lee.
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Twan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in tens and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Twan Lee up to 2 million. Twan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge.
You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead. And I've been thoroughly impressed with Zhang Zhuan. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well. So that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline, but can really put the pressure on as well.
I'm going to defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3 bets at 200 with 9-4
Yeah.
against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train, this has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands, he's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the free bet deck. I'm not sure about 9-4 tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding, so he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
And the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though is just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, going to tread carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon still going to come along with his middle. Was only south a quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is a 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now as Brendan, maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a free bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. We are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna free bet deck, but I personally wouldn't free bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is
What's
playing.
David's plan on the river?
Well,
It's called with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead, because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the free bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call it this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides
to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan, so taking it away from him, and now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange, because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river, like with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because like if David has free bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like, what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange spot for David here, because it's you struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like, would David really check call, and overpair, and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call, ace 10, donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings, I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like, I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
Yeah. And he's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a Jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last hand of the session. Brendan McManus, it's all of it to call. I
don't think he's going to call Tower. I feel like.
He's made the call
Oh,
to see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus. Just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
You could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. Yeah. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just been eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See ya soon. So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's
Whoa,
done
what's that
here,
mean?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Zhang Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 17, 18 big blinds, effective. Ravi calls with the ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well, but Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only gonna done the ace on the river.
How?
How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does he come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa!
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl.
How was that?
I'm thinking about Mistara Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
The 7 on the 10.
run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhong Julian is a champion after that turn. But we continue.
I'll see if somebody comes and tries to set that.
Chrissy Taylor has broke down on the M6.
Oh no,
Oh no,
not the place to break down.
no. It's a long enough journey anyway.
Looks like a great feature table. For the next couple of hours, run you through the names. Alex Gulabevs in 1, Robbie Williams in 2.
Robin Williams?
Rob Williams. Is it Robbie?
Robbie Williams.
Nick-
Come on, Robbie.
Nick Marchington in 3, Michael Howard in 4, Calwinda Dohill in 5, Phil Joyce in 6, Alex Todd in 7, and Richard Horton in the 8 seat. We'll get some giveaways going this session, probably in about 40 minutes time when we go into level 5. Sounds about right. Richard right into the thick of things. 7-5 of hearts going to open from hijack. Going to get some bad news from Alex.
Good to see Nick Marchington back at the table in the UK.
I saw him playing some super high stakes on the Lodge live stream a couple of months ago.
Did
I
you
think it was
really?
like about definitely last year sometime.
Right. Well, the NAPT last year in Vegas. First place for $750,000, and it's not your biggest live score. That's when you're good.
That is when you're good.
That is when you are good. Not your biggest score when you win $765,000. Won the UK Open last year. Won this event to defend his title for 146,000. Still not his best score. Simon Higgins, who's chip leader from yesterday, was third. And now Tony Harmon, who's not played for years, turned up and finished second for 120.
Four-way chop, right? I remember the Turk initiating it, if I recall correctly.
Oh, it's a bit crap shooting. We're down to 38
I remember
bigs.
it was hilarious, wasn't it?
No, dear. Defending champion in the building. And Toddy's back. And just before we start to get a bit serious and stuff like that, there was a new band compilation put together. We wanted to get a boy band put together, so we auditioned, and this is what we came up with, guys. 7 years ago today, we all auditioned for No Direction.
Bousey and Boovy and PK and you have not changed. Literally, you four are basically the same. Me and Mikey do look a
I
lot
had to
younger.
look twice to find out who that guy was.
Who?
Mikey.
Mikey.
Look at Mikey.
I know Mikey looks about 10 years younger.
He's
So
bru-
do I. to
he's
be
brushed
fair.
his hair.
He has brushed. Yeah. He's got the microphone. But you, Boovy, Bousey, PK,
Look at that.
it could have been taken yesterday.
7 years. To be fair, Bouncy's lost a bit of weight. I think me and Bully put it on.
Yeah.
Even Bully's lost a bit of weight now. But yeah, 7 years ago today, came up with the memories with all. Can we remember what it was?
Yes, Manchester CY. Was it CY karaoke bar?
Oh yes.
And
Near the Chinese
yeah,
Quarter
yeah, exactly that.
in Salford.
And I remember Mr. Dave Maudlin was there, and I remember what he done. He got us huge bottles of spirits and put the bucket in the middle, and then after that, we were all just gone. I remember Dave Maudlin was. It must have been Dave who took the picture actually,
Yeah.
because I remember Dave was there that night and treated us all to some nice spirits. And the next morning we come in. I remember Thursday, day one. With,
Oh, No Direction. There we go.
there we are.
The new single on its way soon. How are we doing, Steve Barnes?
7 years ago.
I know.
Flies.
7 years ago. We had to shut down the world to get over it.
I know.
Crazy.
Eastleigh says, any updates on John Whale? Won the seat through the wheel.
They did win the seat through the wheel.
We'll get some updates on John. I'm sure he started from level 1.
Yeah, he was in yesterday, so he got here early and he was playing the Saturday last night just as a warm up.
King suited for Toddy from Gion. Malcolm here. Could go either way with King Queen of Clubs. Can 3-bet at 70. Can play call. Great free roll he's going to be on John Whale. £1,500 seat. We give it away every year for UK Open, guys. Phil Baker won it a couple of years ago and turned it into a cash for about 3k. So complete free roll for John. I doubt we're going to defend here as Phil. Thought about it, but 7-4 off multi-way into the muck, even off our shallow stack.
Five, 8, 6, flop all spades. The fourth spade on the turn.
Thoughts are a bit skew with that hand, guys. With the action, Malcolm going to take the pot with the pair of queens.
There's Sam Grafton playing. I don't think Sam's in the UK, is he?
No.
Sam's not been in the UK for years.
It's Brazil or something, is now,
Yeah,
right? South
yeah.
America.
Yeah.
Race 700.
Richard with the ace-8 suited opens to 7. Same hand here for Nick, ace-8 of hearts. Going to go for the free bet option. Sam. Oh, that's that picture still. I was looking at yesterday's results.
What are we looking for?
You might be. It might be Sam Good. It might be Samuel Goodman, Vibev, that you've seen on the chip counts as Samuel Grafton. Definitely not on the chip counts yesterday. It might be Samuel Goodman, but I don't think Sam bagged actually. So maybe not even Samuel Goodman.
Unless Sam Grafton played yesterday.
He just turned up today.
Has he?
Oh, so maybe he's seen it on the Poker Live list. There you go. So he is here.
Sam Grafton's in the building. Thanks for the information.
Thanks, Vibev.
Vibev.
Table 33.
Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, we're not in the same room and we've not scoured the whole tables just yet, but nice to see Sam Grafton playing this tournament. It's a million guarantee. Why would you not if you're in the building? If you're in the country, if you're in the visit. Well, you weren't even in the country.
If you're on the earth.
Yesterday, a player was in Cambodia. He got a flight to Heathrow and come straight from Heathrow to Coventry and played and bagged. Cheers, Vabav. 33-9. You got information before we had. Fantastic for Sam Grafton. Love Sam. Former grand final winner back in the day. Around about 2012.
Used to love watching him Tuesday night on the Sky Poker as well. He used to play the 5-10 cash game some nights on there when he was patched up by PKR. Seems like an eternity ago.
Yeah, he was in London the other day, so he's obviously made a concerning effort to be in the UK and play the UK Open. Fantastic stuff. One of the best in the biz.
So Toddy, after picking up the gut shot with spade in hand, barreling away with the 10 deuce for pot. Richard not going anywhere just yet with his king. This is a spade. I feel like Toddy always bluffs. Unfortunately, we can't see the river, guys, but it's the 5 of clubs, and Toddy does go for the bluff with the 10 high here. Feel like this is going to work versus King 6. So bet flop, pot turn, all in for pot river, and the King 6 of Richard in a real grim spot here with second pair. Diamonds missing, spades missing, some sort of Toddy is going to have more ace-X that want to complete. Toddy does get it through with the old Doyle. Whew. How you doing, Mike Leonard? Welcome to the stream.
Afternoon, Mike. Simone Chappelle, will there be any more live satellites considering the potential overlay? This will not overlay. We've got 3 more flights including this one. There's a satellite at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock, something like that. There's one running now. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day too. And you can't buy in after 2 PM tomorrow anyway. There's a turbo at 10 AM. So no, there won't be any more live satellites in the building apart from the one that's running now, because we've got all the space used for this flight, and then the turbo flight tonight, and then the turbo flight tomorrow will be a cracker. I think there'll be over 100 tomorrow for the turbo tomorrow.
If we get that much Ricky Kebabs, I'll give you the money myself.
There you go. It will not double from now. Not a chance.
No chance we're getting another 750k in the prize pool over the next 24 hours.
Yep. No more satellites apart from the one that is running, but there are 2 turbo flights.
Oh.
There's a turbo flight tonight and a turbo flight tomorrow morning as Richard Orton looks down at Kings, and old Cal has got the Queens.
And then you just got Toddy ruffling around in between them.
3 betting into 2 guys that could potentially get it in.
It's going to be really interesting for Cal, but the fact that this is hijack button small blind, it's just one of those. Not much we can do as Cal. Like, may find call here, but we've still got Toddy behind to worry about. Like, we're not going to 5-bet fold, so it's a real grim spot here for Cal. It becomes a bit more dicey if it's like gun open, then the 3-bet from Toddy, then the cold 4, but LP, small blind. I don't think we want to be folding here as Cal over the long run. Unless player dependency, and we know the player in the big blind never has any 4-bet bluffs, and they're not even 4-betting jacks here and probably cold call them, and there any exploit going on where we can potentially get away. But like against population here as Cal, I would still never be folding this spot. The only real reason you'd ever fold is if you have some sort of read, or you have a lot of information on that opponent and you've seen them over countless hands never have a 4-bet bluff and always be weighted towards the top end. And Cal Winder with the fold with the ladies.
Tell you what.
Take a bow.
Well done, sir.
Gets away correctly, and if Toddy wasn't ruffling about in the middle of those two there, Richard could have been on his way to a big old double-up tower. But Toddy potentially saving Cal with his antics.
It's not hot.
Good to see you anyway.
The turbo levels are 15 minutes. I know on the app it can't be changed because obviously we're at flight. We've got flights at 40 minutes, but the turbo flights, one tonight, one tomorrow, are 15 minutes long.
We had ace kings and I think I'll get a bad fold. Jacks or kings.
Find out in 20 minutes. If that works. It's happened a few times recently. It's not registered.
Nick Martinson, defending champion of the Open.
Michael Howard. Looks a bit like that bloke that looks a bit like Michael Howard does. Michael Howard, you remember
He
him?
does a little bit, yeah. You're right. That guy.
I totally forgot about that shout. It just come back to me.
I just wish Mike Howard would grow some face layer. Just once. You look like that guy who looks like Mike Howard then.
Yeah.
9, 7, 8 flop. Top pair for Alex Gulabevs.
Yeah, not really when we get to donk those. Alex 2 middling. I give it 6, 4, 5. Could have some ideas, but what a turn for Alex. 9 of spades rolling off here. And just going to want to start leading here. Like Michael going to be playing a lot of check backs with his range on this board, even with position. Like I have a lot of ace high, king high stuff. And as well, Michael Good will check back some over pairs, just recognising three-way. Board a lot better for the big and the small blind that are in the pot. So can still have the 10s for aces for sure. 1800 into 24, 3/4 pot from Alex.
Michael makes the call.
Now MJ easy fold with the 4s. So we got MJ and we got Robbie Williams at the table.
We've got the best table ever. Imagine if they did a duo.
MJ and Robbie.
Yeah.
Did MJ just overcall? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Well, it's an optimistic one, so our 4s can never be good here, but that is
Well, he's now playing the board.
that is a strange old overcall. I'm gonna say there. Once it goes lead big blind, call Michael, and we want to overcall 4s. We just never have the best hand. Maybe fancy the 4 coming on the river. You never know what's going through someone's head, but optimistic turn call from MJ. Alex, river's a boat. I'm going to be going for some value here. Just thinking about what size, what do our opponent's ranges look like. Like there's 7x of diamonds out there for sure for the small blind. Michael does look like he's going to either have some overpairs or stuff like king, queen of spades, ace, x of spades, turn of spades, or even some diamond drawers that want to check back on this board, multi-weight. Alex actually going small here, so maybe really trying to eke some heroes out of 8x. And for this size, we can't fold as Michael Howard, in my opinion. So we've still got MJ behind us. But is there a well where Alex can ever have something like an ace-8 here, perhaps, when he goes for third pot, just shy of in the river? Jack's too good against this size. We only need to be right 20% of the time. So getting 4-1. Can't fault Michael for paying this off.
Turned over 9-5. Michael Howard just taps the table. All MTTs should be day 2 in the money. Changed my mind. Day 2 buy-ins are a thing. End of conversation. On to the next. Are you playing the GG Masters? Whatever that is.
No.
Wayne Peach managed to bag a ticket in the Saturday yesterday. Be there fresh for 10 AM tomorrow morning. Nice one, Wayne. Good luck, sir. £10 AM start tomorrow for the turbo. What time is it on today? 8 or 9?
I think it's 8. Pretty confident it's 8. It might be 9. I did check earlier. Yeah, 8 PM.
8 PM. How many played the final satellite? 73. 73. They're playing the final.
Oh wow, day 2 buy-ins over 100 big blinds for the GG Masters, and it's a 5 mil guarantee.
Why would you play day ones?
because you
What's
got.
the point?
I don't know.
What is actually the point?
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe Diego. With the day, all day 2 should be in the money. Like there's some comps that do that in Vegas. The comp starts at 10 a.m. You're still there at 3-4 in the morning playing, and you can't even think. All you even think about is bed.
Yep.
I actually had a comp last year where I was falling into asleep in between hands, and matey next to me had to keep nudging me to wake me up when it's on me. It was
Because you were playing to win the money.
This was actually the PLO comp, our final table. This was the day one. The day one was so long. We played something like 20 levels that by the time we were at crunch time, back end of day one, I was literally nodding off at the table. And this is why I don't think all comps should be day 2 in the money, because when you sat there, like I don't think you should be playing poker for more than 8 to 10 hours. It can't be good for the head. It can't be. Because the fatigue sets in, you get brain fog, you can't think straight.
I was thinking about, should I just flatten out like that?
Sounds great to me. Stack some sleepy heads. The other one, the not last year in Vegas, 2 years ago in Vegas, when they had the mystery bounty, when it had that £1 million mystery bounty, you were playing 23 or 22 levels on a day one. It's just like, because they're playing obviously in the money, you get to in the money day 2 with the bounty.
When I played the mini, we played 22 levels because I must start at 21.
Like like when you're coming to the back end of those day ones, your head's just absolutely, it's just gone.
Yep.
Don't worry, I've got someone watching for me. I'll let everyone know what hand you have. I already messaged him. I said, I've already queens.
That's why I'm not the biggest fan. Day 2 in the money.
I think it wasn't. Put me on jacks. After he said ace king, I don't think
Yeah, exactly, Mike. If it's like a quick structure and the field is smaller and we can play 8 to 10 hours of poker and get down to the final 15% of the field, yeah, by all means make day 2 in the money. I'm not saying that it's never a good thing, but I do feel like in a lot of cases when people are trying to get as many people through as possible, just playing sort of anything more than 12 hours I think can't be good. It's a good thing about like some of the cash games you play as well, like a lot of them will have like a little spare room or a bed. You can go and have a nap for 2-3 hours. You literally can. You can go and have a nap for 2-3 hours, reset.
You're alright if you're down the underground, or
Yeah.
you're a little...
Exactly,
little,
yeah,
your own room.
he's alright. You can go for an hour nap on dinner.
Yeah, or room in the Paris.
Rob trying to trap Toddy here. Checks back on the ace turn. May induce something from Toddy on the river. Just with Jack high here.
I'm taking the piss. Yeah, fine. Without my camera on. I'm taking the piss.
That's when PK said send for Dave.
Dave!
Nick Marchinson, exactly. Where do we know that name from?
WSOP final table 2018, 2019. Did Nick final table it?
Yep. NASP last year in Vegas, end of November, $765,000 winner. UK Open last year, £170,000 winner.
He is the reigning champion of this event,
He
is
is
Nick Marchington.
indeed. He has had a cracking 4 years, 5 years as it is now, or even 6, whatever we're on. Which 2019 when he final table the World Series
I think so, yes.
for $1 million. Won the NASP, NAPC or whatever it was last year in Vegas for $750,000. and won this event last year. Super nice lad.
So free bet from Richard with the ace queen does the trick. We'll go to a giveaway in about 15 minutes time, guys. We've got lots to give away today. We need some paper.
We need all sorts.
There we go.
Thanks. You passed it me for a reason, have you?
No, I'm sure I've got my own bit as well.
Oh, okay.
It's always Tower thinks first. We'll never ask the chat box, so.
Yep. Neat margin to one, not have a shove full chart on the table.
No, that wasn't Nick. That was, who was that?
It definitely wasn't Nick Martin.
I remember when he pulled out the sheet of paper. It was the same FT, Kenny Hallart. It was the Kenny Hallart year because it was Kenny who was the tournament director at the time, not for WSOP, who actually said, called the floor over, you shouldn't be allowed to do this. Mate, he's literally pulled out, he's like 4 sheets of paper. Have you seen it, Tower?
No.
He sat there, he gets dealt, listen, this is the funniest thing ever, because he gets dealt ace queen. It's an English bloke. I can't remember his name. He gets dealt ace queen. He's got a hoodie on. And he goes into his hoodie, it's like a scroll. He pulls it out. He starts looking through the thing. He ends up, puts it back in, opens it. Mate, he's got 10s. They get it in. He busts anyway.
It did not work.
Jason McConlin. Thank you very much, Mike Leonard. It was Jason McConlin. That was the one. But it's just so funny how he gets it out. The floor's called over, and he busts anyway with ace queen. He busts that hand that he pulls the piece of paper out. It's actually class.
Oh dear. Oh wow. Imagine pulling it out and busting. Oh dear. Oh dear.
They get to the river. Richard at best with a 7 here. Is he thinking about leading as a bluff? Trying to rep this straight? Goes for the check over to MJ, and MJ just with ace high here. And the 7 on the river. Richard takes a big old pot with just a pair of 7s on the 4 lineup. So giveaway going to be coming up 7 minutes time, 3:15. I don't know if we're doing it. We'll do a tower thinks to kick it off. We'll do a tower thinks.
Why not?
Ace 10 for Alex. Opens from +3. Makes it 7. Nick with the Ace King. This could get spicy here. Nick with a free bet. Swan's back on Alex here, like in general from middle position. Kind of cuspy, the Ace 10 off when we're free bet here. We are fairly deep, but one that could also 4-bet once in a while. I'm not going to take it too often, but every now and again we could opt to 4-bet this combo. Alex just taking the fold approach on this occasion. £800 in tokens to give away.
800?
Yeah,
What?
over the course of the next 2 days, guys, and that is courtesy of Online.
800, very nice. Cheers, Tom.
They have thrown plenty at us. We got 55s, we got 110s. They're all going to be coming out today and tomorrow. And just a quick rundown of what is happening online on Grosvenor Poker. Don't forget, you can actually satellite into the Irish Open from Grosvenor Poker. Get yourself over there. We've already got 45 players we're taking over from Grosvenor that have won those events. If you want to get in for cheap, don't forget daily live event credit satellites. There's 20k guaranteed every week on them, guys. If you want to get in for cheap, your 5s to 30s, your 30s to 110s, turn that into some live event credit and then come and join us live Monday. Closer, as always, MPL points up for grabs. That's going to be a biggie after the UK Open. We have the live stream free roll as well going on the Sunday. And running right now, €2.5 million online series. You can check it all out on GrosvenorPoker.com. I'm going to have some news regarding the Road to Vegas, which is going to return for 2025. Satellites starting next week.
The Road to Vegas, baby.
So you can get yourself over to Vegas with the team and potentially win some money at the WSOP.
I know somebody who's really good with a microphone that'd be good in Vegas.
Bruce,
For content on social media.
Bruce Buffer.
Well, mate, I saw Bruce last year.
Did you?
I had a chat with him.
Did you?
Yeah, in fact, he only played one event. He played a 50k buy-in, and he come 7th. And he was just going to the queue. And I walked up to him and I went, "Going to collect his money!" Like that.
No, you didn't. No, you did not.
Yeah, he finished 7th in the 50k. Fighting out in the blue corner. Aye, oh Bruce. He actually opened the Raiders Stadium as well. And they're in Las Vegas, the first home game. They got him, like, bringing all the team on and all that, and like, ladies and gentlemen, it was brilliant.
So one more hand, guys. Going to move to first giveaway of the festival. I've got a 55 euro token for the 100k guaranteed festival online. I'm going to save the closer and the Road to Vegas probably for tomorrow evening, Saturday night.
Yeah.
And plenty of watching, give everyone a chance.
Like it. Good shout. Get them all involved, that's what we say. Bruce did the opening game of the Super League too. A great idea. I like in the octagon when they go staring at the fighter who was just about to fight to his naming, and he goes right up to him and stares into his eyes.
A little free bet here from Michael Howard. One you won't see very often because we mainly just cover tournament poker, and these small pairs can actually 3-bet, but they're more for cash games when you're like 150, 200 big blinds deep. So Michael actually that deep here with Nick, 150 BBs deep, these two. And like these are the ones we actually use as well when we 3-bet these pairs, when we hit the ace-king high board that we actually like to triple off on. Like we use these under pairs, sort of unblocking the check call, check fold hands as our potential bluffs. But it's like we'd never 3-bet 5s at like 50, 30, 20, these type of stack depths. But when we're this deep, like cash game stacks, 150 big blinds deep, we can start mixing in some of the lower down pairs once in a while to take the aggressive route with. So 10-8-3, the board we're met by. 2 overcards to contend with from Michael. Still feel like 5's happy to see bet on the 10 high board. So 3.2. Big bet from Michael. Gets it through.
Michael looked to me on 50. Richard Orton, chip leader on 50. Just starts at level number 5 of the day. Blinds 2-4 with a 4.
Joe, you ever thought about streaming online? Think you're missing a trick? You have a GUKBT audience as a foundation, guaranteed 100 viewer startups are hard to come by. It has crossed my mind that the thing is, it's one thing is time. The other thing, I play on a lot of like private rooms online when I play, like club rooms, players you know and whatnot. I get away with a lot of stuff in 6 card, and I wouldn't really want people to see me hold cards as well. Like, I've got away with a lot of stuff over the years in that game, so I wouldn't really want to stream cards up and like people that I'm playing against watching be like, hold on a minute, this guy's just 3-betting me on rivers and he's never got it. He's never ever got it, and then they start calling when 99% of the time at the moment everyone just folds these spots. So it's a hard one because I feel like with 6 card, which I predominantly play, you can't go online, you can't really study anything, you've just got to use logic, and there's a lot of things that a lot of people don't realise, and there's so many, when you're deep anyway, when you're deep in 6 card, obviously people say it's pretty crapshoot, but when you're playing 1,000 big blind deep PLO 6, completely different because you're not playing for stacks on any street. So when you get to rivers and stuff, like people are folding nut boats, people are folding nut flushes. If you can find 3 bets on rivers as a bluff, if you've got a quads blocker, if you've got a straight flush blocker against regs that are good, they'll always fold 100% of the time. I've literally, in these spots in 6 card, the amount of times I get called, like I could probably count on one hand over the years, these 3-bet river spots, literally probably count on one hand over the course of like 4 years when I've been called in these specific spots. And a few of the times I've been called, like when bluffing with the straight flush blocker, say if it's 9, 8, 6, 3 diamonds, and I've got the 7 diamonds, mate, he's got ace, 10, 5 of diamonds, so obviously I can't have the straight flush, so these are the times it's not working either. But I think it may open a bit of a problem for me if I'm streaming whole cards up 6 card. Maybe I could stream whole cards down, but then obviously for the traction of the viewers, they're probably not going to be wanting to watch as much when you can't see whole cards. So it's like it's the time, and it's also really the information. If it was Hold'em and I played a lot of Hold'em and people can go on the internet, get a course and all this stuff anyway, yeah, for sure, just stream whole cards up. But when not many people know a lot of spots in 6 card, and I just feel like you'd get a lot of people I'm playing with watching the stream and seeing what I'm doing and seeing what I'm up to and being able to adjust correctly now, and I think this is the problem. Because they're not small games either. This is the thing. Maybe I could do like a little bankroll challenge or something, like a little 100 to a bag or something like that. See if I can beat Eastie's record of 5 years.
And counted.
Yeah.
I looked at that ace twice and I made a
So Alex with the queens could have got into a lot of trouble for Michael Howard with the ace jack topped up on the flop. Alex check called the turn as well.
Sometimes the read is not right. You never believe it.
Thing is, he's out of position.
And then we'll check the river. Come on then, young man.
Are you ready?
I am. Well, I've got my pen.
You got your pen? I've got the question. We're set and ready. Got to run everyone down the rules because they might have forgot. It's been a few weeks, or we might have some new viewers. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He'll write his answer down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a €55 ticket. One guess per account, please, guys. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. We do check, so don't be guessing twice. And please do not guess until I say go. Don't be giving Tower any clues in the chat box.
Yes.
So, Tower.
Yes.
Nicholas Marchington, final tabled the WSOP main event in 2019. But what I would like to know is how many runners was there in the WSOP main event that year?
Ooh. 2019? Not many. Not many. Not many.
It's a bit too early to deal those thinkers out, okay?
I'm not going to get paid my wages. You just guys should get a bonus based on how many people you
5 minutes, and then I'll reveal the correct answer. You've got about 10 minutes to get your guess in before we give the ticket away. Good
Go,
luck.
go, go. Good question concerning Mr. Nick Marchington on the feature table as well. I like that. How many runners were there in the World Series in 2019 when Nick won it? Well, Nick final tabled it, apologies. So there we go. You're going to key the ant.
F the PLO streaming. I'm talking about NLH tournaments, says the man. Successful streamers like Spraggy and Wolfgang, they only stream to 2 to 1,000 viewers at any time. They're likeable, have a good foundation of knowledge. Look at the stuff they're getting rolled into. That is true.
Yeah. So how many runners were in the main event when Nick Marchington final tabled it? Good question. So, for a £50 token. Is it one or two? Just one?
Just one.
Excellent. Just one. How many runners were in the main event of the World Series of Poker when Nick Marchington came 7th for $1 million?
Ace Jack for Phil. Joyce has been patient with his short stack. Not just meaninglessly, willy-nilly, just getting it in with any two. Can still spin this up.
Level number 5 of the day blinds. 2-4, £760,000 in the prize pool. 226 players today, I do believe. Phil Joyce up and coming. I remember the name.
Yes, he last 2 tables EPT Cyprus, and then he went and final tabled UK IPT Nottingham in November, I think it was, where I think he come 3rd. That was the one Arian won.
Okay.
But Phil's first cash actually on the database 2022, so not been around for too long. So yeah, potentially up and coming tower, but already, even though just been playing 2.5 years according to the database, already amassed nearly $500,000 in earnings.
Oh wow. So for a £50 ticket into your account to play the 100,000 guaranteed tournament, how many runners were in the World Series main event that Nick Marchington final tabled?
It's Nick here, feel like 9-10 with a 10 of hearts. Feel like we're bluffing our hand, which we don't need to if we lead. Maybe he is thinking about a multi-street bluff, trying to dislodge some check back, King X, Jack X type stuff could be the idea. So the fact that Nick is leading here, Tower, I expect a bet on Brick Rivers. Because it's not a situation that like we get called by worse here, pocket 8s, pocket deuces, like through there, all fold out. So therefore, if we're betting this turn, we are attacking the capped 1 pair range of Alex. Like Alex not checking back 2 pair plus in our opinion. So therefore, the best hand he's going to have here is Ace Queen, maybe some turn 2 pair, but having the 9 is beautiful because now we block the turn 2 pair. So this here from Nick is a bluff holding the 10 of hearts. So and another one, having the 10 of hearts is beautiful because the trap from Alex is going to be Queen 10 of hearts, so that's not possible. So I'd be shocked on a Brick River if we didn't see the follow through here from Nick. It's not really a brick, the Ace of Spades, because the King X, obviously some check back Ace X still a thing. Like Ace Queen, Ace 10 could potentially go for check with the straight draw alongside some lower down Ace X. Protecting their check back range could be in there as well. But we'll see what Nick Marchington comes with here, Tower. But I feel like if this was a Brick River, he'd always be bluffing the 9. The Ace becomes a bit more dicey just because Alex can have some Ace X, can have some King X that may get sticky once the Ace pairs. But we do have the flush advantage from the big defend hands that Alex still wouldn't open on the button, stuff like 10 deuce of hearts, 7 deuce of hearts, hands that should be going into the muck as Alex, and he's still going to go for it.
He's gone for a lot.
Nick, he shoves.
He's got the triangle in.
What a sick guy. What a sick guy. The man is ill. This is absolute sick because, like, we have the 10 of hearts. We block the Queen 10 of hearts. But, like, Alex, once he checks back flop tower, he's just pretty capped at 1 pair at best. And, like, we have the 9, which is good because, like, the check backs, the Ace 9 is obviously one of the hands that Snap calls us off. And having this 9 is absolutely beautiful because it blocks Ace 9 with the 2 aces on the board and the 9 on the board and a 9 in our hand, meaning that there's only actually 4 combos left of Ace 9 from Nick's perspective. And now, like, is Alex really going to call Ace Queen here when Nick can just have a flush? What a sick move this is for 4x pot, by the way. This is disgusting. And now look at Alex with an ace. He's absolutely blended. He's got not just got an ace, he's got ace with the Ace of Hearts blocking the nut flush. But the thing is, would Nick do this with King Jack, Jack 9, King 9? these type of hands that potentially block the boats now. But I feel like when Alex doesn't really have 2-pair on the flop, I don't think he's going to choose these hands. I feel like it's going to stem from hands like he has with the 10 of hearts, with the Queen of hearts, blocking that check back Queen 10 of hearts here. What a ridiculous spot this is for Alex Gulabevs on the river.
Does it make it a slightly easier call for Alex if he makes it with the ace of hearts in his hand?
Well, it's kind of irrelevant because like I don't think Nick ever goes that size with the nut flush on the turn. You got to remember he's got 120% pot on the turn tower, so the fact that he's got 120%, I feel like it's just an assumption. I could be wrong. That his nut flushes when he blocks the ace himself that he wants to get called by probably goes smaller. So I feel like the ace of hearts is kind of irrelevant. If we had ace queen with the Queen of hearts, it becomes massively relevant. Like with the Queen or 10 of hearts, I feel like it's the catch we have to have. Ace queen, Queen of hearts, ace 10, 10 of hearts. I feel like these are going to be the catches. I feel like having the ace of hearts kind of irrelevant because I don't think Nick, like, we block the nut flush. I know we block some boats as well. It's more of a boat blocker than it is a flush blocker of anything tower.
Made the call, and a big nod from Nick Marchington says that's a great call. And Nick Marchington stands up, heads out
What a sick hand.
of the event he won last year. He will be back for sure.
Love the heart. 4x pot. Who on earth finds bluffs for 4x pot tower? There's not many out there.
No.
You're not going to find many people that rifle it in for 4x pot and have a bluff. Sick call from Alex, by the way. Absolutely sick call because we don't beat anything other than a bluff. And who on earth is sick enough to bluff for that amount in that given spot? He's found one of the few players in the field that perhaps is. What a poker hand.
I wonder what Todd is thinking. There we go. Back to the quiz.
Yeah, I forgot we was doing a quiz. Got
Back
that.
to the token. How many entrants do I think that man just there, who's just left us, he did that before?
Yeah, who was it with?
You got a question on the guy that just
Yeah,
bust
I know.
out there. It's you that does
I
it.
know, it's probably me.
It's you. It's your fault.
Sorry, Nick. So, Nicholas Marchington.
How many runners were in his event that he finished the final table of the World Series on? It's my guess you want to know. I'm going to give you that answer in 3 or 4 minutes' time. But what's the correct answer?
The correct answer is 8,569.
Is that?
8569 is the correct answer. We will let you know the winner in about 5 minutes' time.
Okay. 8569. He beats a lot of people.
BXRN says doesn't have ace king, jacks, kings, or ace jack. The first 3 correct. Ace jack can still be in there for sure. Button versus big. We're not going to free bet it 100%. It's not just like we 100% free bet ace jack. It does have the function of dominating a lot of hands that are going to open and fold to our 3 bet. So not necessarily eradicating all the ace jack combos, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. A lot of the stronger stuff, hard for Nick to have any boats there.
So there you go. I'll give you my guess very shortly on how many entrants there were in the main event.
Feels good as Alex as well. Right. So good for the morale when you get those ones right. Yes, another question Alex has to ask himself. Does Nick go this size with a flush?
How are we doing, Morris? He's not even away on holiday. He's watching at home in -2 Cumbria. Cal with the boots. Cal Winder.
I'd lead ace jack whether it's wrong or right on the turn there, I think. Well, we got top 2. Alex's check back flop, button range. feel like he still will have like some king queen, jack 10, queen jack that are going to check back turn, get the betting lead ourselves. I feel like I'd definitely bet ace jack there on the turn. Maybe ace jack, ace of hearts, one that check more, but I feel like the rest of the combos, that's what I would do anyway.
Quick run out to the outer table. And we got Keith. What's happening here? Who's got what? And what's happening? There's all kinds of pots going on. There's triangles everywhere. Yes, no chatting while you're in a multi-way pot. Keith's in, obviously. Sachin's in. Seen a lot of Sachin this week. He's got cards not on the back just yet, but looks like this four-way action. Oh, you love it. Flop is 449.
And a call, showdown please. Everybody cards over please.
Oh yeah. Behind.
We've got all in and a call. We've got queens against sevens against fives. And it's so the queens are going to chop it. Fours and queens twice.
This gets chopped between you.
Sevens no good. I think that's Keith out. And the pocket fives had the lot covered. So the queens are going to chop. Keith, the sevens have got the side pot of 10k. What I tell you what, four-way all in and no eliminations. Ha ha! Love it. Sachin and Dan are going to chop it up. Keith has got the side pot of 10k and Nitin is left with 20,000. Four-way action. Four-way all in and no eliminations. That you don't see very often. Love it. On the outer table. Love it, love it, love it.
What a turn for Alex. Makes the straight and the flush. Gives Richard top pair, but really wet board. Not really going to be putting chips in. Checks over to Alex and an absolute lock on it. We go for a little milker, perhaps. Something pretty small when we have the board locked down. Goes for the trap. And still check here is Rich, like we're not getting called by worse Jack X, are we? We're not getting called by a 10, so check. If we're met by a bet, then we can evaluate the spot. Alex is still going to have some like ace high stuff perhaps that we beat. We've opened +2, he calls, we check, call, flop. So there's a check from Richard. See what size Alex wants to go here. Like Richard can still have some king jack, he can have some ace jack, but you're going to make the assumption once he checks both turn and river, he never has straight or a flush. So maybe we go small for that reason as Alex. Really try and get a hero out of maybe like an overpair, maybe a king jack. So 5,500. Mike Leonard likes overbet here. I just feel like with overbet that Richard's range just looks really weak. Once he checks turn and we check back, when he checks, like he's even probably going to lead something like pocket sevens on the river. So I feel like I'm just going to strip him of all flushes and straights, therefore going to have a lot of one pair stuff, so I might have elected for small, just using that logic. Alex gone for like a 60% here. Good fold from Richard. And we're going to close the comp
Yes.
in about 20 seconds.
Oh, heck. Better write me doodah.
You better write your doodah.
Yes. So, 20 seconds of your final guesses. How many entrants do I think there were in the 2019 main event when Nick Marchington came 7th for $1 million? And then straight after that, Nick bust out. And he did that last event as well. He was like, oh, who did such a... Oh, he's bust out. Who was it?
Sick bluff though, so to be fair, like a lot of people will be like, well, what's he doing for X-Pop? But probably an exploit for him. He just feels like Alex folds range, which he probably, like, when he checks back flop, he can't really have 2 pair. And he may have the Queen 10 of hearts sometimes, but he can't have that. We got the 10 of hearts. And then when the 9 comes on the turn, we block Ace 9, we block King 9, we block some turn 2 pairs. So, as Nick with the 10 of hearts there, I feel like he feels like Alex just folds range on river. And what that means, Tara, is he folds everything. So whatever he's got to the river with, he just folds absolutely everything against that size. And I'm guessing that was sort of the logic from Nick there. And I'd probably expect in the same spot from my opponent to fold range there as well, because he's checked back flop. We blocked the Ace 9 boat. Doubt he's ever got flushes. Got a good blocker in there with a 10 of hearts. And unfortunately for him, just come up against a good opponent in Alex Gulabevs, who sniffed it out with the Ace 5.
You got the lots. You got the lot. So, 20 seconds.
I just gave him 20 seconds.
10
seconds. Give him another.
Final guesses. How many entrants were there in the World Series main event when Nick Marchington came 7th for $1 million? 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is now closed. No more guesses accepted after it says, because it's in all 3 chat boxes. So there's no need to say that. Comp's closed. Straight after this hand, with this flop of Ace King 5, we'll give you my answer. And whoever's closest. Hey, it's Ray. That's not Grimo, is it?
Nah.
Calls everybody Ray, doesn't he?
That's not Grimo, I don't
All
think.
right, Ray. Hey, it's Ray.
So, guys.
Come on, then. Comp's finished. How many entrants were there in the 2019 main event that Nick Marchington, who bust out since, when he finished 7th for $1 million ish? What was the correct answer?
The correct answer was 8,490 something, I believe.
Well, I didn't think it were that many.
Well, I can see you didn't think it was that many.
I didn't think it was that many. I knew
8569.
8569. I knew that it was less than 10,000 because we've only had that twice, and that is the last 2 years, 24 and 23. I know that. And then we got COVID for 21 and 22. So I knew that were 20 and 21. So I knew it was less than that. So I knew it was going to be less than 10,000, and I don't think we'd had a 9,000. So 2019, I thought, wasn't as big as that answer. So I thought it was a little bit less than what it was. So I didn't think the build-up had been that much. So I went in the 7,000s. So if you're in the 7,000s, you've got a chance.
Oh, it's like a raffle when they read green, like the strip. 7.
So I went in the 7,000s. I thought it was a decent field. So I went 7, and then I randomly just picked 3 numbers. And with 3 numbers that came in my head were a 4 and a 6 and a 2. So 7,462 entrants I thought there were.
Good guess, good
Which
effort.
I didn't think were too bad, but I didn't think it was as high as what it was, to be fair.
And someone actually got 6 away.
6?
And that someone was Lee Richards. Congratulations to Lee Richards. You win yourself a €55 ticket for Grosvenor Poker. Drop your alias in the chat box and we will get that sent to your account.
Do you know what that is?
Is it Richie Burner?
Yeah.
I thought it was Richie Burner. I wasn't 100% sure. Went on to Richie Burner.
Richie Burner. It is indeed. Lee Richards watching on Facebook.
Oh, we've got a first. Hold on a minute.
Oh, here we go.
Hold on a minute. Tom Mass has said it's bad in the chat. Tom Mass,
Yeah,
who's always right,
correct.
has finally said, my bad, I didn't realise Alex check back flop. That is a first over the years. Tom is a regular viewer. He's one of our chat pros. He watches a lot. But I think that's the first time he's corrected himself. Well done, Tom. Well done. It takes a big man to correct yourself.
Friday afternoon. Well done indeed. So well done, Richie Burnett. Give us your chat. Give us your alias and we'll get your ticket sorted. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Just had somebody wandering through with 3 kegs of Guinness and 2 kegs of Coors.
Well, only 2 kegs of Guinness now because Tower's got one next to him.
Oh. So, well done, Mr. Richie Burnett. We think we've got your alias somewhere.
He's on the spreadsheet already.
Yeah, already on the spreadsheet as Richie Burnett.
I think we need a cup of tea after that giveaway, Tower.
I think you're right.
I think go do the tea and I'll get some waters in as well.
Okay. You do the tea run? Or do you want me to do it?
My cup!
Whoa, who's nicked your cup? Whoa, I'm having that one. Whoa.
I'll go find out.
We're on Paper Cup Day in the club. Paper Cup Day in the club because there's that many runners.
I see it.
I went to the back and got myself not Paper Cup. Somebody's taking his away. Only one in play today. So I know.
I can see mine.
Can you see it? Oh yes, you better be quick. You better be quick. Yes, we're on Paper Cup Day, we are. So 6 minutes to go until the end of level 5, and then one more level to go until the... I think it's a 40-minute... Is it a 40-minute dinner break? I'm not too sure. And when is the dinner break? That's what I need. I need end of level 6, end of level 9. Who knows these things? Ah, there is a 60-minute dinner break at the end of level number 6. There we go. So in 45 minutes time, there is an hour dinner break.
That weren't my cup.
It wasn't?
Ah, there's coffee in the bottom.
No way. Oh dear.
Someone's nicked it. Right, 4 minutes. Blinds will be up in an hour until dinner. We'll do another giveaway when there's, say, 40 minutes on the clock.
There's only 45 minutes left.
Oh yeah, we're on 40 minute, aren't we? We're not on an hour.
And it's a 60 minute. And it's a 60 minute. dinner
40
break.
minutes on the clock's in 3 minutes. Okay, we'll do the next giveaway. 25 minutes on the clock. We've got loads to give away over the course of today and the course of Saturday. Sunday we will just concentrate on the final day. We'll have the live stream free roll going alongside it anyway. And I got some news as I click on the spreadsheet. Richie Burner,
Yep.
your 55 tickets should already be in your account.
Wow, well done, Tom.
Tom's on it.
So we might just get the next giveaway done before Tom leaves for a weekend off. And in the background here, man, WhatsApp's not working. In the back here.
Who could drink more, Tower or Big Kev? I'd say Kev.
One to 25.
Yeah, I'd take Kev every day of the week.
1 to 25, Razor Kev.
Every day of the week and twice on a Sunday.
Correct. Here's King for Rich.
1 to 20 tower for that one, Sean. If you had a plate of 5 custard donuts, who would be more likely to pinch the last one? Well, we actually had a box of 4 custard donuts today.
Yeah.
And the last one
Yeah.
is sat in front of the tower right now.
Still here. It's still there. It's still in there.
Right,
it has not been eaten. Not yet.
6:45 is the line. Overs or unders, guys. 6:45 is the line. I know you have your dinner first because you're not that type of person to have your dessert before your dinner.
Look, my dad always told me when you go to a children's party, always eat the sweets and desserts first.
Okay.
Because no matter what party you go to, there's always sandwiches left at the end.
Okay. There you go.
Clever thinking, my dad. Clever thinking, my old pops. He knew. Says kids don't die for the sandwiches first, they die for the sweets. Oh, what's that's not working?
Mine's fine.
No, not working.
Oh, mine on my laptop's fine anyway. Don't know about on the phone.
Yeah. All connections here are not working. Oh, I like the little touch of the custard creams in the bedroom as well. Upstairs.
What?
Custard creams.
Where?
In the room.
Where?
Upstairs.
I didn't get any.
Did you not?
I did not get any
I
custard
get a
cream.
lot every day. I get a pack of 3 every day. Honest, true. True story. True story. I get a pack of 3 each day morning.
What?
Yeah.
I'm going to be having words.
Look at that, Richie Burner. Tell Tom good work. It is there.
I'm going to go make a complaint to reception on dinner break. I'm not even joking. Where's my bloody biscuits?
JG Poker says WhatsApp's down. Might just be Wi-Fi, but it's not sending any messages.
Third pot from Rob. Alex with a double gutty. Not going anywhere. Ace high can still be best. Blind on blind as well.
Yep. It's trending worldwide that WhatsApp is down. Maybe it's just certain networks. If things trend on Twitter, it's real, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's different now to it. It's not like it used to be because you've got your For You and you've just got like worldwide, haven't you? And like your For You trends are like to do with you. Like mine will be poker based, football based, healthy eating based, and then the worldwide ones like everything that's going on in the world. Nine of clubs on the river. Goes check, check. No value from Rob. Ace high, no good for Alex.
What's for dinner, Bob? Oh, he never tells you, Bob.
He never does he? He's very
Never.
mysterious.
He never tells you. Lee tells you. Can you ask the boss then, Lee? See what's.
Last level before dinner break. We're going to do another giveaway in 12 minutes time, guys. When there's
12
25 minutes left of the session, we'll let Tower come up with a question.
Oh, heck.
Generally, these day ones are the days we try and get the tickets out. Action in general pretty slow when we're this deep. Not seeing as many all-ins as we will tomorrow once Reg is closed.
Alex, big hand with Nick. 100k, greater this time. 100,000. First visual.
Nearly 800k in the prize pool. Be a lot of players coming in after dinner as well for the later levels. Prefer
Indeed.
playing at a shallower stack depth. Ace Queen for Toddy. Opens to 11. And MJ, 3 bets to 4,500. Could be some trouble here for Toddy, but something to note is MJ hasn't really done much. And there we go, he's just snap folded the Ace Queen. Didn't even think about it. Didn't even think twice about continuing. This is why it's important as well when you're there. When you play too tight and you don't 3-bet anything other than value against good players that understand what's going on, they can just fold correctly. Like you see there, Ace Queen off. We're not getting any value from Ace Queen off with Ace King there. Was a meaty 3-bet, did veer towards 4x, but even still.
Alex with the Jack 10 of clubs.
MJ is going to be back-to-back 3-bets. Keeps it the same size, 4.5k this time. Toddy's got thinking. He's probably thinking now, wow, he's 3-bet me again. Maybe I shouldn't have folded Ace Queen the first time. But the Jack 10 of clubs into the muck. Back-to-back Ace Kings for MJ.
Instantly punished.
I don't like this. I really don't like this. We've just opened 2 pots in a row. Why on earth would we ever limp Aces tower? What's Toddy up to here? Like we've literally just open folded 2 hands in a row. Everyone's just seen us raise fold. Back-to-back hands. Why are we not opening again? I am so confuddled here. He's a mate of mine, but I actually hope he gets punished for this. Needs to be taught a lesson.
6 way to the flop. How confident are you in front on a Jack 5 deuce flop?
That is still sitting pretty. 58% here. Does go for check. And Brian with middle. To be fair, we get the action from the King 5 off. We never would have got if we opened. Little check raise now from Toddy, hoping Brian's working with some Jack X to get value from, and we can just set up a turn jam. And we're going to get value from the 5. Four of diamonds turn, and as Toddy, I'm guessing we just jam for 80%. And now Brian with the king 5. Not really beating anything. Like, where's Toddy going to bluff from here? The thing is, as well, he's never going to have a bluff on the flop because Brian's bet into 6 players or 5 players. 6 way to the flop. Brian bets into 5 players. It's just never going to be a bluff, is it? So therefore, Toddy not going to be check raising light. King 5 into the muck. Rob 6-7 suited, just shy of 100. So from low jack seems perfectly fine to get involved. And Brian, with the other 40% of the straight flush, 5-3 of clubs, wants to have a look, and Michael Howard just going to get to squeeze the big slick in the cutoff. 45 seems nice. They're kind of interesting when it gets back to Rob here, because this deep 6-7 suited could definitely get in the mix, but we still got Brian behind us to worry about. Like, it's one that we like to get in the mix, potentially heads up, 3-bet pot, splitting equity, 2-way rather than 3-way. But usually when we call here as Rob, like, Brian's going to call a lot of hands that are priced in, anything suited, any pairs, these type of things, and now we're suddenly splitting equity 3-way out a position to 2. So I'd probably let this one go in this particular spot as Rob. We can see it's actually good to call against Ace King, specifically of Michael. So it does get in with the 6-7 of clubs.
Here's King 9 flop. Top 2 for Michael.
That will be the end of that. Should be the end of that.
Should be.
We got 7-eye. Unless Rob Williams is looking to entertain us with a little spiciness here. Surely not, Tower. Surely not, Mr. Robbie Williams. This is... I just don't understand it. Why are we raising 7-6 of clubs in a 3-bet pot on Ace King 9 Rainbow when Michael is just all over this board? He's 3-bet us. He's got Ace 10 through Ace Queen. He's got Ace King. He's got 9s. And like, what on earth are we supposed to have here when we raise as Rob? We just have no value, Tower. We pocket 9s, just calls. Ace 9, I guess. Perhaps we could have Ace 9 suited. 2 combos left of that, but this is a strange old move from Rob, and surely he has to slam the anchors on whatever the turn brings. Even an 8, even a 5, pick up a straight draw. Have to shut this down. Should have just check folded flop. Now we get here. Could have folded pre as well as the option with someone still behind left to act, but what is Rob up to? Yeah, shut down central. Any check back here from Michael Howard with the ace of diamonds? Because let's think about Rob's hand when he check raises flop and now he checks over toss. It does look like he's going to have a lot of hands that are just done with it and just check fold turn. Michael just going to try and get this over 2 streets. The thing is, like, Rob should never raise an ace, he should never raise a king, he should never raise, maybe that might be one of the bluffs, like a 10-9 of clubs blocking the ace-9, king-9 of clubs, potentially could be one of them, but I just don't think we get any raising on that flop in the 3-bet coup at that stack depth as Rob Williams, but had some ideas, not working. Nice pot going Michael Howard's way. So guys, 25 minutes on the clock. I have another €55 token to give away. Quick rundown
Just weird then.
of the rules. Tower will ask me a question.
We're just waiting
For what?
for it to click over to 800k.
Ah, okay.
We're just waiting, but there's no queue, obviously.
One more buy-in.
I know. He's there.
Oh, he's there. Look,
Where is
he's
it?
standing there.
Where is it? Come on, click it on. Anyway,
So, Tower will ask me a question. I'll write my answer down here. Closest to my answer is going to win a €55 ticket. 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be DQ'd. We do check, so don't try and be clever. Do not guess until Tower says go or I say
Correct.
go. Don't give me any clues in the chat box. Simple as that, guys. 1 guess per account, please. Can I have the Sharpie?
you can indeed.
Yeah, we nicked this from Manchester, didn't we?
So, all I'd like to know, young man, is in a 1 kilogram bag of custard creams, how many are there?
What, in a 1 kilo bag?
Yeah. How many are there? How many custard creams are in a 1 kilogram bag? Go, go, go! How many? How many? Have you got it?
Yeah.
You've done it. How many custard creams are in a 1 kilogram bag? Away you go. And did you know custard creams have caused more damage and danger to anybody who eats a biscuit than the most dangerous biscuit on the planet? They've caused more injuries than any other biscuit. Be careful when you're eating custard creams. That's what I'm saying. Away you go. How many custard creams are in a 1 kilogram bag? There you go. And there we go. We'll keep his eye on the table. We'll keep his eye in the chat.
Looking for my answer, guys.
Yes. And custard creams are the most dangerous biscuit there are. Did you know, by the way, I was going to ask you, how many injuries have actually been caused by biscuits? But there were no time span on it.
What do you mean,
Like going to the hospital or going to the doctors. But there were no time span on
okay.
it, so I couldn't really ask the question. The answer, believe it or not, a recorded injury by a biscuit has been recorded 25 million times.
Is that why risk it for a biscuit is a thing?
Must be. There's been 25 million recorded injuries caused by biscuits. Most of them being burnt when dunking your biscuit in.
Is that literally it?
Yeah. One of the injuries was falling over off the stool trying to get to the biscuit tin. So the things you learn, the things you can see as well. Oh dear.
So 20 minutes until dinner, guys. Going to be an hour dinner break, and we have got some huge news when we get back from dinner. we will have Jim McShane, head of poker, in here with Tower.
We will.
With some big news, and then Katie Swift gonna jump in for 10-15 minutes with some news of her own. We've got
Absolutely.
news left, right, centre coming up after the dinner break.
So 25 million people have been injured by eating biscuits. Okay? Dunking in scalding tea is the biggest one. Flying fragments. But I don't even know why. I don't understand that one. The dunker poking themselves in the eye with a hot biscuit.
How? How do you miss your... I've heard of missing your mouth, but how do you miss your mouth and hit your eye? I know you can slightly miss your mouth, but hit your eye?
Yeah. And falling off chairs while reaching for the biscuit tin.
Oh, that's... I can see that.
Yeah. But yeah. 25 million, but there was no time span, so I couldn't really ask you the question. 25 million people injured from eating biscuits. Sean Hennessy, injury from biscuits, never happened to me. I'm a tough cookie. Very good. So, how many custard creams are in a 1 kilogram packet? We'll give you the answer that Jay will give the correct answer very soon. We've got 20 minutes left of this level and 20 minutes before the 60-minute dinner break. I know. I'm saving it for me after my scampi.
Yeah. Andy made dinner break.
Oh, yeah, cheers. Should have done that. Go on, do it again. So, how many custard creams are in a 1 kilogram packet? Is the question for a £50 token.
I'm going to chop this up straight for both on the river.
Yep, and there have been an estimated 25 million injuries relating biscuits.
There's got to be a few as well, like people working at Tesco and they're stacking the shelves.
I can imagine, yeah.
And the biscuits fall on them. Can't give us a correct answer.
The biscuits fall on them.
Yeah, the biscuits fall like they're putting them up and all the biscuits come down.
So, the correct answer is how many custard creams are in a 1 kilogram packet? There are 84 custard creams in a 1 kilogram packet of biscuits. 84 custard creams. 84.
Sophie said make a face. So
Make a face. 84? There are 84 custard creams in a 1 kilogram packet. But we don't need to know that. We need to know what this guy's written down. We give you that answer in 2 minutes time.
2 minutes.
Hi Andy McKenzie, how we doing?
Andy McKenzie.
How we doing, pal? And so Neil Feenan guessing as well. Hope you're well, Neil. I'll send you the message later, pal. And hope you're well, Neil. After what's gone on, but hope things are good. And Andy McKenzie, how we doing, pal? Hope to see you soon at the poker table. So good to have you watching, Andy. I think Clemmy's still in. He was earlier, but I think Clemmy's still in.
Yeah, I got in the old winners picture yesterday. I play a bit of casualry, so I weren't going to get in it. We were on break, obviously on delay. I was just standing there, and Botty goes to me, "Jay, you got to get in." So I ran over, crouched him, quick photo.
Nice.
Always here at Coventry, it seems.
Very good indeed.
Very good flop for Rob.
So how many? There are 84 custard creams in a 1 kilogram packet, but how many does Jay think there are? I'll give you the answer in 2 minutes, and then we'll count down the final 15 minutes of the session. and then a 60-minute dinner break.
Yeah, strange one here from Phil Joyce. Elected to call ace-3 suited pre-flop off of like 7 big blinds here. I guess he feels like he has no perceived fold equity and feels like there are some times we can save our tournament. Does leave himself with 5 bigs.
Seven of diamonds river.
Oh, Robbie. Rob. Just find the check, sir. Keep the bluffs in of Brian. Play in flow. Might have got the bluff from the 9 high there. So I'm going to give you about 20 seconds, guys, and we will be closing the comp.
Yes, we will.
Ten seconds.
That was quick.
9.
That was quick.
8.
Woo,
7,
thank you.
6. 3, 2, 1.
Better shut it.
Close the comp. So all guesses in, no more after this moment. We will reveal the winner after this hand and my answer.
Yep. There are 84 custard creams in a 1 kilogram packet. But how many does Jay think there are? Ace 8-9 board, and Rob leads the 500. That should be end at. Nope, that shouldn't be end of Brian. He's calling me Jack High. So there we go. So there are 84 custard creams in a 1 kilogram packet. They're the most dangerous biscuits in the world, as they've caused more injuries to anybody, to any person in the biscuit world. But how many does Jay think there are? Over to you, Mr. J.
I didn't really know. It was a lot of guesswork, really. I thought them normal packs, you know, just the normal ones you get in Tesco, I thought they'd be about 100 grams. I don't know if this is right. It could be well off because I'm not a biscuit connoisseur or anything. But I thought they'd be about 100 grams. And in them little packets you just get in Tesco, I thought there'd be about 15 biscuits in there. So 1 kilogram divided by 100 grams, you get 10. So I just times the amount of biscuits in the pack per 10. I times the amount of biscuits that I thought were in a 100 gram pack by 10. And I got 144. I know what you're thinking. How's there not a 0 on the end if I've times it by 10? But you know, in a packet of biscuit, at the end, you always get that crumbled biscuit that's like 0.4 of a biscuit. So that's why I went for 144. Pretty far off, but someone's going to win some money.
144.
I didn't really know. A lot of guesswork.
A lot of biscuits. There we go. 2300 gram bag, which we're in about. There's 25 biscuits.
Okay. Because I just thought the normal packets would have about 15 biscuits in.
Right, yeah.
They're worth 100 grams.
Okay.
15 times 100. Minus your crumbly biscuit at the end. 144. Thank you very much.
Minus your crumbly bit at the end. Oh, one. You don't turn telly off without telling us who
Well,
won.
Rafford says 144. Jeez, what's wrong with that? I actually thought it was a good guess, but there we are. The winner.
Yes.
The person.
Did anybody even get close by the way?
Yes, someone guessed 145.
Whoa.
One off, and that one person was Ian Oakley. Congratulations, Ian
Oakley, don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me now? Oh, that was Phil Oakey. Oh, sorry. Ian Oakley. Well done, Ian.
Well done, Ian.
Well done, Ian.
Drop your alias in the chat box, please. And €55 token will be heading to your account. Yes, I did man a straw yesterday. Not just someone I know, someone you should know as well. Zheng, who plays a lot on the GUKPT streams.
Zheng Miao.
He's playing the main event in the Triton in South Korea.
Nice one, Ian.
One shake, guys, please. It's in nice.
Only one stick.
Things like that up there.
Stick
Thank
one.
God.
Nice one. Yeah, which did you like?
The tracksuit boy. Like it. And it's his favourite pastime, eating. I love food. I wouldn't eat anything else. Well done, Ian. It is in. It's on the list. If it's before closing time, the guys will do it. If not, it'll be Monday.
Yeah.
Last 7 minutes of the session.
We've got our MPL leader, who's going to be coming on after dinner break. Keith Littlewood, one of the names that will be on the next featured table when we return after dinner, and he's had a day so far up to 125k.
Wow, nice.
Sometimes, McDonald, there's a few of
Yeah, they're all
our freelancers that do have some Triton gigs here and there. Literally got some of the best dealers in the world on this tour. All exceptional.
Yep.
Okay, guys, at the end of this,
The live stream will finish before midnight tonight.
Yeah, not late.
About
one tonight.
12:15 tonight it finishes. And we are on break in 6 minutes for 60 minutes. So we're back at 5:35 with Mr. Jim McShane.
Ace King for Alex. Opens to 12. Cal with a really loose pill here, 8-9 off. Seems wide. And Jack 8 of diamonds here for Phil, off of 15. And decides it's good enough to run here. I'm going to be getting looked up from Alex.
2 live cards for Phil. We'll be happy to see that. We're going to need to hit here. This is the ace king of Alex and no waiting around.
And Jack on the flop to get a double up.
A few runners. We're just fading 6 outs at the moment.
Aces and kings. And we survive. Oh, king on the river.
Ill.
Ouch. Oh, look at Phil Joyce leaving us just before the dinner break. 4 minutes and counting.
Sit out for feature C6.
No. Karen Willis gets 96. Think you're on a delay, Karen. Alex Gulabev's heading towards a break. Heading to the dinner break. So last 2 hands before the break.
Good session for Alex.
Yeah, excellent. There's a golf event over in Bangkok involving John Terry, Luis Figo and Paul Scholes. Did not hear about this at all.
Ace 5 for Michael. Makes it 1200. Toddy, King, Queen in the small. Too much to jam. It is going to jam. Goes for 32 bigs, sends it into the middle. And should just be into the muck for Michael Howard. Takes into the last hand of the sesh.
There we go. Last hand of the session. And Jermaine Genus. Sounds like a good... So the last end of the session. And then a 60-minute dinner break. Michael Howard raises up. This is it. See you back in 60 minutes. This will be end of hand. Oh, no it won't. The Gulabevs is coming along for the ride. Or is he? And Brian likes to see a flop, I must admit. No, the ace queen is in the bin. He does like to get in the mix, O'Brien, likes to see flops, and he's initially raised, so we can go to a flop. There we go, we are going to a flop. So there we go, the final hand of the session. Everybody else has gone for the dinner break. 7-4 of hearts for C3. We have a flop. King 8 deuce. Top pair, top kicker. Check, bet, fold. End of hand. See you in 60 minutes after the dinner break. Jim McShane coming in with news regarding what's going on and big news regarding Goliath as well. We'll bring it to you after the break. Enjoy your 60-minute break. Brian is. He is honest. He is honest. He is going to enjoy his break, just like the rest of us. See you in 50 something, 58.
It's actually nice to have John the feature as well, Ty, because funnily enough, every year, the way he busts out of this tournament is just cruel. And no one ever seems to see it, but he always says, oh, this happened, I got aces in against kings, king on the river, I got queen 10 in against queen 9, 9 on the river, I flop quad sixes, he makes 5 of a kind on the river. Like, it's like every year, but no one ever sees it. So,
5 of a kind on the river.
So we're
Look
gonna.
at this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look
Let's
at
see if
this.
it does happen. Couple of kings. Making it 800.
So Jack 10 for Ollie who calls.
So 9-7 boosts.
Imagine the 8 ping.
Oh, do you know what? I'd give it the biggest boom ever, Tav. If the 8 rolls off here, there will be a boom coming from the comms booth. I'll tell you that right now. Better 1K. Oh, so a queen on the turn. Can I root for the king of clubs? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to root for the king of clubs?
Of course you can.
At 1.9 into 4.3. Around 60%, just north off. Sorry, 40%. Put the king of clubs there, dealer, one time. Oh, yes! Yes! Come on! See you later, Saunders. What's that, 2 hands?
Have you managed
Come on!
Have you managed that?
Oh, this is brilliant. This is just gold.
Poor lad sits there, rivers the set. He's nailed it. He's called it in. One time dealer, he says, king of clubs.
Oh my word!
Oh dear.
It goes for the raise, the all in. You got Jack 10. Yes, he has. What else has he got? He's free bet the river. Of course he's got Jack 10. You got Jack 10. Oh yes, of course he's got Jack 10. See you later, Joe. Back to the. See you later. 2 hands he lasted, and believe it or not, that's actually his record run in the Goliath Tower. Level 3 for Saunders. Well played, sir. We will see you on your second bullet.
You owe that dealer.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. And Tuan Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Tuan on Tuan action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Tuan's not folding kings and Tuan Lee's not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Tuan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding. Oh. Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
This is the option, that's
there we go with the all in, and it's back over to Tuan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation, Tower. Tuan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with 10s. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
So Tuan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Tuan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this, Tower. Second and first in chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
you are not wrong, Tuan Lee
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Tuan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in 10s and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Tuan Lee up to 2 million. Tuan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge.
You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead. And I've been thoroughly impressed with Zhang Zhuan. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well. So that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline, but can really put the pressure on as well.
And we're going to defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3-bet to 200 with 9-4 against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train, this has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands, he's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the 3-bet deck. But I'm not sure about 9-4 tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding. So he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
On the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, going to tread carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon. Still going to come along with his middle. Was only south of quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is the 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now it's Brendan, maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a 3-bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. We are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna 3-bet deck, but I personally wouldn't 3-bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is playing.
What's David's plan on the river?
Well,
it's call with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
Wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead, because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the 3-bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call at this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan. So taking it away from him. And now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange, because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river? Like, with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because like if David has 3-bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like, what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange. spot for David here, because you struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like, would David really check call, and overpair, and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call, ace 10, donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings. I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like, I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
Yeah. And he's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a Jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last hand of the session. Brendan McManus, it's all of it to call.
I don't think he's going to call tower. I feel like.
He's made the call
To
to see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus. Just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
You could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. Yeah. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just been eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See ya soon. So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's done here, and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Zhang Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 18 big blinds. Effective. Ravi calls with the ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well. But Ravi looking like a double. Oh no!
7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only gone and done the ace on the river. How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa.
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl. I'm thinking about Miss Stara Brahman.
Oh my word.
And next thing you know,
the 7 on the turn.
Run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhang Zhuan is a champion after that turn. Wow. But we continue.
We're spending 10 minutes with Aryan Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you know 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just. Until I came across poker, it was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college. I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow, I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance.
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures, numbers, maths.
For sure, yeah. So I joined uni. I didn't really enjoy it. My attendance was very low because I was too busy playing poker in my local card room. It all started with free rolls. I used to turn up with my shades on, hood up.
You look like that, do you think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I was just obsessed, and the obsession, it really forced me to dig deep, and I've just been obsessed ever since coming across it. And when you find something that you have that deep connection with, it just comes natural. Ever since coming across poker, all I've ever wanted to do was to play poker, and I've always worked very hard. I mean, when I was at school, I used to do papers, and I worked in behind a bar, then I worked in a hotel, then I worked in a restaurant, then I worked in a nightclub, then I went and worked in an office. I was a credit controller for a very big organisation, collecting £5 million a month. I've always been obsessed with numbers as well, but my heart was always in poker, and all I wanted to do was poker from the minute I came across poker.
Well, my first number for you was 2015. Huddersfield.
First cash in
25, 25.
Yes. That's where it all started.
Can you remember much about it? You finished 12th?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest buy-ins at the time.
Yeah.
I think people tend to forget that we've not always played at these stakes. You work your way up.
Yeah.
But at the time, yeah, it was really, really big.
Was it a direct buy-in? Or
it would have most likely been a satellite win for sure, yeah.
Nice one. I like it. The Huddersfield on the map just because it was your first score. But your first big score, 2019, the Christmas cracker.
Yes.
Like, these fields used to be huge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Manchester did really, really well at getting the numbers in, yeah, for sure.
They did? £12,000.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially, I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and I made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the districts, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything. Yeah. You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields to make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But straight
as and when.
after, more or less straight after the Christmas Cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712
That was a very interesting one. That had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online, and then you would eventually turn up day two, play live at DTD, and they had this promotion. If you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10k package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day 1A, and I knew that if he makes the final table, he also gets the 10k as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table. We both ended up getting the 10k package. With the 10k package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that. Congratulations.
Well, you were second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself to second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Then, unfortunately, we ended up in lockdown.
Yes,
but how was it for you?
It wasn't unfortunate. It was.
I'm going to say this.
Lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil. And the winner got 462k. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course, but you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. But obviously coming out of it and coming into the live poker back again, last year, big year for you.
For sure, yeah.
Nearly $300,000 as it says on the database.
For sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best
I mean,
start
of the year, everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer it got. It was very,
but the
very
best thing for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well. Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with a 15k package, which was
really, I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15k package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future, that's all it is,
Experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT. What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game, poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game, and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to try to gauge how someone thinks about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balanced strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional, for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it. And running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards, and you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed.
Online.
Yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your prodigies get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
For
say,
sure,
oh,
it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys, to see them grow, to see them get these results. And I've actually built a community. There's between 30 to 40 people, very close-knit. Everybody's helping each other. We have constant, regular hand discussion channels.
You're always studying between yourselves?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, poker's all I do. Even when I'm not playing poker, poker is all I do. I mean, of course, besides spending time with family, I'm very blessed to have a very supportive partner and to have a 7-year-old son. So whenever I'm not playing poker, because poker can be very, very draining, and for me, I'm very lucky that I have my family to lift me and re-energize me when needed, so I can go again. I think your off-table routines have a big impact on your performance at the tables, for sure.
A lot of studying obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent, and if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. In poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates. Law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up, for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I absolutely love the AK. The name just fits with the game, and it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've had a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've had a lot of success. What's the future?
Short-term success, I don't take it for granted.
Absolutely, nobody does, and nobody should do. But what's the plan for the short-term future?
To keep doing what I'm doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results, it's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. Right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level, and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games, and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and Arian walks in and people look round and they know they spot who you are and they know who you are, and they're now getting to see the name sitting down at the tables and thinking, you know, it's just a little bit tougher.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, even when I went to the EPT, I mean, some of these guys I used to watch on the TV and to turn up and to share a table with them is one thing, but to be able to compete, that's another thing. It's very rewarding for sure. I've made a lot of sacrifices. I was doubted a lot. I was laughed at a lot. I remember before I started playing full time when I was still working in the office, someone said to me, "Oh, what you got? I've heard you're leaving. What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going to play poker." And they just started laughing in my face. They thought I was some form of deluded.
Well, I hope they're watching the streams, realising how good you've got.
Degenerate gambler who is lost, but you can't expect other people to share your views. Everyone has very unique views in life, I think.
Yeah.
Only you know truly what you should do, and you should do it. I love what I do, and I think that's the main reason why I've had the results. Is I truly love what I do. And if you look at any field, the people that do really well are usually those who love what they do, because when you love what you do, you never have to work. What you're doing is not work. You're doing something you enjoy, and because of that, you give it more. Because of that, you have more resilience. When things go wrong, you've got more of a reason to push forward. And doing this for a living, I mean, all of the money and the trophies, it's very attractive. But the things that you have to actually go through to make that possible it's not easy. It's not made for the average individual. But if you work hard enough and you develop certain skill sets, then it's possible. Yeah, for sure.
Well, long may it continue.
Hopefully,
keep that
crossed.
smile on your face.
Fingers crossed.
Always walk around with that smile, because
sure.
it's a little bit infectious. Arian Kashani.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure,
man.
and thank you for having me.
Cheers, Arian.
Cool. Thank you.
We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UK SPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker.
Yeah.
And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there.
Yeah.
We played a tournament together, and we ended up dropping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it.
The UKSBC had got some great names, and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSBC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner, these people I talk to every day still.
Yeah. Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well, I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously.
Yeah. Did it help, the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor. Yeah. So that industry was just wiped out, obviously. Yeah. And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously. Biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 to UKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time. Oi, oi. It's never easy.
Any 4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was before.
4 or a 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 or a 5 to double. A 4 or a 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river, and getting it in something like ace 5 off versus Jack, so Jack Hardcastle and winning. I kind of those two hands are the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Yeah, I kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah, obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in a 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, "Oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there."
I was going to say, when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. Yeah. And then we got...
Obviously what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience. Obviously flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail. You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
The experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FD.
Amazing.
That would be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
we could do with a Hugh McNicholas on that. I'd be there.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks. So I'm gonna play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through, the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know, really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason, just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final table a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
Final table a load of GKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live.
Yeah.
But you do play a lot.
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. Felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah. And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 at this. Six of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought Ewan McNicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously last year we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of cashes, but I pretty much only had min cashes throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min cashes. So I just played a lot. I had a bad summer.
A bad summer and 16 cashes.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16 cashes if you were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we watched a lot of. They always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually your final tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good.
Yeah.
There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid.
Yeah.
And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins. They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Yeah. Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 buy-ins, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing.
Yeah.
Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max day regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Yeah.
What do you normally stick to?
Plan that out. Well, it depends on playing cash or tournaments. I don't normally mix them up, but if I'm playing cash, I'll just play probably 4 tables of whatever's running, and then play tournaments. I just look for the good tournaments, open the lobbies, and then reg them whenever I got space.
Yeah. And is that the same live? Do we have a calendar? Do we look and think, I'm going there?
Yeah.
I'm going there.
Yeah. Kind of a month in advance or so. I look, see what's on for the next month, and then plan it out, book some hotels, So I live in London now, so coming here to the Vix, great. I can walk here now, which is great.
Favourite comp of the year if it's not Vegas?
So like you said, I love the high rollers here. Yeah. They're great fun. It kind of doesn't matter which casino it's in, as long as The structures are just good, not too long, not too short, over in 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, nice group of people. And I run pretty good on them.
Nice one. You just said you're going to Vegas in 2 days.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's the schedule? Have we got one?
At least one. I've got a spreadsheet with all the tournaments that are on.
Yeah.
I'll play every day probably. I'll probably have 2 days off over the summer and then
2 days off.
probably. Playing poker's always a day off really.
You're
It's
there, you're there to play. You're not there to sunbathe.
Yeah.
I don't suppose.
Yeah,
It's,
some days you finish early.
So Vegas, obviously, the ultimate thing would be a bracelet.
Yep.
If
that
not,
would be fun.
if not, would you feel really happy if one of your friends did
Oh, yeah.
exactly that
Yeah, that'd be great.
on the final table rail?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some good rails during the summer because someone I know will have some deep runs and there'll be some.
They usually do.
Yeah, there'll be some good morale on the rail.
They usually do, and if we don't see it at a poker table, we'll see it at the bar somewhere. That's usually the case in Vegas. Isn't
Yeah, cheers, Tower, calling me out.
Ewan's at the bar, he's not at the tables. We said you're 25, you're 26, you're 26 next. What's the longevity in this game can be 50, 60 years. We've got Willie Tan, 82 years old, final tabling last week, you know what I mean? Is this a game that you think you could actually stick at and really enjoy for a long, long time?
I mean, I love playing poker, but I don't think 6 months ahead. Asking me to think 50 years ahead is a little premature, but I love playing poker. I can't see myself doing anything else.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed for Vegas this year, and fingers crossed for a long, long run. And if you're there, and then you're on an FT, the Tower pom-poms are going to come out.
I can't wait.
Fingers crossed for then, and all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Nicholas. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Star.
Top man. ...2024 and welcome to Goliath. Yet again, Coventry is the venue, and this place every year just gets busier and busier and busier regarding the best event and the biggest event outside of Las Vegas. We absolutely love it. We can't wait for this week to happen. It's a full 11 days of poker. The main event is 9 days long, and it's just one of the greatest events that there is to get involved in. But we're going to run through what you need to do. You need, and it would be really helpful if you had your Grosvenor card, because what you do is you see all the beautiful reception and you swipe in your card and you get yourself in like any Grosvenor casino. You're straight through. So we're in, we've got us card. We are now in. We wander through, we enter through. If you want to pick up an official programme for Goliath, it tells you everything about the history of Goliath, it tells you everything about what is happening this week, it tells you the full schedule of that and the history since 2011. You wander through. You've got your wristband on so that they don't need to check that you've signed in every single time you want to go and have a cigarette, want to stick outside, you want to go to the shop, you want to do everything. And if you've never been to Coventry, this is the greatest walk down into the casino there is in Britain, because we have to go down 2 escalators because it's that big. Because as we get down the first escalator, you'll see some beautiful creature on the wall to welcome you to 2024. And this year, I've been lucky enough that it's me. We're on the wall. But this is what it's all about. This fantastic trophy stays in Coventry. You'll get a small replica if you win the tournament, and they're the guys that have won the tournament and got the small trophy with them. Lee Rawson started it all off back in 2011. Last year, Toddy won the biggest prize pool that there has been. It was a superb event, and that trophy stays in Coventry. But you do take a replica home with you, plus a substantial amount of money. As Alex Todd last year took home chunks. So the second escalator, you come down, and as we see, first time in Goliath, how good does this look? It's an amazing casino. It is spectacularly big. There are spaces everywhere. We'll nip to the bar very shortly, just past. One of the main things that you find if you don't know where you are, and there are a lot of people that have turned up for the first time, we know, as brand new members of Grosvenor Casinos playing the Goliath for the first time. So this is your destination of where it will be. The halls to the left, the registration desk to the right. We'll show you each of those very shortly, but we are just quickly going to nip to the bar. Not that we ever frequent the bar too often, but a lot of players do. And as they do, what you'll end up with walking down, and what you'll end up with at the bar, is you'll find former champions. And here he is. Kyle, how has it been since we lifted that trophy a couple of years ago?
It's been okay.
It's been all right, has it? You've had a couple of coffees this morning?
Yeah, let's call it.
We'll call it
a coffee.
We'll call it a coffee. Congratulations on your win. It was fantastic, fantastic to be there when you lifted that trophy.
Yeah.
And we'll leave you to your coffee. But,
thank you very much, sir.
You're a superstar as always, and we always love the shirts. The best thing about Kyle Jeffrey is you'll always find a shirt that will surprise everybody, let me tell you. So, you've been to the bar, as Kyle Jeffrey's been there since about last Thursday. We'll wander down. Let's have a wander, because what you need to do now is you need to register for an event, and you need to go to the registration desk. If in your normal casinos you've got your cashier's desk, at Goliath it's all separate. You've got your cash desk over there if you want to play some cash. If you want to register for the cash tables which are in there, they are bustling. There's always cash tables running 24/7 during Goliath. We are a 24/7 casino, and there's always one cash table running for as long as it runs, and they get busier and busier during the day. But most importantly, the registration desk. We've got Matty on the left, we've got Dina on the right. As always, there's never a queue, there's never not a queue. If you travel around the world, you will, in busy places, find a queue. It's an unfortunate thing when you bust out, you do have to pre-reg, but these guys are as quick can be. Literally, tell them what you want to play, get yourself in. Matt is always smiling at you, and if you want to bring him anything, his favourite is a Krispy Kreme. Get him in. You have to look after the staff, because the staff are the most important things. Look, it's like a tuck shop over there. It is, it's like a tuck shop. But as we know, the queues are an unfortunate part of it. We do have to queue up every now and again. It is one of those things. But once you've got yourself bought in, once you've got yourself past this queue and got yourself back into Goliath, if you bust out, we've got tournament after tournament, and normally, somewhere round about here, we have a mainstay of Goliath. And the mainstay of Goliath sat there is Mr. Sean Hayden. He's been to every single Goliath. He has been to since 2011. This lad missed the first year, and then we wanted him back in 2012. We're not going to do a trick.
What are we doing?
We're just going to have a quick chat on why Goliath is always on your calendar and what it actually means.
So, it's a festival of poker, but it's a festival of people that love and live with playing cards. And I've loved and lived with playing cards for my whole life, since I was about 6 years old. Yep. And even when you go to a magic convention, it's magicians that are all interested in all different things. But here, it's like, how many people throughout the week?
10, 12,000 people.
10, 12,000 people that all live for a pack of cards that I've got the most common with. So I can look forward every year to coming to Goliath and sharing time with people that love cards as much as I love cards.
And you always put a smile on the people's faces
Well, I try
during the
to.
breaks. You
I
really
try
do.
to.
You really do. Apart from the first year of Goliath, this guy is a mainstay of Goliath, and it's always a pleasure to see you.
And it's a pleasure to
and
see
you're
you.
always busy around the world, but you always make time for
Come
Coventry.
to Coventry. You've got to come to Cov.
You do, it's right, it's true. You have to come to Cov to see this fella, Sean Hayden.
The ace forwards. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. If it just come ace and outs, so a little bit of luck. Got a lot of luck actually, no skill.
Yeah, it's okay. It's the bottom.
Who have we got? Doesn't really matter. We're going to talk to Mr. Jim McShane because we have got some exciting news.
Tower exclusives.
We've got loads. I don't know any of them, but Jim will be telling us exactly what's going on. But the big one is obviously you told us a couple of events ago that we'd probably have the schedule for Goliath ready.
And we do.
And we do.
We're back in Coventry, so why not?
Before we head on to that, this week, huge event that we've all been talking about basically since it was announced at the last one. He said we're having it again. Stuck the $1 million guarantee back, and this week has just been phenomenal.
Well, Coventry was oversold for the FA Cup, and this building this week has been oversold this week. It's been bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
Every side event has been monstrous. Usual problems, tables, dealers, what time are the events going to finish, how do we get everybody in, but it's been really amazing to see. I mean, 912 in the mini, the Mystery Bounty was massive, the High Roller was massive, Satellites, 117 the Satellite last night. Yeah, everything's been massive, which has led on to the main event today.
And very close at this moment in time to the $1 million guarantee. So
I think we're less than 100 entries away from
and
making it
obviously
now.
we've got the turbo tonight, and also the turbo at 10 that I know people are all. One of the lads in the chat, Wayne Peach, got my satellite ticket. Can't wait for the turbo in the morning.
Coming down for the
Oh,
turbo.
brilliant. Yeah.
Should be really big numbers tomorrow morning. We'll see how tonight goes. Should be strong because everyone's here, and then we'll see how the turbo is tomorrow.
A couple of people in the chat said, could there have been a point where you thought you could have played an extra level today, making it 5 sets of 3 to help with the numbers for day 2, or did we not think that would ever be a problem?
No, we've already had that conversation. So we looked at 15 for this year, and it was in the balance.
Yeah.
It's the age-old thing. If you play too many levels, it leaves you too short. If you play too few, it leaves you with too many. So it's always about hitting that pinch point. How do you have a flight like today where we're going to get 400 plus runners and have a sensible number coming through, and then the Wednesday not have it coming that it plays down to 3, 4, 5 people. So it's always balanced through the event, but we'll get there in the end, and we've got enough tables and chairs to make sure
Absolutely. Just quickly
day
on
2's
there.
fine.
842,000 at this moment in time. So
Yep, just coming up to 100 players to go, and then we'll hit the mill.
ticking along nicely. DJ Scotty, I have to say the card room is looking full. You are not wrong. It is busy. But update on the Vic.
Yes.
Apart from it looking like a
big update this week. So lots happened. So the first floor's reopened.
Was it?
All main gaming's gone back down to the first floor.
Oh, nice.
The poker room's now totally closed, ripped down, no carpet, no walls, no ceiling. All the Vic regulars will be upset to hear that the Vic air conditioning's been ripped out. So I got told on Monday they're spending over £1 million on air conditioning.
On aircon, really?
Million
Do you know
just on
that
aircon.
that's one thing that's been the hardest thing to get correct in any casino, that not just the Grosvenor chain, but any casino.
Well, with poker, it's always about flow of players coming in and out. The way that tournaments work, everyone turns up at the beginning, turn the aircon down, people then start leaving, turn it. So dispersion of players is always what causes that. But the Vics, you know, the Vics suffered from the age of the building, so obviously with a brand new aircon going in, that'll make a big difference.
Nice.
You know, brand new toilets, brand new restaurant facilities. So yes,
that's a chunk of money, by the way.
Oh yeah. So the first floor's looking great. The poker room is now in the restaurant and bar area, and all the gaming that was upstairs has gone back down to the first floor again. So April 28th, we're looking to go back into the poker area.
Oh wow.
And then we've got GKPT and the Vic in July.
We have. And we'll be there on the 16th. Was the idea of having an event before Goliath just to heighten the fact that the Vic is reopened?
Yeah, so it also gives us a trial. So we're looking to do some things ready for Goliath. So the Vic's a good test point to see where we are. Things. There's a few app technology things that hopefully we've got ready for Goliath. So if we can run them through at the Vic in advance, it just gives us a good test point to make sure that everything. It's hard to have. We're launching something, we're going to launch it at Goliath. You need to have a bit of trial and error before it gets to Goliath. So hopefully that'll all be in place and good to go, and then we can launch it all at Goliath.
Fantastic. Talking of Goliath, I've been given buttons to press.
Multiple buttons.
Anything could happen here in the next 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, because I've been given 8 buttons to press. Not 1, 8. I have no idea what any of these do.
Let's have a look.
Shall we start at the beginning?
Yeah. A very good place to start. So that's the Goliath itself.
That's the Goliath itself. I like
just
that.
The Goliath.
Like
Goliath
that.
tournament in the middle of Goliath.
Yeah.
So I think the most important thing that people want to hear is nothing has changed from last year.
Yes.
Same structure, same buy-in, same blinds, same price point.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Last year worked very well. It was the first year at the new price point. No need to change it. Did very well. We gained a lot of people. We lost a couple of people that weren't happy with the new price point, but hopefully, having seen how well it went last year, a lot of those will return again this year, plus the numbers we had last year. 11,500 we finished on last year, give or take. So, most important thing, nothing changed. Sometimes changing nothing is as important as changing something. So,
18.
There it is.
18 levels. Is that the same as last year? Yeah. Is it?
Yeah. No change.
I'm just trying to work out start and finishing time.
Yeah.
I'm just working out the stream times. I'm trying to.
Actually, tell a lie. Thursday's gone to an 11 o'clock start opposed to 12. That's your one change.
Yeah, okay.
That's your one change.
No, starting later, Tower. No, 11 a.m. The extra one.
You get 12s on the first part, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you got your 11s.
So that is the main event itself. Before that, we've got this thing called a GKPT.
We do.
It's going to be starting in the casino like we've got now.
Yes.
Because obviously we don't have the hall till set up Friday, and then main hall you've been used on the Saturday. You've stuck $1 million guarantee on.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because if it was last year's numbers, you'd be doing dough.
True, but we're not looking to do numbers. Obviously, the event gets bigger and bigger every year. We're looking to give. How Goliath kind of works these days is it's a dual festival. It gives us the GKPT and Goliath at the same point. Players can play all sorts of tournaments at all sorts of price points.
Yeah.
You can come in and pick and choose what you want to do. You can play Goliath and nothing else, or you can play, high buy-in tournaments and not play the Goliath, or you can mix and match and do what you want to do. So this gives the top end of the UK player base an opportunity to come and play big. At the same time, as we always do here at Coventry, there's loads of satellites going on and bits and pieces in club.
Yeah.
You can get yourself a seat, or you can play anything across the estate or online with us, win seats, and away you go. So it's a normal GKPT, apart from the Saturday, so we've got the turbo in on the Saturday morning, and then day 2 starts a little bit late, but we do have a potential day 4 for a GKPT.
I've just noticed that, because looking on the Saturday for day 2,
yep,
it says starting day 2 at 3:30.
Yep. So we're going to play down to 5 tables.
From. All right. Okay. So you're playing down to 5 tables for day 3.
Yeah.
Which means you'd never get finished.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then you play day 3 down to the final.
Yeah, and that's it. Obviously, they're going to be playing for the lion's share of what the £1 million prize pot is. We don't want everyone coming back and having had a long day.
Well, the final 9 aren't going to be bothered what time they finish between either Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
So that gives them the potential to go away, be fully rested, focused, and play the best poker to come and
Yes.
take that big money down.
Indeed it.
Win
Big
the
one.
title.
Indeed it. Big one. That's a big one. So back to the just got rid of the delivery. God, these deliveries around here, I tell you. So back to the GKPT.
Yes.
So you're thinking of having a day 4.
Yep.
For obviously, I was just looking at playing down to 40 and then thinking you'd never get it finished. So which is obviously your plan.
So obviously it's still first weekend. Everyone's still here. After this, it leads into the side events, the high roll, the mystery bounty and whatnot. So everyone's still going to be here to play all the other bits and pieces. So
yeah.
Give
Joe
them-
Diego, you're right. 4 days for the GKPT, expected it to be massive. It's $1 million guarantee. It's the first, is it first ever?
First £1 million guarantee.
First
for
ever
GKPT.
£1 million guarantee on the GKPT main event.
Yeah.
That is massive. So, yes.
we need 900 entries.
Yeah.
So look at where you sit on a normal GKPT,
Of
way
course,
well
yeah.
with finish time.
Yeah, enormous. So, yes, there will be a 4th day on that. I like that.
When I did the schedule, I thought, WWTD, what would Tower do? And Tower wouldn't want a 6 o'clock finish in the morning, would he, for the final table? So
And that is correct. That is correct. One of the best things is that yesterday we had the high roller.
Yes.
And I know we started an hour later than what we normally do. I don't know what the reasoning was for it. You'll know that. But when you get to 1:30 in the morning and you've done 12 hours and you're rolling to 13 hours, it was a long day, we understand that, and it was 2:30 in the morning by the time we finished and whatever it was. But the actual field itself was incredible.
Well, I think part of what Jay was saying was that every hand had matchups of star players. So
Yeah.
every hand was worth analysing. It wasn't just like there was a couple of hands where it was this and that fold, blah, blah, blah. Like every hand, everybody was fighting everybody. So yeah, it was a lot to go through yesterday. But yeah, to have a feel of that quality last night was super impressive.
Honestly, it was. I think, and we say it a lot, that we get the best assembled fields that there is. I really do.
Yep.
Yesterday, I think it probably was the best assembled high roller that you could ever that we could ever have.
Yeah, I saw a table got broke at one point and players moved to every table and everyone's looking about who they're going to get on the new table and there was no good table to break to.
Yeah. So plenty going on.
So here's the Goliath high roller.
Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. It just shows you how much it's come on from Goliath to doing 100 and plus 10, 100 plus 20, whatever it was, and having 2 or 3 side events, having a 4, 5, 6, having a Joker, and I know we've got the Joker as well, which we're going to show you very shortly. But it just shows, like you say, it's like a 2-sectioned festival now, which is just testament to how far and how much the Goliath, not only the Goliath, it's like doing the World Series but not playing the main event.
Yeah.
You come to Goliath, you don't have to play Goliath if you don't want to. So yeah, it is one of them. But it's just been an absolutely unbelievable testament to yourself. But not only have we got the GKPT and the high roller, we've also got the side events.
Yep.
And the first event. Can you just make that a touch big so I can see it?
I can see that on Sunday, the 27th of July, is
Tower.com.
ta-da! The ladies' event
It is.
of two. See, me and Jim are sat down, by the way. Just thought, like, you know, Katie stood up. The ladies' event.
Yeah.
Come on, you must be happy. You
yeah,
must
I'm
be
really
happy it's there.
Yeah, obviously, very happy it's there, and we've changed it a little bit this year, haven't we? We've gone
did.
for a one-day event,
Yep.
so trying something a little bit different, a little bit new. Obviously, we've tried the multi-day, 2-day ladies events, and
Yep.
they were really popular, really good. So previously, it's been on a Friday and Saturday. We've changed it to Sunday this year. My main reason for requesting that from Jim was that I didn't want it to clash with the £1 million guarantee due KPT. I wanted to try and make it more viable for other ladies that can't do 2 days to be able to play in such a huge, prestigious event.
Like it.
Being a one-dayer gives maybe perhaps a little bit more choice, flexibility with people. So. Yeah, it's £200 this year.
Yeah. Are you going to be running anything online like you have done before?
Yeah, there will be online payments
brilliant.
for it. Hopefully in the lead up to it, there'll be part of my weekly game and leaderboards. There'll be seats added and things to it.
Excellent.
So yeah, that I'm still, that's still being worked.
Yeah,
on,
of course. Yeah,
things,
we're
but
only in February.
Yeah, exactly. There's always so much going on, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah, so we've got, it's a great structure, great, format again.
Yeah.
And it starts at midday, so, sorry about this.
Excellent. It's all right. You come on the motorbike. You know, right?
Yes, we're starting at midday, so no doubt I'll host some sort of brunch meet up this time rather
nice.
than
Is it going to be all over your socials?
Oh yeah, of course, and I hope it'll be across everyone else's socials as well.
Fantastic.
I hope it'll be something fun. It's friendly. It's one that's always in people's calendars.
And yeah, but over 200.
It's like nice to look forward to. I think we need that at the moment. Something nice to look forward to. Give us, an event that's in the summer.
Yeah, exactly.
Something that people can perhaps save up for if they.
Of course. Yeah. £200, exactly.
There's 9 levels, I think, of 20 minutes, is it?
Yeah.
I can't
Says there.
see.
9 20-minute levels and 30 minutes after.
So we've gone for the 30 minutes after because that's when you want the play to
be a little bit more play.
The business end to be better. So hopefully it will be a good one. We'll play down to a winner and we'll have our ladies champion, Goliath ladies champion at the end of that day.
Good stuff. Plenty of social. There'll also be little leagues on Katie's Grosvenor Poker account as well, so check out them.
And
so
also, I've got a WhatsApp group as well, so any ladies that want to be in the WhatsApp group, there's lots of information and messages and networking that goes on in that, so feel free to ping me a message on any social media or anything, and I'll happily add you to that. I've got I think it's called Katie Swift's Poker Facebook page. I post out a lot of information on that. And of course my own pages as well. I'm more of an Instagram person, to be honest, so on my Instagram, Swift Success 8. 8 as in the number, not the eating, although I'm always posting food. I'll put all the details there, and we can have a nice build up to it, and something different, something a little bit different this year. What do you think of the?
I like it. I like the idea. I like the idea of a one day.
The Sunday will be good.
I like it being a Sunday that they've already had a lot of people already in the building for, so they might want to play the Saturday, and you never know, they might be the Friday for the whole weekend. And it's great. I like the one day.
It feels a good day, good time frame, good structure.
I like the one day.
It felt. It has worked the 2 days. The previous few years, it's worked really well, and we've had great numbers and great turnout, and people coming along and playing and that. But I just think that the schedule is really busy and really packed in with such good events that just because there's a ladies' event on, I'm a massive believer in it. You shouldn't just feel like you have to play the ladies. as
course.
opposed to
Yeah,
another
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
And when there's like conflict in really good games
Yeah.
going on, like there's events that are like massive events that are going to have lots of satellites running for
Yeah.
live satellites, I imagine cash out ones and stuff going on. So there might be a lot of ladies, I hope there is, a lot of ladies that are playing those
Yeah.
as well.
It
So-
will be well attended. It will be all over social media. I think somebody's already wanted to buy in.
Yeah, so
Great news.
I'm really pleased to announce that, and you know,
Good.
I'll try and get all the usual stuff that I do beforehand, and you know,
Well, we'll get
the
you.
guys
In
know that I love.
We'll get you in the
hosting that
comms
one.
if you don't bust out of this. At the end of it, if you win it, you can still come back into the comms as well. We'll chat about it a little
Hope
bit
so.
more.
That would be a good plan.
So,
we'll go with that one.
an exclusive from Katie. The ladies' event is a one-day. It's on Sunday, the 27th of July. It's a £200. So everybody on social media will be pinging Katie about the ladies'
Yeah,
event. Thank you
feel
very
free,
much.
My inbox is always open.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Nice
Bye,
one.
guys.
There we go, Katie. So back to the game she goes, because she's still in with chunks. Back to the game. So the ladies' event is on the Sunday. It's a one-day. And then underneath that, we've got the card.
Who?
The Card Room Direct Mystery Bounty Day 1A. Where's that come from?
So one of the mystery bounties we can announce is that you win Tower for a year.
Available. There we go. Like it. There we go. Card Room Direct Mystery Bounty. How's that come about?
So I want to say that last year's mystery bounty got 850 runners.
Did it?
Oh yeah. Big. So lots of bounties, lots of prizes, big prize pool, and obviously with everything that Card Room Direct is a part of being Goliath.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Nice one. I like that. Play down to 12.5% of the field in that one.
Yep.
Which means everybody will be in the money for day two.
In the money and in the bounties.
No day two buy-ins, obviously, for
Yep.
for the mystery bounties. Anything different? Oh, on the Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, it's back again.
Who?
The Joker's Wild is back again, 6:30. Get thinking about the costumes.
We've messaged Patrick Antonis to let him know that Jay's available.
Oh dear. So Joker's Wild has been announced at 6:30 on the Wednesday. So that is on Thursday. We've got the main event. The main event Travel Open. Oh, okay.
So we've got a new side event, multi-day side event. So whatever happens with Goliath in the previous years, it's always been Goliath is the multi-day tournament through the second week.
Yeah.
So for the first time this week on the final weekend, we've got a new multi-day side event rather than just one-day comps all the time. So just go back to Joker's Wild a second. One change for Joker's Wild this year is that it's a freeze-out.
Ah, okay.
So obviously everyone wants to get in.
Yeah.
It's full. There's
Yeah.
a waiting list. No one gets to go in as a re-entry anyway. So just announcing it this year as a freeze-out just lets everybody know that it'll hit its cap at 400 and that's where it sits.
Yeah.
And also on the Tuesday, the 4-car pillow is now down to one re-entry only. Again, no one can get in for more than one re-entry anyway.
No.
It's advertised as one re-entry so that everyone knows where they stand.
Yeah.
And it just saves people queuing up for a comp that they need to withdraw from because the big blind's now bigger than the starting stack.
And then Sunday, obviously, we're going to be crowning a champion of the Goliath itself. But there's also the seniors on. You've got the Open Day 1D. You've then got the Goliath Cup. You've got the Turbo. And also the main event, the main event Travel Open Day 2.
Yeah, so that's it, same thing. So if you have not made it through to Day 2 of Goliath, and you'd like to play multi-day tournaments rather than single-day tournaments, it gives you something else to jump in if you've not made
One
it
thing
through.
that's not happening on the with the side events, the Open Day, right? Got you. I was just wondering why the Turbo and then Day 2 got you. Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect.
So some new events,
Yeah.
some changes of events, some streamlining of events.
Yes.
But yeah, lots going on.
So that will be all the side events, the High Roller, the GUKPT and Goliath all sorted out.
Yep.
But if you want to look at the full schedule in its entirety, this is how it's going to look on the app. This, if you want to take a screenshot, you can. We'll show this over the rest of the weekend and up until Goliath. We've got plenty of events coming up until Goliath. That is when it starts, Thursday the 24th. That is what is on. If you want to take a screenshot, you can do. We'll be showing this all day, every day, until we finish here on Sunday. Then the next event, which is Glasgow.
Scroll.
We've got plenty of scrolling going on. There's so much going on that it is now in 4 sections.
So Red Tooth's back, so they've got their events in the middle of all this as well. I want to say they've got 7 or 8 events this year as well, so there's lots going on with Red Tooth. The other change we got from last year we were supported by PokerStars. This year we're sponsored by PokerStars, so the full PokerStars machine will kick in.
Yeah.
You'll be able to qualify with Grosvenor, be able to qualify with PokerStars. Satellites will be getting announced starting straight away in March, so they've got satellite schedule coming out very shortly. That'll all be up on our socials soon when that all officially gets announced. Excellent. What that'll be. But yeah, PokerStars are with us fully this year.
Sponsored by PokerStars. What about 9 events on a Sunday? What are you doing?
Easy. So it's 9 events on a Sunday, but 3 of them are Red Tooth events. That drops it down to 6.
Yeah.
And one of them is the Turbo in the day 2, so that's actually 5 tournaments on a Sunday for us. So nice and easy.
Yes.
But it's the same old thing, you don't want people, disappearing off at the end of the festival. They're here, let's give them something to play from the start to the finish. So yeah, it'll be a nice and juicy, busy Sunday as well as.
Yeah. So, Goliath is upon us. We have got the templates to run that for as long as we want to now, all the time. Plenty of information. Every MPL event that you can buy into now is on the app, correct?
So Goliath will go onto the app next week.
Yeah.
From that point, anyone can buy into any of the events at club. Be able to buy into the 1K and the Goliath in clubs.
Yeah.
From next week. Also, anyone that's got any vouchers on their Poker Live account will be able to buy in on the app to any of those comps straight away.
Will you be doing what you did last year and being able to fill up your account while you're at Goliath? Because everybody said that was the best idea.
Yes, but we've got something in the pipeline that's going to blow that out of the water.
Oh, okay.
So if that gets delivered from an IT perspective in time for Goliath, if the new project goes ahead, nobody will really need to use vouchers to buy next year because we'll have upgraded.
Fully operational.
Tower 2.0.
How do we upgrade this? How? How do we upgrade this?
2.0. So yeah, so hopefully that'll all be ready.
You're
for Goliath.
always thinking about Goliath, and like when you laugh and joke, we're already talking about Goliath next year, and you were, and then you said we've already had a meeting about it. We've already started putting plans together. Is it satisfying that you've now all got it onto templates that we can see, and it's all like dotted the I's and crossed the T's and ready to go rock and roll?
It takes a lot of drafts, it takes a lot of sign-off, it takes a lot of organisation and understanding. So once it's now official, it's official, and I can't change it anymore. So that is a sigh of relief that's done, and it becomes now the logistics of running the event rather than just the creation of the event.
Yeah. And going back to the satellites, you can satellite in on Stars are doing them, and obviously Grosvenor Poker doing thousands like they normally do. So they're the 2 sites.
Well, last year we had fully across the iPoker network, so there'll be options to get into the 1K across the whole of iPoker.
Ah, right, okay. And we are sponsored by PokerStars for the Goliath. Like it. All good stuff. So everything's there, Goliath-wise. Any more news?
I can confirm that we're definitely going back to Portsmouth in June.
Oh yes, the Summerfest.
That's now official in Portsmouth in
When
June.
will you have the schedule for that? I know it's really early at the minute. When we announced it at the last event in Manchester, somebody instantly said, what's the schedule? I said, that's never coming out until way beyond time.
Yep,
so I'm trying to work out when we were looking at the schedule as to when it would be released.
So we're a bit further ahead now. So we've got obviously the UKPLs for the year done. Luton and Leeds GKPTs are done. They're now available. They're now out.
Yep.
So what we'll be looking at next is everything between now and Goliath to get that all done and out before the summer break. Summer break's not as long as
What
it
summer
normally is.
break? Summer break, you're stuck on the Vic just before it as well.
Oh, yes.
I like the Vic. I think going to the Vic beforehand, I think because it's the first one back.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. I know, yes, sometimes you look at your holidays and think, can't have as much time off, but it would be. I'm super excited to get back to the Vic because the pictures will probably not even do it justice.
The Vic is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
It is already downstairs. If upstairs, if the poker room matches the gaming floor, we're really in business. It looks really, really, really good, and it deserves it. It's the flagship. It's the #1 club. It's what everyone knows. It's what everyone associates with poker. So, you know, and the Vic regulars have been amazing during the refurb. They've put up with all the banging and crashing and all the dust and whatnot. And you know, to be honest with you, numbers have actually got busier since the refurb started. Because everyone wants to come and see what's going on. all the rubberneckers are in to come and see
Poker players
what's going
being
on.
nosy. Are you mad?
Yeah. So, someone said to me the other day, if there was a nuclear bomb, cockroaches and poker players would survive. You know. So yeah, they've been loving it. All the players have been in, seen everything that's done. It's been some tough going, but yeah, the Vic's ready to roll. So once that April 28th as the first date comes in for the soft open. And then in July we'll be there for GKPT and full steam ahead.
Yeah, we're there from the, I think it's the 16th, 10th till the 20th of July. We're there 16th till the 20th for the GKPT, and an additional one in the summer. You don't normally have an event before Goliath, but the Vic being the flagship.
We used to have the summer 500. GKPT
We did. We never worked them, you know. No, we never did them. No, we never did the summer festivals, or whatever they were called, summer series.
No, it was a full GKPT.
Oh, we did it when they turned it into a GKPT. We did do them.
Yeah, but
when they were originally set out, they were called the summer series or something like that, which we never did.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was an extended. That was like from May to end of July, because obviously Goliath didn't have that same date either when we first started. Wasn't it the August bank holiday, the first one we had?
Before my time.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was August bank holiday the first time we had the Goliath.
There's only 15 festivals on there.
Was there?
Only.
And they're only the headline ones.
Yep, so you got UKPLs as well.
UKPLs on top of there to go on.
Mini-fests.
Mini-fest. Yeah, the Portsmouth Summerfest, very good.
Mini-fest, we just finished the Mini-fest in Reading a couple of weeks back.
How was it
very
received?
well received.
Good.
Players love the price point, the concept of what that's happening. So Hill Street's up next, and then Liverpool. So that's the next two in line
Hill
for those.
Street.
And then beyond that, we've got 888 Glasgow coming up in the fortnight. Then we've got Newcastle UKPL after that. And then we've got Luton GKPT and Leeds GKPT.
Excellent.
Plenty
going on. But
definitely lots going on.
Jim is here to have a chat about the Goliath, and all the schedule is out. It'll be on the app from next week. And then once it's on the app, wherever you are in the country, you can buy into it at your local club. So just be aware of that. But the Goliath million guarantee on the GKPT is enormous. We've got this one on that's going on a million guarantee, which also is enormous.
Still growing.
We've got Sam Grafton from Brazil flying in. We've got Dan Charlton from Cambodia flying in.
They couldn't even get the same plane.
just shows you exactly where it's going. And as you can see there, it's climbed 40,000 since we've been chatting. 877,000 in the prize pool as it currently stands, which with a turbo at 8 o'clock and a turbo at 10, smashed it out of the park by the time we get to the end of the veins.
Well, we're just about to hit 350 so far today.
Yeah.
Looks like Keith Littlewood's struggling today. He's got stacks of...
We've just got 300 bigs at this stage. Done a great year so far, as Mr. Keith.
Yep, he's definitely got inspired by the MPL, and he's definitely decided he's going to go for it. He's not got the most amount of cashes, but he's got the most amount of points. And that's what matters.
It certainly does. It has been great. So thanks for all the information.
Thank you.
Everything Goliath is now with us, so anytime anybody wants to see it, we can just flick a button and give you information regarding the Goliath. But the big news is a million guarantee on the GUKPT. It's going live on the app next week, which means you can buy into it wherever you are in the country. And Joker's Wild is back.
That's true.
Look forward to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Jim McShane.
Cheers, Tom.
Anything we know or you want us to tell before you leave for the weekend, just let us know.
Will do. Yep, main thing is just that Luton and Leeds are out as well now.
Yeah.
And Glasgow is going to be... I'm really excited by all the new stops that are going on. So Glasgow's coming up, Newcastle. We did the Liverpool...
Can you confirm the rumours?
I don't know what the rumours are.
The rumours that Glasgow's F&B is the best in the chain.
I can definitely tell you that it's very, very, very good. I'm not allowed to say that it's better than any of the others, but
I've heard.
We had a visit this week, and there was a lot of
I've heard
amazing
rumours
feedback.
that the Glasgow F&B is second to none.
Yeah, it's really good up there. And obviously, Merchant City's on Argyle Street, so it's right in the middle of the town centre. So it's going to be a really good event for everybody.
How far away are we staying?
Where are you staying?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about the...
I can tell you that Holiday Inn Express is about 50 steps.
That many?
That many. Which technically could be closer than where we are in Coventry if you get the wrong room.
Oh, I've got the wrong room. Oh, yes, I've got the wrong room.
Yeah, so about 50 steps for the Holiday Inn Express. But
The guy on reception, he says, it's all right, sir. He says, I've had a new refurb, and you're the closest door to the gym.
They told you they saw their customer coming.
Right. Why? What point? No, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Any more news over the weekend, we'll get it off Jim and all the team. But great news regarding Goliath. Thank you very much. We have exclusive. There's things going on. But there are a couple of biggies in there, including another £1 million guaranteed tournament this year.
Well, be a nice chat box, because Jay doesn't know. These are all Tower exclusives.
They are, they are.
Jay's completely oblivious. He's asleep.
Can you use live vouchers for Glasgow's 888s?
Yes. You can use live vouchers, you can use online vouchers, you can use 888 vouchers. Anything and anything.
Excellent.
Someone just asked as well, 10%. So the Goliath Turbo, yes, it'll play down to 10% again this year. It worked very well last year.
Yeah. Yeah, all sorts. Is that one of the things that helps with the numbers for the Saturday and day too? Is that?
Yeah, it's just making everything be able to fit.
Yeah.
You know, having everything. We're in 3 rooms without having to go into 4. Bring it back out onto the casino floor. So, just so that we know where we stand with numbers for. And it means that if you see the difference, I think we had 1,150 people in the Turbo last year. The year before we had to cap it at 400. So by making it play down to 10%, it'll let us get nearly 800 extra entries into it.
Wow. Amazing.
That's the difference
Amazing.
it makes.
So that's the news. Awesome news, all regarding Goliath and everything else regarding the 888 up in Glasgow. I'm looking forward to it. The F&B's supposed to be amazing. It's what I've heard. It's only what I've heard. The rumours, if they're true, will certainly let you know, that is for sure. But thanks for that, Mr. Jim.
No worries, thanks,
And
Dale.
anything else you ask us, we'll answer them. Me and Jay, he's on his way back, and we will get him. Kev, you're right. The only Jim I'm interested in is Jim sat next to me. I'm absolutely correct. He gives me exclusives, and he gets me a scampi of chips every now and again. There is no gym needed when why would I need the room closest to the gym? Why? There is no... You're right, Kev. Absolutely spot on. But thanks to Mr. Jim McShane. He's just come in with all the information regarding Goliath, so it's going to be live on the app next week, and we'll look forward to that and get people buying in, because they'll be able to use the vouchers to buy into events and use the app in your local club. So when you go to when it's live on the app, can you just show them that it's live on the app and say, is it the cash desk, and say, can I buy into this, please?
So Coventry itself, once it goes live, they'll send an email out to all the other card rooms, all the other cash desks in the estate.
Yeah.
Give them a full rundown of how Goliath's going to work this year.
Yeah.
And they'll be told that they can now start taking buy-ins for the 1K and the Goliath.
Excellent.
So, not the other side
Not
of
the
it at the
sides,
moment. No. And then we'll see if we're getting some holding tanks online for players to buy in online as well.
Yeah, like it. Like it a lot. Thanks ever so much, sir.
Cheers, Tom.
Jim McShane is now off. So there we go. Unbelievable. Well done, sir. Thanks to Jim McShane for giving us all the insights regarding that. Oh, cheers. If we have queries, how do we contact the Grosvenor team? Depends what the query is, Simon. does Keith start every tournament with 3x? I love it.
I'm putting Pavel in a rough spot as I return. It's quite an interesting one because he's min raised a turn here, Keith, and continued following through on the river. But what a river to call on for Pavel here. Like one of the better rivers in the deck. But he lets the ace king go. Keith Littlewood on the charge.
Yep.
Running it as I retake my seat.
So all done. All exclusives done.
I'll have a look in a minute. I saw Jim on the way back in. He says, "You don't know what Tower knows." I go, "I'll find out soon, don't worry." How you doing, Brooksy? No Joe Saunders here, mate. He tried. He did try to get in, but he couldn't get past the 1 cent step satellite, unfortunately. Couldn't make it past the 1 cent step. Tried to get in for cheap. Good evening, sir.
Oh, Richie, massive news, Tower. Forget Goliath. He's just hit his first 180.
Wow.
Nice one, Richie. Well done. I bet he took a picture as well. There he did. Couldn't take a picture when I had my first 180. There were no such things as camera phones.
You had to get a bit of paper and start sketching your 180. You used to be able to go for like professional photographs like back in like the 70s, didn't you? I'm sure you did. Like on
Yeah, but you can't
one of
just
them massive
you
cameras.
can't just whip a great big camera out and start taking
You
pictures
could
when you
call
hit
them
a
up.
180 in a match.
Leave it in the ball.
Hang
then
on a
call
minute,
them
let
up.
me just take a picture. Just ring David Bailey. Hello, David, are you free? Just get your phone out of your pocket now and just click your phone nowadays.
Jack 7-4, nice flop for Keith. Going to be back-to-back hands likely here. Maybe heads up ace-8 calls, but when we go three-way and Keith wants to continue into 2. Ace-8 in the muck. Governor, you want to show me as well?
What? No, there's nothing to show. There's only 8 buttons to press. That's the main flights to Goliath.
Main event.
Just to let you know, there's an extra 11 AM start, which I didn't really want to tell you, but he's put it on the Thursday.
We finish earlier though, right? That's
We
all
do.
right. Don't we do a final table on the Thursday? I'll find out in a minute. I'll find out.
That's the 1 million guaranteed GKPT. That's
Monday, final table, day 4. Are we going to need a day 4?
no, that's not.
So you're playing down to 5 tables on day 2, come back day 3, 40 players play down to a final 9.
Mm-hmm.
Seems good.
Yep, seems very sensible. I'm thinking, why are you stopping at 40? And he says, because we've got a day 4.
Yeah, that is true.
That makes a lot of sense. The high roller's pretty much as normal.
Little PLO high roller as well on the old schedule, 550.
Yep.
Super high roller is back.
And then all the side events are going to be there. We've got the ladies starting as a 1-dayer. Joker's Wild is back on the Wednesday. Seen the Mystery Bounty?
I have. Card Room Direct. Mystery Bounty.
Indeedy.
That's going to be great.
Stood in it proud.
Looks
So, yeah.
good.
And then-
What's everything else? Is
That's
this just
the
everything? as
full
one?
schedule
Okay.
all put together.
Looks good.
So there we go. It's all about, and once it goes live on the app next week, you can buy into the Goliath and the GKPT wherever you are in the country, and then it'll roll out to all events later in the year.
So these two start the hand just shy of 40 effective. +1 versus small blind. We're not really comfortable 4-bet ripping here. I feel it's like we're too early as Luke, so just going to play cool to the 10-10-3 rainbow. I don't think Marius here ever going to 3-bet ace-10 versus +1 too often. King-10, Queen-10, all this stuff, so I feel like going to be a slightly better board for Luke. He's going to peel stuff like ace-10 suited, king-10 suited, queen-10 suited, so on the suited broadways that contain some 10x. It does continue small. We'll still have some over pairs in range, just shy of 30%, and Luke with ace-queen high going to be seeing a turn. Which is the 5 of clubs, and not really loving this now as Marius out of position. Got like 80% pot back. Do we want to bluff ace queen, try and fold something like 9s, 8s, 7s from Luke's range? Feel like jacks is too good not to 4-bet send for like 36, 37 to start the hand. He's going to go for this route, and I guess if we did have aces here, might go small, but we would still be a bit wary of some 10x. I guess Marius trying to tell the story here that he has an overpair with this small size on the turn, between 20% and quarter. And how tough for Luke with the ace queen here. Getting a ridiculous price, but I guess we got to ask ourselves, do we think Marius is going to bluff here for this size on the turn? And Luke thinks no. Marius gets him off a chop.
Big little wood still chip leader, 200k.
Do another giveaway at some point in this session.
£892,000 collected. Less than 100 runners needed to hit the guarantee.
Yeah, we've still got 2 turbo flights, not even going to be close. Who are we laughing at? Said 1.4 million.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was it?
No, it was Ricky Kebabs.
Oh,
Ricky
yeah.
Kebabs.
Oh, Danny boy.
Won't hit that, but it might get closer to 1.4 than a million. We will see. In about 18 hours' time. Still plenty of poker to be played till Reg closes. 2 more flights of the turbo variety this evening at 8 PM and tomorrow for the early birds at 10 AM. Feel like a lot of people are going to come down for the 10 AM turbo. It happened last year, didn't it?
Yes,
We had a few of your mates from Blackpool, I remember saying.
Yeah, there were a lot. There was a lot. But then last year there was no guarantee on either as well. And they all just turned up. And then this year, we stuck it on again because people enjoyed it. There'll be a lot playing it. There'll be over 100 in both.
Yeah, good luck if you are playing tonight or tomorrow. Bit of advice if you are playing tomorrow, 10 AM start. If you bag, you go to day 2. It's a long old day 2, 10 levels going to be played, so
Yeah.
make sure you keep hydrated, you make sure you eat, because you don't want to be getting to the back end of day 2, start getting headaches, feeling fatigued. So just bear that in mind for the 10 AM flight tomorrow.
Yep. But then, at this stage, it's your choice if you want to play it, and then you know what's happening for day 2.
Or buy in day 2, yeah, or even buy it like buy in day 2. If I hadn't bagged and there's £1 million prize pool, you know how much I get out of bed tower.
Yeah.
I would be getting up at 10 AM in for the turbo, because if it's a day you run good, you bag for day 3, you're coming back, you're playing for potentially 300k.
Exactly. Yep.
Suddenly it's like, whoa. Ace Jack for Andrew. All in here from +2. Seems perfectly fine for 13. gets it through.
361 runners so far today. Day 1C. Phenomenal numbers yet again in Coventry. This place just takes off. It's great.
Kind of awkward here from +1 for Andrew now that we've got 16 bigs. Just opts to fold, can get behind it, and it's very well timed because Sachin behind with the pocket 7s from +2, and effectively all in. Does leave himself 1200 back. Essentially just starting the hand with sub-8 as Sachin, so Marius thinking about a call with King Jack, lets it go all the way around to James, and Sachin picks up lines and ante. Very nice fold from Andrew, could have potentially been doubling him up. And then Happy Days.
Happy Days!
Is All In Vim playing?
No.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Not been at an event all year. Not one.
Or not much last year either.
In fact, I think the last time I saw him was Vegas last year. Somewhere in Vegas. But no, not played an event in the UK since Vegas. Well, he was in Vegas last year. I remember seeing him in Vegas last year. But not in the UK, not played once. How's Happy Days doing? No, I've not seen anything. I don't know much about Vinny's personal life. Can you buy today 2 of the main event? Yes, you can. And your blinds are 3,000, 6,000, no, 15.3 with 30,000 starting stack. I played a PLO with Keith in Manchester. I don't think I've ever seen a guy win so many hands consecutively. He does like to play a lot of pots, does Keith? Likes to play Kaluki as well. Saw him playing Kaluki last night. After he played poker all day long.
He used to, when he only learnt Kaluki about a year ago.
Did he?
We were playing it in London. We taught him it, and he could not get his head around the jokers. And for like the 30 he used to hate, he used to be like, I don't want to get dealt a joker. Obviously in Kaluki you want to get dealt a joker, and he just didn't want to get dealt a joker. So we had to play without jokers for a while, but eventually it clicked for him. Now he loves the game. He's always playing it. But
so what do you use a joker for?
It's a wild card. You can use it as
anything,
whatever you like. You can pick up someone else's joker if you got the right cards. So tomorrow there are the times. Saturday.
1st of March tomorrow. St David's Day.
Yeah, 10 big blinds in a
Young
dream.
Daffodils out tomorrow.
If you want a day 2 buy-in, but remember, if you have bag for day 2, it's at 2 PM start because of the 10 AM turbo. A little bit of extra time in Bedford. It would have been perfect if it was 3 PM start. We get on air at 3:20. No towers treble. Everyone's happy all day. But now
you've got Towers treble to look forward to tomorrow.
It's going to be first thing we do. 2:20.
It is. It won't be out tonight. It'll be out in the morning when we come on stream at 2:20. Everybody get ready.
Session with the Queen Jack of Hearts here. Now working with 10, effectively all in. And James with the ace-8 suited. Got plenty of chips. They're going to use them wisely. Lets it go. Feel like a close one for James. I could definitely call ace-10 suited. Ace-9's kind of meh. Feel like ace-8 into the bin seems good. This action now up above 10k.
I think what you've got to think about the day two binds is once you're here and you bust out and you bust out late and you don't play the turbo, you don't fancy the 10 AM turbo, 10 bigs is 10 bigs. And can just get you right on the track for getting back into day two. So we've seen a day two bind win plenty of tournaments.
J9 of Hearts for Marius here. $1,600. King Queen for Andrew. Dressed in 1, 13 bigs here in the small blind. Feel like this can be player dependent. If it's someone that's going to open a fair amount, someone that's been quite active, feel like we could potentially jam. If we feel like it's someone that's been solid, not V-pipping too much, once open from EP, maybe less inclined, but just letting it go for 2 bigs. Didn't even entertain the idea of calling. I guess we're not going to have too much of a flat range off of 13 in the small, but straight into the muck, the King Queen. As A6-6 rolls off, and I guess this just goes Mario's way. Small bet, hand over. No, little check back. Maybe feels like going to be stronger when we check back, because like from Sachin's perspective, you just expect this board to be c-bet, so when the opponent checks back, you feel like there's a lot of showdown, like 7s through kings, maybe some like ace-deuce suited, some of the lower down ace-x. Surely now as Marius we have to delay once we pick up this flush draw. Still fold out some ace high king. I would even probably fold out deuce x on this turn as well because of the flop check back.
What time's sunset?
Sunset? It's got to be sunset now, ain't it? We're in winter,
8:15?
right? 7:45?
Yeah.
It's dark outside now, isn't it?
It's not. You just come in.
Oh yeah, I have. It's not dark. I don't even think it's... I thought the clocks go back next month.
Oh wow. Wow. 5:44.
Yeah, that's what I thought it'd be about that.
I thought it was later.
Would you say 8 o'clock in winter?
Yeah, it's only February. 5:44. Damn. 5:44. Well, just after sunset today, apparently you can see all the moons aligned. All the planets. Every one of them. Just after sunset. But it's cloudy. So we're not going to see them anyway.
How you doing, Joe, mate? Shame you couldn't make it. Always next year, mate.
Yep.
Recommend trying some free rolls before you start them little 1 centers. Just sort of get to the gist. Mickey Black sends his best to both of you. Mickey Black, the pocket sixes. Tuning in.
How we doing? The old Mickey Black. That's things. Yeah, if anybody's got a clear sky today, about within an hour of sunset, you can see all 7 planets aligned, apparently.
But you can see them now, says Nim.
But it's dark, it's cloudy. Where are you, Nim?
If you're outside, I'm going outside. I'm taking 5 minutes.
Have 5. Go and have 5 if you want.
If it's a clear sky, I want to go and see them
You
all.
can probably see on the internet later.
Oh, great. Marvellous. that's like watching teletext on football scores.
Pocket 9s for Vic. 1600 from Gun, Jamie. King Jack into muck from +1. Keith in with a Jack 10 of spades. At 30, don't think we're ever going to play any free bets. Need to be deeper. Just such a beautiful hand. Don't want to get 4-bet out the pot by Vic. So flat seems like the best option.
Clear skies in Derby, and you can see them now. Both of them, Bixie and Hong Fan, were sat on the same table earlier today. Top pair of Keith. Flopping best over Vic. Vic Meta.
We're going to continue the 9s here. Obviously bored that we are going to heavily bet in terms of our range. Our hand obviously doesn't like it too much, and Keith being in position, maybe some checking going on. Like we prefer betting here like pocket 3s tower or pocket 4s, and reason being is like we fold out 5, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s that are all in Keith's range. Like the smaller the pair, the more combos we get to fold that are in front of us. Vic just shutting it down on the turn after Keith pings off the 2 pair. Bets once check to him.
Would you like a cup of tea? Because I've heard that the tea is now only available just up to the escalators.
Go outside. Go in at 5. You're all right. Take as long as you need. I'm all right.
I only want 5.
I've got to think of a question for you when we come back anyway,
Oh,
because we've got a giveaway to go to.
Oh, heck. Another one.
How you doing, Gareth? Good evening.
Evening, Gareth.
Level 8 of the day. Hour left of this session. Tower's gone to look at the sky. And good morning, Ben. Tuning in from Twitch. And don't forget, guys, as well, online, Grosvenor Poker, plenty going on. Satellites for the Irish Open now running if you want to get in for cheap for that for about 6 weeks' time. 2.5 million online series running at the moment, and we got Road to Vegas returning in March to get yourself to Vegas as part of the Grosvenor team. Live stream free roll running on Sunday as well for our viewers. Password will be given out on stream on Sunday. Some tokens up for grabs. Joe Saunders, if you're still watching, perfect for you, mate. It's where you need to start these little free rolls, get used to the game, and then build it from there. 4, 6, 8. 2 hots. Top pair for Vic with the gut shot. Gut shot for Marius out of position. 1500 into 24. Just shy of 2/3 from Vic. Marius with a call. Queen high can still be good in some scenarios, mine on blind. Gut shot to go alongside it. Ooh, this could be fun. Double gutty now with the dry 5. And I'm not sure if Marius is going to fold just yet now that we pick up this double gutter blind on blind overcard to go alongside it. And in some world like Vic can have some 9-7, 9-10, 10-7, which is also double gutted that we are actually in front of. It comes down to size that Vic chooses. I guess here if he goes really big, probably got to get away, but looks like around half, just waiting for the graphic. 32 into 54, so around 2/3 again. Oh, and it's the lady on the river. Got there in the manner that he wasn't expecting. And now is Vic. Does he feel like he can go for value here? I feel like some 8x we can. 7, 8, we're not really targeting too much else. Maybe some 6, 7, 6, 5, blocking some straights. But if we had like a Jack 8 here, a King 8, Ace 8, feel like more merit for value betting when we have the 7 kick up. Seems like check back could be an option. Let's check it back. Where are you watching from, Ben, if it's morning, or if you just woke up at 20 to 7 in the evening in the UK? And the devil on YouTube says Joe Saunders in the Boohoo shop as we speak. I don't believe that, because I know that he has a standing order each month going to them, so they send him the clothes themselves. He just sits at home and they turn up for him. Doesn't even need to go to the shop. Pocket fours, Marius on the bottom. Just want a nice one. Going to open the pair. Ace deuce off for Jamie here. Just always call him. I talk about this hand a lot when we're deep at final tables, when we're like 30, 25 effective, can be used as some 3-bet bluffs, but not going to take it when we're this deep. And as well, like day one, still a huge percentage of the field remaining. So just call in to the Queen Jack 5 rainbow. Fours of Marius, and we'll continue. And Jamie not even entertaining the call with ace high, straight into the muck. Here he comes. Let's see if he's seen the planets. Go on. How was your trip upstairs?
You can see Saturn and Venus, and that's it.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. But it's actually not dark yet. So if you look to the left of the casino, if you come out the door and to look left, that's where the sunset is.
Yeah.
Right, and it's still actually a bit reddish, so it's not fully down yet. But straight up is Saturn, and it's the brightest thing you've ever seen in your life. And then just to its left is Venus, but they're not aligned.
Is he on the wind-up?
No. All seven planets are going to be aligned at some point tonight, and Saturn and Venus are already there.
What, they're just waiting for the rest of them?
They're waiting for the rest of them to come along.
Yeah.
Time you out, mate. I'm on at 7, what time you coming out? Yeah, but they're there. Never seen anything so bright in all my life. There's two there.
So what can you see? Saturn and
Venus.
And Venus.
Yeah. The moon's not even there.
Scotty says, I've got to go outside now, Tower, and look, because
Honestly.
I feel like I'm missing out.
Honestly. You'll never see it again. All 7 are lined up. You will never see it again.
So 12 minutes of this level. When that clock hits 0, I will go to another giveaway. So stay tuned. I've got €55 ticket to give away for Grosvenor Poker. Queen A suited for Marius. Bit of momentum going. Nice when you can pick up a few pots in a small space of time. A6 of diamonds for Jamie here on the button. Makes the call. Luke out the way in the small with the Jack 10.
And James with the king 3 off. Happy to defend freeway here, actually, with the best of it. And we could have some action on the queen, queen 9, 2 diamond board. Marius flops trips here. Jamie flops flush draw. Not too much going on for James. Marius just going to come out firing here with the trip queens. I feel like just always calling with position here as Jamie. I think you got to ask your question where we're going to find bluffs from, like maybe just a spot when we have position on the hijack opener that we don't play any raises at all, like just continue all our jack 10 suited, king jack, ace 9, queen x, flush draws in the form of a call. Wow.
Completes. Instant service for Jamie.
Yeah, and going to be checking here, I hope, as Marius out of position. Got to think about Jamie's range. He can have some better queen x, although it be the case queen if needed, but we'll have a lot of flush draws. But not just that, Tao. We want him to start bluffing stuff like king 10, jack 10, king jack, these type of hands when check 2 that we've got drawing very thin. With the bet, like, we're just going to lose the 9x here. That potentially could pay on river if it's like check, check, turn, and we go small river, like non-believer perhaps, but we're just going to lose the 9x and just get continues from better queen x and turn flushes, in my opinion. Whereas we can just check call, pick off some bluffs from king 10, jack 10, king jack. Need to be just thinking about our opponent's range too. However, we see a river that is going to save us some chips, because I feel like Marius is always shutting down now. And then as Jamie, what are we targeting to get called by? There's not really anything, is there? Are we getting called by ace queen now? Probably not. Are we getting called by kings or aces? No. Diamond? Probably not. But then you've always got a spanner in the works as Marius here. So is he turning this queen into a bluff? Because he has to be, right? He's gone 11.7. Over 2/3. And now, as Jamie, we're in a grim old spot here with the 8-6 of diamonds. And, like, where are the bluffs going to come from Marius? Do we think he's just going to fire off a king, jack, jack 10 of clubs here? Because, like, the turn barrels, if we're going to assign him some turn bluffs, Tower, a lot of these are going to stem from, like, an ace high or a king high with the king or ace of diamonds. So now all these bluffs actually completing. And then, like, the other value, the boats on the turns, the 9s, the queen 9 suited, the 5s are already losing too. I'd never expect him to turn a queen into a bluff after going bet here.
Whoa, I was just about to say I can't see a call.
Yeah, I couldn't see a call either, Tower, but what a call from Jamie.
Wow.
I just don't really see where the bluffs are going to come from. But then you've also got the live thing. He can be sitting there, he can have a look at his opponent in the moment, feel if he's got the best hand, if he thinks Marius is weak, if he looks uncomfortable. Could be hands played on outer tables that we miss that have some dynamic set. So many other questions that can be asked that we don't get to cover. But yeah, pretty sick call, Tower, because like you think of turn bluffs, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, bear in the hand, they now get there. So fair play to Jamie. Maybe Jamie not expecting this player to barrel those hands, so thinking that he just has turn flushes or bluffs. A nice call from the lad. Credit to Marius though, pulling the trigger, turning trips into a bluff. I feel like turn though is the street, and maybe we just want to play check, call.
Big call. I don't think I could have made it. Now see James Mitchell back at the tables. Old Irish Open winner as well, James Mitchell.
And GUKPT winner.
Yeah. And the Palm Beach big game. 9-4-4 is the. No flush draw for Marius. Nothing for Keith. So obviously Keith leads. A check call from Keith. Complete air ball. Over 200,000 and over 900,000 in the prize pool. 912,000 and another hour to go until the turbo starts. One, how are you so popular? Two, please could you move it further from the mic? And three, I keep thinking my phone is buzzing. That is somebody's phone on the table and none of us.
Always on D&D.
Yep.
I know that's not Dungeons and Dragons Tower.
No, it is nothing to do with us. We don't have a phone anywhere near the microphone. If you can hear something, it's definitely over the table, and the microphone over the table is picking up the vibration.
So going to a giveaway in 4 minutes, guys. €55 ticket up for grabs.
I got a piece of paper.
Pocket Ace for Marius from +2 opens. It's the worst at a cash game. If you've ever played, like if you play a lot of cash, or even tournaments, not just a cash game, but when you're sat there at a poker table and everyone's got their phone on the rail, and it's just like, bzz, and everyone looks at their phone. 10 seconds later, bzz, everyone looks at their phone.
Even when you know that's not your ringtone.
Yeah, it's just like, everyone does it.
But I can assure you, Gilo, it's none of us three.
Yeah, this is pretty meaty from Vic when we start the hand. Sub 20 BBs. It's going in anyway. 4-bet rip from the 8's call from Vic, and we are off to the races. But could potentially just go for like 5 big 3-bet here. Just make it look like that we can have some bluffs and still some fold equity for our opponent. Either way, in it gets. We are flipping.
There we go. 8's still in front. Marius looks like taking out Vic Meta at the moment. Well, Queen's now playing for Vic. Needs a Queen, a King or an Ace to survive. But doesn't. Vic Meta busting out, former champ of GKPT. Will probably be back in one of the turbos, I reckon.
Might even get back in this one.
Still
work with 30 bigs if you wanted to. It depends if you're willing to fire. If you've got X amount of bullets. But we are going to a giveaway after this hand. And I have got a question that you should be getting very close to.
Oh, here we go. It's gonna. I know what the question is.
Go on.
It's going to be, how far is Venus away from Mars? It is, isn't it?
No. And I'm going to go, it's that far.
No. They're the two you can see, right? Venus and Mars.
And just reverting back to Gylo, and why are we so popular, and please could you move it further away from the mic, blah, 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 and keep thinking his phone is off, blah, blah, blah. Number one, it's not us. Number two, we're not very popular. And number three, why do you think we're so unprofessional? What are you going to think? Think up there, before typing away.
No bets on the golf man, Straw.
No. I was eating on that. Napo did like all the way around in about 12 shots last year.
He's four over through 3. I don't know.
Imagine. Or him all got 2 all-in-ones. How good was that? 2 all-in-ones in the same round.
So all in and a call. Andrew shoving the 7s for his last 11.5. Marius this time with the ace king. You always win these ones. You just win a flip against a pair. Sorry, you just win a flip with a pair against ace king. Very next hand you get dealt as ace king. You just don't lose these. See, there you are, Tay. You just don't lose these ones. You just have that heat there. Dead's Andrew on the turn. Wins a flip against ace king. Very next hand wins a flip with ace king. And on that note,
yes,
we are going to go to a giveaway. I'll give you your pen as I've got it over here. Quick rundown of the rules, guys, just in case you've got any new viewers. Simple as that looked all right. You got me there. You actually fooled me. Simple as this. I am going to ask Tower a question. He's going to write down on this piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer, not the correct answer, is going to win a €55 ticket.
Okay.
1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. We do checks, so only guess once. And please don't put anything in the chat box until I say go. Don't give Tower any clues. I'm going to give him about 15 seconds. So, Tower, you've just been outside to look at the planets. You're a bit of an expert on the solar system now. What I would like to know...
All I read was that all the planets were going to be aligned.
What I would like to know
yes,
is how many days does it take Neptune to orbit the Earth?
We all orbit the sun.
To orbit the sun. Sorry, see, I've just mucked up. I was going to say after that, the Earth is 365 days. So that's your clue. How many days does it take Neptune to orbit the sun? And Earth is 365 days. That's your clue.
Well,
if you didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, we're 365, aren't we? To orbit the sun.
Give them 10 seconds.
We're orbiting the sun, aren't we?
Yeah.
Since everything does.
Yeah, we're orbiting the sun.
God. Sorry about this, I have no ideas. In days?
In days. How many days does it take Neptune to go all the way around the sun?
I have no idea.
Well, write your answer down.
It's either going to be really close or going to be really, 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 really far away. I don't know.
Well, just put a number down.
I'm trying to think.
You've been a quintillion out before. You can't be worse than that.
Oh, I can.
You can't. You can't be worse than a quintillion out.
How many days does it take to orbit the sun? I don't know if it's further away, it takes longer, or it's shorter, it takes further away. I can't remember. I don't know.
How many days? Tower's guess is in.
It's either going to be that far away or it's going to be that far away, and I really, really, really don't know because I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Sorry for taking so long. Apologies for taking a long time on that because I really couldn't work it out. I tried to get close and I forgot. Sorry.
How many days does it take Neptune to orbit the
Good question.
sun? I thought as you're an astronomer now, as you ran upstairs because you wanted to see the planets apparently, I'd ask you something you're good on.
Very good. Good question. See, there's one of the planets that only takes about 80 days.
That's Mercury.
Ah. Okay.
And then Venus is in between that and Earth, so that would be obviously in between 365 and 80 odd.
Right, okay.
And then you go further out to Mars, and then Mars is obviously going to be slightly, well, you got Earth first, but then after Earth you go to Mars, and that's going to be longer than 365.
Mm-hmm.
And then same with Jupiter.
I don't even know which order they're in.
I think it goes. I know this from Drake and Josh.
Sun.
I saw Mercury. I saw Venus. I saw the Earth. Then Mars. I saw Jupiter. Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
All right.
I think so. Or Saturn and Uranus the other way around.
So Neptune, which you asked me about,
is the furthest away.
Oh.
Yes, Neptune is the furthest away tower.
Damn.
I'll let you know this. If you were born on Neptune, you wouldn't even be 1 year old yet.
Well, no, what?
You wouldn't even be one. You wouldn't even had your first birthday. If you were born on Neptune, you wouldn't have even had your first birthday yet.
Wow. I'm glad I wrote my answer down. Flipping heck. How many days does it take Neptune to orbit the sun? Wow.
Keith with the Jack 3. He's on fire, the man. He's bluffing away, getting a better hand to fold again, redlining the life out of absolutely everyone. Woo! And this for €55.
Indeed.
Yeah, Pluto was then classed as a dwarf planet, I believe, DJ Scotty.
How do you lose a planet?
It used to be the 9th, didn't it? There also used to be another one for about a couple of years, which they discovered called Sedna as well.
And you think I was Patrick Moore? God dear me, listen to you.
Lovely. Thank you. So, how many days does it take Neptune to orbit the Sun? It is tower guessing. Whew. Pocket Force for James opens from gun. Makes it 2200. Luke in the big can definitely defend the Queen Jack here. We're not going to jam facing gun. We just get to call and then proceed. Unlike the Queen High, Jack High boards, stuff like 10-8 brick where we have the gut shot 2 overs. Obviously the up and downs as well. But we're not going to jam this one facing the gun range. That's 2-3-7 with 2 spades, not what we're looking for as Luke. Check folds. Right in, Rain Nathan. Seeing Sachin Joshi after a long time after the WSOP run. He was here in the eye roller the other day as well. Was on the feature for that. So, gonna give away the correct answer after this hand, guys. See if you can get any tells from the tower.
Good luck. Took me 30 seconds to think of which way, how far away Neptune was.
I even remember the acronym now.
What?
My very easy method just speeds up naming planets. And that's obviously the first letter for when Pluto used to be a planet. It used to be a planet when I was back at school.
And then they just decided that it wasn't.
It's one for anyone with kids that are into astronomy. Need to learn. I used to love them little.
My very easy method.
Just speeds up naming planets.
Just speeds up naming planets. Well, there you go. Like it. If we hit thumbs up and reach 100 Tower Out Tower, we'll give you a coffee. What's that?
100 likes on YouTube.
100?
We've got over 300 watching across the platforms. 200 watching on YouTube. We could reach 100 likes on YouTube. You're going to get a coffee if we do, Sarah.
Give us a like on YouTube. Go on, give us a like on YouTube.
So, guys, the correct answer.
Yep.
Neptune.
Yep.
Takes 60,190 days to orbit the sun. 165 Earth years. So you'd never even get to your first birthday. No birthday parties on Neptune. What a terrible place.
Glad I don't live on Neptune.
Correct answer coming up. 5 minutes.
How many years? 165
165 Earth years, which is 60,190 days.
Wow.
The Keith with the fives. Running it versus Sachin. And Sachin loves what he sees when he's in with the 8-9 suited.
Wow, what a flop. Ace, 3, 6, spades, 8s and 9s.
Still flipping.
To survive.
Just gone equity favourite, has Sachin.
Not that one. Spades, 8s and 9s. Still nearly 40% though.
Oh, wow. Too many outs. As they say, Sachin Joshi, I'm sure we'll see him get back in the field, but Keith Little on an absolute tear at the moment. You could back that right now and come back tomorrow and be more than happy. So one more hand and then we are closing the giveaway. Tower's guess is what you're looking for. The correct answer is 60,190 days or 165 Earth years.
Wow.
Queens for Marius. Had some very nice distribution this session. Just made the most of it. A couple of ladies from Gun. 2200. Ace-9 of hearts here for Jamie. This stack depth could potentially play some 3-bets here if we wanted to. Does find the 3-bet. Going to be bad news when it's back to us. Because expect Marius to 4-bet this spot. We are fairly deep. I need to make up our mind now, like we can't 4-bet fold queen, so if we are 4-betting, make sure we are 4-betting to call a 5-bet jam, although it would be a 70 bigs and still can be kind of uncomfortable. So it's actually going to land on this option, and I actually don't mind it. Here's gun versus +1. Although it says hijack, we are in a 6-max setting after just losing a couple of players. And it's a fun old flop. Nut flush draw for Jamie, over pair for Marius here. Maybe Marius just not feeling comfortable to 4-bet call these, so plays call and does obviously have that function of keeping in some hands that we dominate, keeps our range a bit wider. Interesting to see how he plays it here. Like in general, just going to check call the queens with the heart here. Like Jamie as the 3-better facing our gun open. Still got the aces and kings in range. Can have 10s as well. Queens with a heart. Check call seems nice. Off to an interesting turn.
Which is the 5 of clubs.
It's now decision point for Jamie here. Are we going to take a free card, or do we feel like this is a spot we can potentially triple, fold out some 10x by the river, even put something like jacks in a horrible spot, rep that overpair, or just realise our equity? There shouldn't be too many hands that want to check jam against us, I guess, in Marius's range. Do we feel like he's ever going to check jam some sets and we don't get to realise? Should probably only have like 10s and 6s here. Doubt 4's cool. It does go for the realise, and it's a 6 of diamonds river. Marius with the ladies got an extra 7.5k. Probably wouldn't have got if he elected to 4-bet pre. No way are we getting any value once we come out betting on the river here.
Six of diamonds river, 13,500 for Marius, and in the bin from Jamie. So the final 30 seconds, get your guesses in. What time does play day 2 start tomorrow? 2 o'clock, yep. 11 60-minute levels? Nah, can't be.
Yeah, so even like with 10 levels, it's going to be 10 hours of play, hour dinner, 11 hours, the 4 breaks, 12 hours. So we're probably going to finish about 2 in the morning anyway on the Saturday evening. So if it is an extra level, that's going to be 3 in the morning finish, and then we've got to be back in at 12 for a huge day 3.
Biggest one of the year.
So I doubt that is going to be the case.
11 60-minute levels? We've never done 11 before.
We can find out.
So close the comment, 20 seconds. How many days do I think Neptune takes to circumnavigate the sun?
That must be so rare. Now I'm actually thinking about it. You're saying all 7 planets are aligned?
The first time ever.
What, like in history?
No, well, in our lifetimes.
Yeah, I get that, but it must be like not just our lifetimes. It must be like what are the chances of that?
Slim. That's why I went out.
I might go out.
That's why I wanted to see it. So 20 seconds, get your guesses in. How long do I think it takes Neptune to go around the sun?
There's always usually a dinner break day 2. Hey, it's Ray. We'll find out. I'll tell you what we do. We're going on break in 22 minutes. I'll ask the question, and we will actually get word from the TD, see what they're saying and what's going to occur.
Indeed.
Non-believer Marius.
Marius.
I would have probably just passed Turners, Marius, but good to see you not getting sticky on the river. So 10 seconds, guys. If you haven't guessed, get your guess in. Tower thinks.
How long do I think it takes Neptune to go round the sun? 3, 2, 1. We've had about 10 minutes. There we go. Competition is now closed. Forever.
Forever.
Forever is how long it takes.
Yeah.
It takes
a
forever.
lifetime. More than
it
a
takes
lifetime.
a lifetime.
So, well, how'd you come up with it? I'll tell you. Hold on a minute. I'm not happy about something. I didn't say it at the time because I didn't want to spoil the giveaway. But I'm really not happy about something because I'm pretty sure you looked at the chat box.
No.
No?
No.
Because when you had
the first guess,
one.
because the first guess in the chat box was 50,000.
Yes, but then
that was it.
Yeah, no, there was another after that. There was another 2 guesses, and you went bang in the middle of them 2 guesses. So I actually thought you peeked up and had a look in the chat box to get some sort of clue.
No.
But either way, this is why we don't guess until we say go, because you don't want to give him any clues. It would have been hilarious if he put something like 10.
I nearly put 88.
Yeah, there you go. It would have been hilarious if he put 88.
But I think that's the closest to the sun, isn't it?
Yes, that's Mercury.
8 takes 8. Then I realised that Neptune was further away.
Yeah.
And then I went, I know it was beyond Earth and Mars and all that. And then I thought, well, it's got to be one of the furthest away, so it's got to be one of the longest. So I went about 5 years.
Okay.
And then I added one.
Okay.
Which was 6 years. And I didn't go any further than that, really. I literally went, I thought 5 years was plenty long enough to get round to the sun. Looking back, you'd be gone a long time. Especially if you left light on. You'd be out forever. So I went for just over 5 years. But it was actually just over 6 years because I added one. I thought it was 5 years. Now that's what I was taking my time on because I was trying to times 5 by 365. Anyway, I came up with 2,200 days.
5 times 365?
Well, that's 6 times 365 and add a few.
Ah, and add a few, okay. Always add a few, that is the key thing.
2,200 is what I went for. I went for 6 years.
And believe it or not, no
6
one
years.
even got close. Not a single soul got close.
It did?
No.
No?
No one really got close. 150, that's not really close, is it?
Well, to be fair, it's in Neptune years, yeah.
The close,
about 5 minutes.
The closest guess was 2,350. And that person was Glyn Wellens. So well done to Glyn Wellens.
Glyn.
You are winning yourself a €55 ticket for Grosvenor Poker. Drop your alias in the chat box. We'll get that sent to you. We're going to have another 2 giveaways next session, guys. It's day 1. We've got to get rid of all these tickets we've been given to give away to the viewers.
Well done, Glyn Wellens. Give us your alias. See, Pokemon says if Tower could do maths, I would have won. She did 5 years. I thought 5 years was a long time.
He always just like makes it up, Mel, and forgets he sat next to me. He says this times that, and then I do the calculation. It's nowhere near the number that he's got on his piece of paper. He's always gets away with it because he goes, oh, I added a few. Always adds a few. Never takes away any.
Correct.
Either way, Glyn Wellens is happy. €55.
Well done.
You are on the spreadsheet. We'll have another 2 giveaways next session, guys. And we've got a special session coming up because we've just been told when we come back after the break, John Whale, who won his seat watching the live stream, he entered a giveaway, he got himself on the wheel, we spun the wheel, John was the eventual winner, and this is the biggest tournament he has ever played.
Indeed.
So he's coming to the feature table. He's a bit nervous.
We had a chat with him yesterday.
We're hoping he can have a spin up, but it'll be a great story if he can bag and tag. There's 16 minutes left on the session. Where did Vanessa come from? Vanessa Cade, welcome to the table.
Yeah, she was in yesterday, bust out yesterday.
Seat 7 takes her seat. 15 minutes stint on the feature. The space for Jamie makes it 2100. James with the defend 9-5 of clubs in the big blind. Just going to be Jamie's pot. Ace Queen 4 rainbow. Check bet, hand over.
Glyn Wellings is my screen name.
I've done it.
You done it already on?
Boom. There.
Oh, the guys are finished for the weekend, so all tickets redeemed on Monday. And 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then a 15-minute break.
Jamie with the Queen 6 of diamonds. Opens in the cut-off. Luke straight in with the Ace 10. And for 10, Queen 6. Gonna have to let this one go. Got plenty of chips as Jamie, less than 10% of our stack, but no need to just meaninglessly call all-ins with weak holdings. Don't really want to double the person up on our direct left either.
Yes, please, Devil. Yes, please, the Dev. Thank you very much. Heading to the break, 11 minutes to go.
Ace 10 for Marius, win the raise and take.
Luke Porter, champ of the GKPT.
Short stack on the table. Seat number 9.
Yeah, 2 champs in the 2 aisle seats. Luke win in London, first leg of last year, 2024. Bit of trivia for you, Tal. Where did James Mitchell win his title?
By egg.
I have a feeling it was Cardiff.
No.
It weren't Cardiff.
Cardiff, no, not at all. I was thinking something like Reading.
Could have been Reading.
Leeds?
Edinburgh. I wouldn't have got Edinburgh.
Oh yeah, he just turned up. He was like the only Southern guy in the entire field.
Edinburgh defeating Colin Wu, heads up.
Yeah, you look for another English flag in that list, and I'm guessing there weren't more than 2.
On the final table, there is no English flags. There is 1 Lithuanian flag, and there is 7 Scottish flags.
Yep. Yep, it was just like the English guy and took home the winnings.
Whatever happened to Usman Al-Haq? You remember him?
Yeah.
He used to sit up very straight.
Yeah.
Always had his pillow. He was a very good player. I don't know what happened to him.
Correct, Karen.
Dean Lyell. We know Dean.
Dean Lyell. Yep.
It's mad. GUKPT main event, 33k up top tower. Like, you look at the mini that we just done the other day, nearly 50k up top. 10 years ago, GUKPT, James is winning the main event for £33,000.
Really?
How you doing, Karim? I'm on delay, but I'm guessing Tower got nowhere close. You are correct.
No need for that, Karen.
Keep for the Cowboys in the cutoff. Going to be a raise and take.
I guess 6 years, 2,200 days, just over 6 years, and I was only
165
I was
years.
only 160 years out.
60,190 days.
60,000 days. Oh, was that now? See, that's rubbish. I've just come to realise something.
Come on.
Who's checked?
Who's checked what?
There's nobody sat there and counted in days how long it took to get round.
Yeah, but...
Because there's nobody around for 165 years.
Did you do geometry at school?
Failed it.
When you do an orbit, what shapes it make?
Circle.
And what can you do with a circle? You can find areas, you can find lengths, and you can use maths tower to figure out how long. Say, for example, someone's lived for, 165 years, someone's lived for 41 and a bit years. They see Neptune move a quarter of the way. They can now figure out that.
But somebody's got to be there in the beginning.
But you can
do it once.
But if
and work it out.
But if
so they're only guessing.
Right, but if it's moving in a circle at the same speed constantly, you can figure out when it's completed that circle.
What happens if it
with
gets
maths.
a flat tyre and don't become a circle?
Well,
it becomes a bit of an
it's-
oblong.
It's a planet. It's not a tyre. So there you go. So you don't have to. How do we know about the galaxies that are apparently something billion light years away? How do we know they're there?
What's a light year?
It's a long time. A light.
Is it longer than a year?
A light year is a long time. We'll go with that. Ben Teague, one of the smartest people you ever meet, puts it perfectly. You can work out how long a car journey is based on how fast you're travelling.
True. And a light year is not a long time.
It's a quick time then.
Quick time. Oh, it's not a time, it's a distance. Oh heck. Why don't they just put that then? Why do they just...
When something's a light year away, it's a long way away.
So why... Yeah. A light year. If you ran the first 50 metres around the Ricoh Arena, theoretically we could work out how long it would take you to run round
No,
it.
because if he
No,
ran
'cause
the
I'd
first
slow
50,
down.
yeah, he'd slow down.
I'd run like Usain Bolt and then I'd end up like Big Daddy.
We're going to jump back to this hand because we've got one brewing. We've got Middle versus Aces of Paul and Marius with the flush draw here. Fortunately, not got the betting graphic.
Only two in the hand. Mr. Trotter. Marius and Mr. Flush. They'll be in the bin.
See, this is why I like our chat, 'cause we've got some very intellectual people in our chat. A light year is how far away you'd get if you were travelling at the speed of light. Travelling where though? Hold on a minute. Now, oh, in 1 year. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that at the end, Higgy Bear. A light year is how far away you'd get if you were travelling at the speed of light in 1 year. Okay. So we're going at the speed of light for exactly a year. We would be a light year away. See, makes sense. I'll never forget that now.
Speed of light's pretty fast.
Yeah, speed of light is very fast. You know how quickly when you press the switch, the light comes on. Quick, ain't it? Yeah, it's quick.
Put light on. Not in our house. We're like, you do it. No, you do it. No, you do it.
These days, Alexa does it.
Oh, what's that about? Alexa, turn the room light off, please. If anybody's lights have gone off, that'd be great.
Aces again. Marius going to get some action as well because Keith Littlewood with the 10s won't be folding. Keith with the call. Don't know what Pavel's got. We're just going to get out of the way. So heads up between Marius and Keith. Could be the last hand of the session, depending if it's a long one or not. 2 minutes left on the clock. Oh, and it could be a bit of bother for Keith here. Flops the overpair. Marius with the aces and diamond in hand. Will draw picked up. Keith just check call in, just recognising Marius still has the bigger overpairs in range. Five of spades on the turn. Shouldn't really be much 5x for Keith. To be fair, we've got the worse aces because there's still the full two combos of the ace-5 suited, which I guess Keith can have. Ace of spades, ace of diamonds, not really the best ones to have. It's a queen of spades river. And Marius just going to get to jam now. Target these over pairs. We can still potentially have ace king as a bluff, ace jack as a bluff, maybe some king jack diamonds, something along those lines. It doesn't go for all of it. Tower just goes for 20k. Quick call from Keith with the 10s, and big pot going to Marius just before the 15-minute break.
One more end. Last hand of the sesh. Yeah, out come the cards. Another giveaway in the next session. Might even do two.
Two?
Yeah, I think I might do one. I think we'll do one next session.
I think we've probably got to do two because we don't really want to take too much away from tomorrow.
No, it's only day two.
And then one in the last session. And then we've got 4 to give away for day two tomorrow.
Okay, that's what we'll do. 2 in the next session.
So Paul Trotter with the kings, gun versus +1 here. I would just let 4s go as Keith. Having a little look at Paul, maybe feeling that if he's deep enough he could set mine, but gun versus +1. I'd just let the 4s go as Keith Littlewood, but we'll see if he fancies going on the hunt for a 4.
Of course he does.
Well,
4 bet.
Okay.
5 bet send.
Because now he's got a call, because Paul's only got 42k, it's 26k more to call, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Littlewood. 4 betting the 4s and maybe not.
Oh, just calling.
Paul, I'd just assume Keith is all in here once he puts in 16k. Nearly a third of his stack. And Keith says, I'm all in. I'm going to see the bad news.
And Trotter is getting a full double to 103,000 and a bit of a gift here from Keith Littlewood.
Well, imagine it. 3 or a 4. Not like this for the Trotter. 4 or 5 of spades on the river.
Big double, big gift.
We're on a 15-minute break, guys. We are going to be back just after 10 to 8. We will see you then.
See you soon.
Reg desk. You've had Sean Hayden entertaining you, and now we're off to go and have a bite to eat. As you can see, the gateway to Goliath. It's the main way. One of the GUKPT mainstays, Big Six. Oh, bad beat stories. I ought to charge £1 every time you come through. So, we come through to the main hall, and this is the food hall. The bar is open. If you've had a bad beat story, you can tell absolutely anybody who wants to listen. But this is a food hall to get yourself through. And this is it, food hall. The food hall time, normally on a break, really busy. The guys doing the pizzas are always busy. The guys in the top doing the salads. The guys down there doing the nachos and the burgers, the bar. It is absolutely chock-a-block all the way through. So, you've got in, you've registered, you've had a quick drink at the bar, you've got yourself down into the food hall, you got yourself a burger, and then you walk through these doors. And you think, where am I going now? I'm just about to enter Goliath. This is it. This is my time. I'm on my way to play Goliath. And if you want to check out the winners, there they are. All downside of the wall from 2011 when Lee Rawson became the first person to lift the trophy. We then enter and wander through the hall. This is it. And this is what you greeted with. An array of 110 tables, all sat, all fully dealt. The dealers are amazing, the floor staff fantastic. Everybody knows exactly what they're doing, but this experience, as you see down at the bottom,
the Card Room Direct feature table. It is the table that we live stream on. It's the table that you need to be on Sunday to win the Goliath. But it looks vast, it is vast, but it's a fantastic place to be. And if you've not been to Goliath before and you want to make it through the rest of the week, this is definitely the place to be. And this is the best tournament outside of Las Vegas, the biggest tournament outside of Las Vegas, and that is Goliath. So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
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 How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before I tore cruciate ligament in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches,
yeah,
which got thrown off the balcony into the pool quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff,
Yeah.
so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but I really enjoyed it. And from then on, got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mob, but
Yeah.
wasn't me.
Well, don't take it off, it just adds to your cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So,
so what was the first one?
The first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015.
Yeah.
And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k, I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's plenty of 7th place in the £5 rebuy,
Yeah, yeah.
20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot of firsts when you first get there. Like we win on the first database, and then we go to Vegas for the first time, and we just end up with a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time, because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Vegas. That was a funny one because I started streaming for Grosvenor then. I wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going.
Yeah.
So I just tagged along.
You do right.
And it's worked out because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever, kind of thing. As long as I still love the game.
Yeah. So I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah. You cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
Oh, right, okay.
But didn't get paid.
Yeah.
But it was nice to have played there because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's
yeah.
actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
when
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs through they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just. It was just amazing.
It was class, and I mean, it's even the smell in there.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. It's proper poker, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. You come back. You just mentioned you're starting to Twitch. How did that come about? How did you want to do tell everybody what you were doing? How did you want to see the hands? How did you want to tell people this is what you should be doing in these spots, or even like your opponents seeing what you do?
It was a strange one really, because I really wanted to give poker a go and go full time, but at that point I still had a job, and I said to my now wonderful wife Ellie, I really want to do this, but as a lot of people know, I've got 2 kids, family, so I thought if I'm going to do this, I need to find ways of making money from poker, but not just from poker. So I realised that the majority of sponsorships and the majority of money in poker outside of just playing was coming from creating content.
Yeah.
So I decided that I was going to start doing that, and got in touch with Grosvenor because I realised they didn't have a streamer at the time.
Yeah.
And just managed to build up that relationship.
And that's literally how the sponsorship came about.
Yeah.
Regarding the streaming and the Twitch and getting in touch with the guys from Grosvenor.
Yeah, pretty much. Just my way in, basically. But in terms of like showing your cards and everything, that can be a detriment to your game, because obviously you're giving away a lot of information.
Yeah.
However, on the other side of it, you have to talk through what you're doing, and sometimes vocalizing what you're doing can help you make the right decisions. So that's it. There's pros and cons to it.
I always think in the background that when we did the Goliath, some of the online Twitchers, and I was there in the core comms, that I obviously helped your career push a little bit forward.
You
know.
did. It was all you, Tower. It was all you.
But they were good, weren't they? They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Obviously lockdown was like tough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So doing the comms with you and having a laugh and doing what he was and just watching your game, I actually loved it. I thought it was great fun.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of like playing live without playing live. It was like having the banter at the table.
Yeah.
Without actually being at a table. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. 2021 WPT, the high roller.
Yeah.
Nice cash.
Which one?
The the 33 online.
Oh yeah.
Which was
the 5K.
The 5K. Can you run us through the online one?
Yeah. So that one was weird because I was actually streaming on Twitch at the same time. But this was at a time. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this was at a time I was only allowed to stream Grosvenor games.
Yeah.
So I was streaming my home game, which was on a Tuesday, £11 home game, and I was on the final table of that. Off screen, I was on final table of a 5K. There's Dom Nietzsche, Sam Greenwood, and Tim Adams, 400.
Wow.
So I was getting really excited about the home game on stream at the same time as being 400 and 5K, which was pretty funny.
Wow.
But
how do you keep it calm?
Just dead inside, Tower. Just dead inside.
Finishing third.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all want the win. Were you upset, or did it take a bit of time to think, that's a great score, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I played it was because I saw some satellites overlaying to that event, so I ended up getting into that event for $55.
Oh, wow.
So I couldn't be too disappointed. It was $55 into 30 odd K, so
yeah,
I was pretty happy with that one. Obviously, you're gutted for the first couple of hours afterwards, but when the money hits your account, that's a nice little
always
nice
helps when you look at the dollars just adding up.
That's true.
2022, big year for you. You cashed a lot. Obviously, we had a GUKPT win as well.
Yeah.
Which was very nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, we were there.
You were.
Brilliant events to play in, but when you get one under your belt, how did that feel?
It was great. I mean, I always
do have a lot of love.
I did
within the Grosvenor fraternity. You do have a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to kind of repay that love.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all the support that I get from the chat box and everything, and it was nice to show them that I can do it, really. But yeah, it was nice. I felt like the thing at the Vic, I always felt like that was my bogey card room, where I couldn't get a win, and then all of a sudden it just came. And the funny thing was, that's probably the worst I've ever felt playing poker, because
really?
I was ill all weekend.
You was ill?
I was ill.
You was poorly because you literally said, I'm gonna get you a drink, lads, but I'm leaving because I'm not feeling very well.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you did.
So yeah, some of those kebab places on Edgware Road don't go to. But
excuse me.
But,
there are some good ones, by the way.
There are some very good ones at the time. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things I should probably take note of that and I just played ABC poker.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
pull
right.
off any
Yeah.
huge bluffs. I didn't make any big hero calls. I just played behind well, and maybe going into this tournament today.
and
I'm
I think
about to-
you said at the time, I think because I'm not feeling well, I can't really play my game because I just really want to just sit there and play ABC.
Yeah.
And that's
that's what I did really. So maybe there's something in that. I'll try that this week in Leeds.
You won the mini. You beat somebody called Cal Heads Up.
I did.
Do you tell him every time you meet him?
I did.
And now he's sponsored, obviously.
Yeah.
Now he's part of the team.
Until recently, I was the last person that beat him heads up, and I was like, "Have you ever lost a heads up, Carl?" He's like, "Yeah, to you, Jamie." But no, I think it was the cup I beat him in actually, heads up, and then the next heads up he lost was in the cup to Sinead, I think it was.
Oh wow.
So
becoming a pattern here.
So yeah, he's never getting a cup.
You do a lot of coaching.
Yes.
And you're proud of your coaching.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the players that you coach having some great scores.
Yeah.
Floor, please. 13.
Let's do it again. Who we got on this feature table? I don't know anybody on here.
Ridiculous table tower for a day one. Kev Allen kicking it off in seat 2. Stu McNally in the 3. Jack Arcastle in 4. Harrowin. Salvaraju, who final tabled this last year, I believe, if memory serves correct, maybe the year before. Martin Frey in 6. Chris Day 7. Narman Morris in 8. And the man that is John Whale.
For the biggest of fish.
Won the spin on the wheel. He is in for a pure free roll, and he is still in level 10 of day 1C, and we get to soon
Whale.
on the feature table. Let's go, John Whale.
18,000 with a big blind at 12. 15 bigs.
Come on, John.
Go on, Johnny boy.
Got a couple more giveaways this session, but what a table.
Kev doing so well yesterday as well in the high roller. John is from Devon. He won the £1,500 free roll, free ticket given away by Jim McShane in Manchester to come and play here in Coventry.
Sorry, it wasn't the UK opening final tabled Harrowin. I was trying to find it. It was the 888 here last year. The one Chris De Silva won. And here he is with pocket sevens. Opens to 2,400.
Okay, I'll take it back. Yeah, maybe not.
John with the ace 4. 3 made a 6.6.
Go on, the Whale.
Oi, oi.
John Whale finds a little 3-bet bluff here with the ace 4 suited. Maybe we can just jam tower for 15 here, but dependent how his image has been set today, this may work versus Harrowin, because you're just going to think John's got a bigger pair or some ace king, ace queen some of the time.
Well, we are going to see a flop. Puts us down to 10 bigs.
I'm rooting for an ace. Sorry, Harrowin, but we got a root for the man that's in on a pure free roll.
Well, there's a ace high flop. It's top and bottom for John. And a fold
Gets himself up to near starting.
Come on, the John Whale. Bit of a ambitious free bet there. We could have just free bet Jam Tower. Maybe it's hard, biggest poker tournament we've ever played, to just put all our chips over the line, but ace 4 suited there off of 15 bigs. We could have just gone for the jam. Either way, we win a nice one. I think John's from West, isn't he? Down the southwest, yeah. How did he get here? Did he drive?
Car.
He drove.
Yeah. He got here on a free roll. Steady drive up, isn't it? From Plymouth or Devon? Can't be that far. I would have no idea what motorways are down there. M5?
Yeah.
Is it A34, M5 or something like that?
M3, M4?
No, that's Brighton.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm sure you're on the M3, M4.
No, that's Brighton. You go down, you want M3 to Brighton. I'm pretty sure it's right down the bottom of the M5 and then go down something like the A34 or something like that.
I'm sure M3 you go to the
Brighton.
down to West Coast.
You go to Brighton?
I'm sure you go West Coast. Can you get to the West Coast M3?
A38 M5.
And M4. I thought it was M3, M4.
It's not an M4. The M4's on the other side of the country.
So there is an M4?
There is an M4?
Yeah.
There is one.
Okay.
But you might not never get to Plymouth.
All right. M5.
Right to the bottom of the M5.
See,
to the A38.
Wales is the M4. I told you.
That's
That's
mad.
West.
See,
no,
now-
we're talking West. Is Wales not West?
See, now you're talking different countries.
No, because Wales is West. I was talking west of the island we're on. And M4 is West. If it's Wales, it's West. I'm not having it.
A34's Oxford. That's right, Sandra. I'm thinking about coming to pick my cake up in Reading. A38, right at the end of the M5, takes you to Plymouth and Oakhampton and all that bit. John plays Red Tooth Poker. He plays pub poker.
Yep, he has 2 caches on the database and one coming in 2016 in the £15 Friday reload at Sheffield. Wonder if Keith Littlewood was playing that one. He used to play the old Sheffields. And the £30 re-entry at Plymouth. There are his 2 caches on the database, £180, £185 respectively. So this is huge for him. This is massive for John Whale.
Huge.
And I would just love to see the man bag. If he could get a cash, it would be great. Oh, where's Martin going? He's got the dips to have a wander. Ace 3 suited for Kev on the button. Some of the clubs here for Stu. Thought about it. I'm going to let it go. However, Jack with the 9-7 hit. Off of his 15 bigs. Do expect to defend. Got shot for Jack, just ace high here for Kev on the 10-6 deuce. It's going to continue. 9-7 no club for Jack. Half pot though from Kev. Not really got much to work with behind. Feel like facing third quarter, always going to call. Half becomes a bit more tricky, especially without a club. He's going to take one off and see a turn. turn Jack is really looking for here. And from Kev's perspective as well, Jack's going to check shove some like 6x and 10x here on the flop when he's this shallow. Like if he's flopped something like a 6-7 or 6-8, potentially just going to check jam these hands. Check back from Kev to the 5 of spades river, and surely Mr. Hardcastle is going to be bluffing here. Just such a better board for us. I guess Kev can have some like ace-4, can have some like king-4, that open button, but I'd be very shocked if Jack didn't take this spot. There it is. Kev with just a 3 here. Going to be in a real tricky situation because all we are now beating are these 9-8, 9-7, 7-8 combos. And against Half-Light, I may only expect Jack to pill the ones with a club. I know wrong because he's pilled 9-7 no club, but trying to get in Kev's head how he'd think about it. So I'd personally just let the 3 go here. Yeah, he's got these combinations of 9-8, 9-7, 7-8, but he's also got 4x, 2 pairs. Maybe even the 10x thinks it can just jam. Once Kev checks back turn at that SPR, and Jack getting the bluff through with the 9 high. Got some good news as well. So after this session, we go on break.
Yep.
We come back.
Yep.
An hour and 20 minutes, not even 2 hours.
Oh, it's only 14 levels.
14 levels today. Come on, the John Whale finds the ladies.
Here we go, Whaley boy.
Yep, like it. 2 bigs.
Oh, what a flip. What a race. What a hand. It always happens on the feature. No matter what part of the tournament, we get it every time we're on. Queens against ace king.
Yeah, the biggest flip of potentially John's poker career could be about to come up. He's on the complete free roll. One of our viewers in for free.
And here we go. Kev Allen won't mind us rooting for John. He knows the score. We're not disrespectful, we don't do anything like that, but Jonathan Wales on a free roll, man. He watches the stream. He gets involved with the wheel.
The wheel.
Here he goes. John Whale.
Oh no, if this comes backdoor wheel, I'm blaming you, Tower. But it's a queen on the turn. Still some jacks to fade for John.
Wheel, is it? Don't do it.
It's no backdoor wheel. You're all right, Tower. And it's no jack on the river. John Whale going to be up to just shy of 60k. A puff of the cheeks from him. But that could be huge. Kev, nothing he can do. Just on the wrong end of a flip.
Yep.
Still potentially could spin. His 8 big blinds.
The whale on the move. Long day tomorrow, yes.
Ace-5 for Stuart.
There he blows.
Harrowing in the small blind, 7-8 of clubs. Ooh, gonna go for 3-bet here. Gonna work versus the Ace-5 off. Maybe slightly too shallow at sub 40 to start the hand. It does get in the 3-bet range slightly deeper. Always like to see aggression as a bluff though. Good to be aggressive.
£951,000 collected. Level number 10. Played 14 levels today.
Ace 10 for Jack. Opens in the cutoff. With the King 7 of Hearts, you're thinking about a little 3-bet bluff here. I'm going to go with call. May have, if we are going to continue, maybe 3-bet becomes slightly better. Like fold out Jack's like A7, Ace8, A6 off. Fold out his King 10 off, King 9, stuff like this. Because a lot of the time when we call, like we got big blind, we're going to be splitting equity 3 ways. But Chris would love to see jam here. Really nice.
Like it. In they go.
It's a 21. Big blind jam here for Chris with the Jack 10 of clubs. And this is player dependent, like against a good player that's going to shove correctly and have hands like this. Would be calling Ace 10 cut off versus being, especially as a squeeze jam, maybe it's going to shove slightly wider once there's a dead flat of Harrowing that's probably never got any traps. And there is the call from Jack.
There we go. Jack makes a call, turns over Ace 10. Chris with the Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, take nothing away from the jam tower, especially when Jack opens cut off. Feel like he still will be wide even off 20. We're just going to get this through a lot. And like even when called, Jack 10 suited a nice one in terms of equity still, with 5 cards to come. Well, how's that for equity? Essentially flipping now.
What a oh my.
And a queen on the turn, club on the river.
Oh dear.
And that's going to leave Jack with 900 chips. And Chris up to 55k. And this is one of the things you can always get there. Just because you're caught bluffing pre, it's the best time to be caught bluffing because equities are running finest. If you're ever going to get caught bluffing, pre-flop is the time because you can still get there. That's why reshove's so powerful, because you've got 2 ways of winning the hand, obviously. You can either pick up the chips, not see a run out, or you can see a run out and get lucky.
There are there 2 binds, Mr. Gary Gaffney.
You should have your ticket in your account now, Gary. Should be there.
You never see it in the UK. It warms the heart. Someone squeeze jamming Jack 10 season. Really makes it I'm loving it, really. Normally you just get shown like Ace Queen.
How you doing, Alex? Good evening. Chris Organ says, come on, John. King Jack for Kev, all in, and ran right into it. Stu McNally behind with the Ace King. There's the call. And Jack with King Jack as well.
There's the jack is in, looking to spin these 900. So we're going to have a three-way all in here, and Stuart going to be in terrific shape. Hold that for. Oh my word, what a ridiculous spot for Narman. And Stu McNally, I doubt we're folding ace-king, sir, especially once we flat. Like, Narman could do this with some ace-queen, ace-jack suited, because we've just called an 8 big blind shove. I don't think we're ever folding ace-king, sir. It'd be a ridiculous fold if he finds it, Tal, but yeah, think about Narman's range here. He's got to look at what Stu calls this 8 big blind shove with Kev, and he's going to call stuff like ace-10, ace-9 suited, so Narman can shove ace-jack, ace-queen.
What 4 hands there?
Yeah.
King jack, ace, king, queen.
And just look at the shape Narman's going to be in. Yeah. There's a king, 1 king left, and 3 aces left to fade. We don't care if Jack hits some spades. We care about the sides. Is Stu really going to fold here? It'd be a great fold in this given situation, but I don't see how he can. There we are.
4-way all in. Let the carnage ensue.
Jack, let's go with this, mate.
Let's go over the
Jack with it, king jack. How do we get out of this? It says. Kev Allen's already at the desk to play the turbo. 9-10 queen. 9-10 4, sorry.
It's a good flop for queens. At the moment, all looking good. 3 of clubs turn. So are we going to have a triple knockout? Yes, we are. Narman taking out Kev Allen, Stu McNally, Jack Arcastle, all in a line.
Seats open.
You think we're just on break if you just tuned in. 3 players standing up in unison.
3 seats on 13, seats 2, 3 and 4.
And a huge hole for Narman there. As Leo comes to the table.
Leo just comes to the table to see the carnage. Lost 3. Doesn't happen often.
You love that, don't you, as crass? That the big stack one is just covering everyone. What you don't win is Jack coming first, Kev coming second, Stu McNally coming third, and the Queen's coming last, because then you got some work to do. I actually can't think about a run out where that actually happens, actually, because if it's Queen 10-9, it would have to be Queen 10-9 with 3 spades, so Kev gets the side pot with King Jack.
Yeah.
And then obviously the set of queens would still be Ace King. I'm sure someone in the chat will give me a scenario that makes sense. I'm trying to think of one now.
Three very good players, absolutely leaving 3 good players. I'm sure they'll be back.
And we'll do another giveaway in 20 minutes time, guys. Let's think of a question.
How long have we got?
You've got 165 years. Pocket 8s for John. Blind on blind here. A bit small. Yeah, 2.5k. Need to go bigger here. Like we're up against Leo. Like he's just going to call any 2 against 2 bigs in position when he has this stack and just go post against us. So like we want to deter some hands from calling. And Leo here with the ace queen of hearts, not doing any raising. Bit wary of this raise from John. We got ace queen of hearts, beautiful to just play in position. Keep our range wide. We see the 9-3-4, 2 diamonds. Nice looking flop for John, just one overcard there, and we are blind on blind, so going to be a lot of hands in Leo's range. Starts with third, and still going to have to call once here. Leo with the ace queen high, off to the turn.
Which is a 5 of diamonds.
Through to a flush now, 8 of diamonds in John hand. Leo does pick up a will draw. Check, check on the turn. 7 of clubs on the river, so now 4-2 a straight out there. So it may worry John with the 8s. I don't think he's ever going to be value betting here, and it does just go check, check, and it's John to show. Pocket 8's going to be best.
Leo comes to the table as chip leader.
Tens for Chris. Now open from hijack. Sixes for John. The old Mickey Blacks. Gonna have a little look. Harrowin going to join in the fun from the big blind, makes the call, free weight. Tens for Chris here. Ace high board out position to John. Feel like check could be in order. Does check it over. John going to take a free one with the sixes.
3 of diamonds turn.
A couple of players come and join us. The champs here. Mini main champ. Feel tight.
Mute.
Jamie Dale as well. I believe won high roller up. Was it Luton last year? Definitely won a high roller. I believe it was Luton. The buy-in.
The buy-in for this one
is £1,500. £1 million guarantee, and we are going to hit that £1 million very soon.
We are.
Odin Edelman, evening Tower and Joe. Looking forward to tonight's stream. Ended up falling asleep for the high roller. Me and Tower nearly nodded off as well. It was a late day, but it was fantastic. Great final table. You and your team do some hours. Is the treble on for tomorrow, unfortunately. Five of clubs on the river. I feel like we're just going to see a lot of bets here from Harrowin. It's actually kind of annoying when Harrowin checks, because as Chris, when the big blind checks this board, you just never win with tens. He's just got like a one pair ace X that now beats us. Because like when he gets to the river with missed hearts, when the 4-liner comes out, when there's hardly any deuce X in Chris's range, he just gets the bluff. So it's one of these annoying spots that if our opponent checks, we lose. If our opponent bets, we probably fold and lose.
comes the bet. It's a big old size tower. So this size is actually really interesting. So he's gone 17k here. So we're not working with like an ace 10 and ace 8, something along these lines after flop checks through. We're working with like 2 pair plus. So Chris not insta folding the 10s now that Harrowing repping for value, something more than 1 pair. We don't have a heart, which I guess is good. Removal to some hearts. Do we think that he's going to bluff hands like some 3x perhaps on the turn, that once Chris calls feels like they now need to turn them into a bluff? Something like 6? Nah, there's not many. There's actually not many I can find. I think fold seems good there with the 10s. Can't really find too many bluffs other than the heart draws, and gets the value bet 2 pair. How that hand is played, I think it's a good fold from Chris, whether our opponent had it or not.
Very similar to Ace Deuce. It's the same Hennessy.
Ace Queen for Chris. Is it 2400? Pills the suited connector on the button. Both blinds, sorry, 1 blind out the way. Martin in the big blind. A nice flop for Chris here. I feel like fine to just come out, continuing on the ace high board. Yes, out of position to Leo, but gonna play more checks the closer we are to him when it's gun versus button. Still can come in with lots of bets here on the ace 6-7. It's still gonna mix in the check to the in position player. And Leo with a 5-6 of diamonds, just bottom pair here. Some nice backdoor equity. He's gonna take a free one. Yes, he is. So the 4 of clubs on the turn, and now we've got a lead from Martin. Can get behind it once flop checks through. We're going to have more flushes, more straights. Got some 2 pair combos our opponents cannot have. And importantly, we got equity. We got the jack of clubs in hand, so potential to get there when called. And now likely to go freeway to the river here. Leo never folding, getting 5-1 with up and down and a pair. The 4 of diamonds hits the river, and after getting called in 2 spots, Martin may be less inclined to bluff at it, but what do I know? Goes for 12k for 2/3 pot. And Chris, after checking this one back on the flop, I doubt we're going to see a fold. Ace Queen with the Queen of Clubs. We've still got Leo behind us, but even as Leo, you expect him to just bet hands better than Ace Queen on the flop. I guess he can play some check back with some flush draws multi-way, but he's never checking back the flush on the turn, so I don't think Leo's a worry here. I think he's more going to have stuff like King Queen with the King of Clubs, King Jack with the King of Clubs, potentially stuff that is drawing. So Chris picking it off as he should do, and the Ace Queen checking the flop induces this bluff from Martin. Nicely done from Chris. Great half hour for him.
Up to 75,000. Martin Fair still on 84.5 and Leo on 180.
975k in the prize pool, 25k to go. Buy-in available till day 2. You can buy in for 10 bigs on day 2 if you please. Any Friday night football? It's FA Cup, isn't it? Is there a game tonight, Tal?
Villa are playing Cardiff.
Oh no, that should be us. Should be Spurs.
Why?
We lost to Villa in the last round.
Oh, did you?
I say should be. We were terrible that game, so maybe it shouldn't be. Darwin says you should come and watch a League of Ireland match when you come over to the Irish Open.
Is that football or rugby?
Football.
Is it? Is that like Donegal versus?
I went and watched Shamrock Rovers before.
Shamrock.
I remember I've been to a Shamrock game before. No, I have. You're looking at me like
I feel like a pun's coming.
No, I've been to a Shamrock Rovers game before.
Come on then, what was the standard like?
It was, I think we won, Spurs won 2-0. I think we won 2-0.
Oh, Spurs played
We played them in the Europa League a few
well,
years
Shamrock
back.
Rovers always seem to get to the qualifiers.
We played them in the, was it pre-COVID? I think it was pre-COVID. We played them in the in Europe a few years back. Weren't no more than 10 years ago, but it was a few years back, I believe. Lovely looking turn for Martin. And 5 of clubs on the river. So I'm going to go for his value here with the ace 10. Chris can't do anything. Leo with the queen 7. He's just seen this man bluff the hand before and it's checked back twice here, getting nearly 4-1. I don't think we can fold, but maybe Leo can find it. Yeah, we checked back twice and still lets it go. Just gives Martin credit for an ace, top-notch fold. Feel like a lot of people lose 3k there, getting 4-1. Especially after just seeing Martin bluff off a chunk to Chris the hand before. Was it that long ago, Darby? Was it actually that long ago? 13 years ago. Is it AVB? AVB days?
Oh.
Andre Villas-Boas. It just flies time. It does not seem like that was 14 years ago. Doesn't seem like 2020 was 5 years ago, Sal.
No,
COVID was 5 years ago.
Yep, it's next week. It all started next week, 5 years ago.
King Jack for Leo opens to 2500. Jamie with the 5s makes the call. Jack 10 of spades for Narman. Makes the call. This stack bet for Leo could have actually gone with like squeeze here. We're 100 plus deep. Could have potentially squeezed this, try and get this heads up, but call seems fine. It's not like we always squeeze, but just something to think about. That flop is beautiful for Jamie, and Leo's going to be in a bit of bother here with the King Jack. Middle set for Jamie Dow. Just going to start firing. Leo checking over to the in position player with his top pair. Jamie starts betting, and pretty clear check call for Leo. Queen of Hearts turn. Actually a good card to see for Leo, because one of the hands that Jamie has for value that we are actually behind to is King Queen, that would flat here, and that Queen now reduces it from 12 to 9 combos. So actually a good little card to see for Leo. And now Jamie with the 5s, guessing we're just going bet, bet, bet. Just comes down to what size we want to go on the turn. This sizing up. 10.4 into 14.9. Going to be the decision on the river for Leo.
Which is the 9 of spades. Jamie with the check mark.
Yeah, Leo never has Jack 10 here, so only losing to kings and queens specifically as Jamie Dow. So want to jam the 5. No, should know that Leo will be playing a lot of checks out of position, +1 versus hijack, so can still have some ace king, can potentially have some aces, although I feel like aces is one that would just come out betting. Unblocking the king X. And just down to size now. It's a big old bet from Jamie. And it's going to put Leo in a real old predicament here with a king jack, 33-5. So start with Jamie's value range, obviously. Going to have king queen, that's the obvious one. He can have 5s. Deuces may just fold when he starts the hand at this stack depth. I don't think it gets in pre. It might do, it might do. Questionable. Maybe can't give him full 3 combos of it, but definitely 5s. Definitely king queen. Does he do this with king jack himself after we check flop? Probably not. I don't think he's ever going this big on the river, so close to pot, so I'm probably going to eradicate any chops. Ace king's going to 3-bet pre, so like Jamie's value range here is actually really thin tower. It's literally pocket 5s, king queen, maybe some trapped aces, but that's only going to be at small frequency. And then where a bluff's going to come from? Would he start betting something like ace jack, ace 10 on the flop? If he does, these are very good turn cards to follow through on and very good river card to triple off on. So potentially some ace jack, ace 10 for his bluffs as Jamie. But his value is, there's not much there, tower. It's pocket 5s, it's king queen. Once he goes this size on the river, I don't think he's ever got king jack as well. Ace king 3-bets pre, so he hasn't actually got too much value here. And Leo holding a king, blocking king queen himself, it seems like it could be an okay catch. 3 combos of 5s. Let's give him 2 combos of deuces, because I don't think he calls that full frequency. And then when we hold a king ourselves as Leo, there's 6 combos left of king queen. So it's about 10 combos of value. How often is he barreling ace jack? How often is he barreling ace 10? Does he ever turn something like 6s into a bluff? 6s and 7s, something along these lines, and Leo is going to pay it off, and I think he'll not be surprised to see 5s span over here as one of the value hands. And a couple of hands I didn't mention, 6s and 7s, Tao. I think they are the ones that Leo may have scattered in as summer bluffs. Sort of the 6s that bet flop. Now start turning them into a bluff on the turn, and then deciding the 9s are too good not to triple.
Eddie Quinlan. Hey, how we doing, Eddie? Congratulations. I saw you in the winner's picture.
What did he win?
An event over in Ireland.
Nice, well
Old
done.
Eddie, we're doing some comms when we did the IPO in October.
Nice.
Old Eddie, good lad is Old Eddie, and got himself a winner's trophy, a nice trophy. Well done, Eddie. Good to have you on board, and we will see you in Dublin when we come over for the Irish Open. Playing, not playing. Working.
It's not work. You love it. You can't call it work. You love it. It's a hobby for you, really, isn't it? Running around with a microphone is a hobby. It's more of a hobby than work. This is well, when you got the microphone, it's a hobby. Because you're running around, you're basically just chatting with your mates with something in your hand. That's what you're doing.
It's got me a pint.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just got my microphone a pint. Well done, Eddie. Fantastic effort, and we'll see you over in Dublin. I'm guessing you're going to be there for a lot of it. The Irish Open.
Our resident chat pro is back. Yeah, you are right, Tom. Jack 10 suited is one I missed. He can definitely barrel off Jack 10 suited there as Jamie. That is definitely 4 combos of value that I missed out. I'm going to start calling Tom that. He is our resident chat pro, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, Jack 10 suited makes a lot of sense as well. And Leo obviously with a Jack in his hand. Yeah. Only 3 combos left of that now.
Cheers, says Eddie. Let us know what dates we're over. Well, I'm actually over on the Wednesday the 9th, which is the day before it all starts, and I leave the day after it finishes. So I'm there from 9th till the 22nd, so there for the whole duration, Eddie. And I think you are, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm there for the whole thing as well.
You fly on the Thursday? Mm-hmm. So Jay's there for the 10th, which is day 1A of something. We've got the Irish Open scheduled somewhere, but literally there for the whole duration of it all. Eddie. So we're good to catch up again. Doing a lot of floor videos and wandering around and basically standing at the bar.
That's what I mean.
That's what Jade said.
It's a hobby.
That's what Jade said.
You'll be there, Guinness in one hand, microphone in the other hand, and you'll just be, you literally getting paid to walk around and chat to your mates. That's what I'm not even joking. That's what's happening. You're walking around chatting with your mates, and you have to speak to a few strangers once in a while, people that win tournaments you don't know. But most of the people you chat to, Tao, you know already. So you're just having a little chinwag, having a sip of Guinness. We forgot the giveaway. We got lost in that hand and lost in the talk. We forgot the giveaway. We will go to the giveaway after this hand, guys. Got another €55 token to give away. We've got to get a lot out today to try and clear them by finish time tomorrow.
Yep.
Blind on blind, Leo just sets Phil in. Only 9 bigs with the 10-8 off, and Phil makes the call with the ace-9. Excuse me. Fun flop. 10-8 up and down now. Ace-9 gutted. So an 8 not going to work, but 10, 9 or 4 would. Oh wow, and literally just turns Phil Tate dead. 9 on the turn. Leo gets there. Phil Tate eliminated. Leo up to 143. And are you ready?
Aye.
So guys, giveaway time. Need a quick rundown of the rules. If we have any new viewers, it's as simple as this. Tower's going to ask me a question. I'm going to write my answer down here. Closest to my answer wins a €55 ticket for Grosvenor Poker. 1 guess per account. We do monitor the chat boxes. Only guess once, otherwise you will be disqualified from this giveaway and all future giveaways. And please wait until I say go before you put your guess in the chat. Don't be giving me any clues like someone did Tower last time.
50,000 was not a clue. It actually was, because it was closer than what I guessed.
It was.
So yesterday was Fat Thursday.
Yes, it was.
Today is National Public Sleeping Day.
What? Where?
Anywhere.
Anywhere?
Anywhere you want to snooze.
But it was only Fat Thursday in Poland.
Yeah, no, but it's National Public Sleeping Day.
Okay.
So, but what I want to know is, what is the longest time a person has stayed awake for in hours?
In hours.
Don't guess, please. Do not guess just yet. In hours, the longest somebody has stayed awake for. In hours. So, it is National Public Sleeping Day. So if you fancy a nap at the poker tables, wherever you are, you can have a sleep. If you fancy getting on the bus and having a kip, you can, because it's National Public Sleeping Day. So I am off for a kip.
Right, I'm in.
So there we go. So what is the longest anybody has ever stayed awake for? His name is Rick Gardner, by the way, and he stayed away for how many hours? Off you go.
TM says, just imagine trying to concentrate at the final table whilst Tower reaches minute 6 of American Pie at the Irish Open. You know it's not like the Joker's Wild. You can't be.
We're not.
No, you can't be blasting out all these songs while the final's going on. I can just imagine you with a little boombox on your shoulder walking round the rail. In hours, the longest time someone has been awake for.
Yep. Indeed, it is National Public Sleeping Day. But Randy Gardner from San Diego in California held the record. He was, believe it or not, he was 17-year-old.
Let me guess, he was playing some video game the whole time.
I have no idea. But how many hours did he stay awake for? And we will give you the correct answer in about 5 minutes, and then we'll give you Jay's answer straight after.
Oh, I forgot to say go, says Too Sneaky. Go! Everyone else has already started.
Well, I said it. I said go.
King 8 suited for Drav, definitely open from the cutoff. Martin wants to have a look in the big blind. Check that fold, A6 high, no diamond, too weak to be continuing. Drop gets a better hand to fold.
The answer's in hours, Diane.
Yeah, I actually thought that when Tower was asking the questions. Big Jimmy, it's like some monk or something, isn't it? Isn't there a Thai man that hasn't slept for 80 years?
He had a nap.
Pardon?
He had a nap.
What do you mean he had a nap?
Well, he had a nap, so it didn't count.
But I swear there's like a monk that's like never been asleep or something. He's been awake his whole life.
Really?
Something like that. Unless it's a legend.
Well, it's not in the Guinness Book of Records. Maybe they don't believe in it, so they just let him do it and think, I wonder if he's going to have a nap.
Yeah, it might have been like one of them legends, myths, like the Loch Ness Monster, something like that. Someone told the story. And Queen Jack suited for Narman. Weeks at 3,200. Queen 7 off. Looks like Chris does want to have a look. 40 plus effective.
No man waiting in the sky. Oh, I wonder if the stars have aligned. What time's the year break?
It was planets, wasn't it?
Planets. They're all stars to me. So the question was, how many hours did Randy Gardner stay awake for? That was the question. How many hours does Jay think Randy Gardner stayed awake for in hours? We'll give you the correct answer straight after this hand. Starting stack was 30,000 in this. It's on a 40-minute clock all the way through. Drew with a Jack 9.
E6 off for Norman, going to defend in the big. Draft gets there on the turn off the check flop. Norman checking again. Will be some Jack X that connect with draft, like the Ace Jack through to the Jack 9 suited, which he has. We're going to have to check call the turn bet for third, as he does.
Three spades on the river.
Going to be a tough spot here for Norman, because once drop bets, he's basically saying that he has turned this Jack. Got no removal either to any of the Jack X. Like, nice to have like a King 8 here or a Queen 8 blocking some Queen Jack, King Jack type stuff. I don't think best side card to be calling with a 8. I'll probably call some that are higher up, just because of the Jack X removal. Drov's telling the story that he's turned a Jack, so when the side card is a 6 and he never opens Jack 6, I feel like fold is the right way to go. Very nice fold from Norman.
Indeedy. So we asked the question: how long did Randy Gardner stay awake for to break the world record? Zaccavello says, I don't care. Manny Strick broke the record at the PLO the other year at Goliath.
How did he break? What do you mean broke the record?
He must have been there for ages.
Oh, was he?
Must have been there for ages. So the correct answer was that Randy Gardner stayed awake for 11 days and 24 minutes, means he stayed awake for 264 hours.
No, he didn't.
Breaking the previous record of 260 hours.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
So, Randy Gardner stayed awake for 11 days, 24 minutes, meaning 264 hours.
Was he under the influence on anything?
I have no idea. I don't know Ricky Gardner personally.
Any Red Bull, any coffee?
All I know is I don't need to wash his bedding.
Okay. That's ridiculous.
264 hours, Ricky Gardner. So there you go. But that's not the answer we want. In about a minute's time, we'll need this guy's answer.
Okay.
So 1 minute to go to get your guesses in.
In other news, Seat 9 John, Diamond Bloke, good luck. Yes, he is. He's coming to say hello. He's on a complete free roll.
He is.
He won the wheel spin.
Yep. Straight after this hand, we'll give you Jay's answer and a £50 token given away. We'll check the chat box.
I know, Ben, I know.
So it should be 150, no, 125 for the last one.
Oh, Johnny boy.
Here we go.
Here we go, John Whale.
See what side he goes to. He watches the stream a lot. Let's see if he listens and he applies. Out of position here with the boots. does seem way too small here. 8.8, like, need to be going larger tower. Much larger, as I always say, out of position, around 4x. Obviously dependent on stack size as well, in position around 3x, and then that's going to change dependent on how deep we are. Like John here starting the hand with 35 around there, so I would have personally just gone for the like 3.5x here, around 12-13k, because now when we go this small, Narman just gets to pill profitably in position with stuff like this. Like Narman could have called there with 4-3 of clubs if he wanted to, tower. Could have definitely called.
So 30 seconds, because we've got somebody saying, what was the question? The question was, Ricky Gardner slept for 264 hours. But what did Jay think he slept for? Stayed awake?
Yeah, that would be a long sleep.
He gave you a long sleep. That'd be your kind of sleep. How long did Ricky Gardner stay awake for? It was 264 hours in total, but it was Jay's guess is what we wanted, and you got about 10 seconds, because we'll get Facebook back up, won't we, Paul? We'll get Facey back up. Everybody's had a guess anyway. Oh, they're all guessing on Facebook. It's coming straight back up right now. Apologies about that. That'll be back up because of the old 8-hour malarkey. Are we on? Back up. 10 seconds.
They say off on the button for John. Druv with the 7s. Going to have a look.
Yes.
From the big blind.
Should be back up.
John Whale flopping best on 985 Rainbow. Interesting, really interesting. Like, we do get leads, like, we could potentially lead, even versus gun, it's still kind of dicey. We need a lower board here. Like, John's button open range still contains 6-7 suited, still contains, like, 8-5 suited, still contains 8-9 off even my open button. So, it doesn't really shift enough for us to play leads as Druv. Maybe he's got the idea, blocking the 6-7 suited, half in the combos, of just tripling off 7s here as an exploit, thinking that John's never going to call one pair down to the river. Maybe feels like John Whale is only going to be calling down 2 pair plus, so could be the idea here from Druv. I block the 6-7 suited, which would open button. Only 2 combos remain of that. I don't think my opponent's going to be calling down with 1 pair holdings. I'm going to go for a little exploit here. And it worked.
Very nice indeed. So 10 seconds. To get your final guess in, Randy Gardner stayed awake for 264 hours.
What's his name?
Randy Gardner.
Randy Gardner.
Yeah, he stayed awake for 264 hours because it's National Public Sleeping Day. He didn't do any. So 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now. The competition is now closed, so we'll close this and then we'll go and do some footage. So, 264 hours, which is 11 days and 24 minutes. What were you thinking?
I've probably been away. I've probably done, I reckon, 40, between like 48 and 50 hours. I reckon is probably my peak, longest. And
I remember Paul Zimler doing 71.
Yeah, and after that, I was absolutely cream crackered. So I actually just thought like. I thought a week's probably max, and then I thought, no way anyone can stay awake for a week. So I went slightly less. I thought I'd go 6 days. So 6 days.
624s?
624s is 144.
Obviously, so that's your answer.
And then
I
always take a little bit off now. Because someone in the chat told me to, and as you always had a little bit on, I always like to take a little bit off now. Oh, wrong way around.
No, that's right. Yes.
That was my guess from the last one. 141.
141, which was miles off, 120 hours off. So not too bad. 141 was the guess that you get down. Anybody get close?
Yes.
Anybody get close?
No one got it spot on,
okay.
But someone did get one away.
One away!
And that someone was Valerie on YouTube, who guessed 142. Well done, Valerie.
Well done, Val.
You will be winning a €55 token.
Belated birthday present.
Oh, yeah, it was her birthday a couple of days ago.
Birthday yesterday, 2 days ago.
So drop your alias in the chat, Val, and we will get the token sent to your account.
Well done indeed.
Tower is going to pop out.
We are.
For 10 minutes. He's got some filming to do.
We have.
He's off to do his hobby. And then he'll be back to work after. I will take you through the next 10 minutes alone.
What do you do? We have to do his hobby. The experiment was designed to study the effects of sleep deprivation on the human body and mind. Gardner's sleep deprivation was carefully monitored by doctors and scientists. The effects, while Gardner initially seemed to show no ill effects, he later reported suffering from years of unbearable insomnia. That means he can't sleep.
Yeah.
The Guinness World Records no longer monitor this record because it's scientific consensus about the importance of sleep. So now there's no world record for not sleeping. So there you go. Oh, it's an information channel, this, you know.
Old school fruit machine jackpot. 777 on the flop. It's a boat for Druv. Druv with the 8s here. Facing gun like Martin's still got these bigger over pairs in range and this deep. Feel like call is in order. And a 10 on the turn. So Martin getting there, turns his full house on the 10 of clubs and firing another street here. So going to be a bit awkward now for Druv. We expect a lot of the ace high C bets, even for value, to be checking now out of position. Could be barreling something like a king queen, a queen jack. These type of hands. Trying to fold out some small pocket pairs. Like Druv is going to peel like deuces through 6s on the button at this stage. That is going to correctly fold on the 10 of clubs turn. Nice fold from Druv. We had the full Goliath schedule released as well today, guys. Main event there. GUKBT million guarantee main event there. 4-dayer. We got a day 4 for the GUKBT at the Goliath. High rollers, there's your schedule. Even a little PLO high roller on the cards at this year's Goliath. And they are all the side events that you can play throughout the week. Joker's Wild on the Wednesday evening, and that one I believe is a freeze out this year, capped at 400 players, but it looks fantastic and I'm sure we'll see many of you that have been tuned in throughout the streams over the year there in Cov, where we are now, CBS Arena. Going to be another great festival. We still got the UK Open to concentrate on now. There's Jamie on the button here. Goes for call with a queen jack off. Harrowin in the small blind at king 10. Chooses to let it go. Martin will do the same in the big blind. So heads up between Leo and Jamie. So Jack 10-4, 2 clubs and sorry, 3 clubs. And you notice again, like we've almost got an identical spot to when Leo doubled up Jamie with the king jack ends pocket your fires. You just notice how much good players are checking out a position. Like they flop top pair, they even just have a whiff. Like, they do a hell of a lot of checking out of position into the in-position player. And then once Jamie checks back, we can potentially start going for our value here on the turn. But once again, Leo mixing in a check with the King Jack, and Jamie probably going to feel the Queen Jack going to be best here now, enough of the time. Leo playing this one tricky. $6.5, just north of half. Leo, easy check call. After playing it in this fashion. Seven of diamonds on the river. Not really many straights out there. It's going to go check, check, and the King Jack going to be good for Leo. Jamie loses minimal there. Top pair versus top pair. In Joker's world, there's only one Joker available in the deck TM. Joker Deuce is going to be favourite against aces. Basically, if you've got a Joker and you're up against aces and the board pairs, you have trips. If the board brings a 4 to a flush or a 4 to a straight, you make a straight. If the board brings just anything that goes with your side card, if you got Deuce of Hearts, Joker, it comes 3 hearts, you got a flush. It's so many ways to get there and crack the aces. You're actually equity favourite. Like the strat really is wait for a Joker. To be fair though, like when you run the maths of it, 9-handed, 18 cards dealt out of 53. Mathematically, there's only going to be a Joker out there pre-flop 1 in 3 times. So something to take into account as well. Just from a mathematical standpoint, it's not like you get dealt ace king and you just open fold it in Joker's world because you're scared of the Joker. That's actually only going to be out there 1 in 3 times. So just bear that in mind if you are coming to Goliath and playing that tournament. So Jamie Dow right back into the mix. Don't recognise him without his hat, to be fair. He's usually a man always with a hat on. Not brought it with him to Coventry. As Chris defends in the big. 2-3-8 rainbow. Chris, no leads on this board, checks over to Jamie, and Jamie seems like got a nice one to continue at this stack depth as well. Pretty damn deep, 40 plus. And the good thing is, like, when it comes Deuce 3x versus big blind, like the big blind in general doesn't pill too much Deuce X 3x type stuff. Like the Queen 3 off, Jack 3 off, 10 Deuce off, all this type of stuff just goes into the muck. So it's mainly just the suited variety of Deuce X 3x combos that get in the mix from the big. So Jamie goes for 2,600. Chris with a check call. Can still have the best hand here, can get some value from some like ace 4, ace 5, and late position versus big blind. Still going to call stuff like Jack 9 of hearts, Queen Jack of spades, like the 2 over 3 to flush, 3 to straight hands. Not a good card to see for Chris, whatever he has, unless he's got the other 4 or 5. But in terms of range, it's just going to connect with a lot of Jamie's ace highs on the flop, now making top pair. And I think as Jamie, we just go for another street here. Like, we're going to have bluffs, we're going to have stuff like Queen Jack, King Queen, potentially as barrels. Like, if I'm going to be selective, I always say like to have some equity when bluffing. Obviously can't have the overcard to the ace, so maybe like some good barrels here when we open King 4 suited, King 5 suited, 5, 6 suited from late position. This type of stuff's going to be really nice on this ace turn. We've still got equity to get there, even if Chris has turned something in the form of top pair. So 9,500 into 14. 2/3 on the turn here from Jamie. We are going to lose Chris. Cheers. Ami Tambian, if I've pronounced that right. Love the commentary, guys. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Well done, Val. Have you got the alias?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorted.
Oh, what's on here? Squid the bottle.
Del Watson, guess 159.
Yeah, I can see.
Well, good guess, Del. So, your name is on the list. Well done, Val. Next one in the next hour. 264 hours. Fancy that. Cool, that is a long sleep. A long stay awake, I'm sorry. So Leo still chip leader, and coming up towards the end of level number 11.
Gun open from Leo here. Chris, I feel like once there's a flat from Martin, we're more inclined to squeeze. Like when Martin doesn't flat, more inclined to call perhaps, but just prefer to split equity heads up with this one. It's kind of interesting though, because are we going for squeeze call here, or are we going for squeeze fold? Well, Chris lands on call, and looking at the stack depth, is he comfortable calling off just shy of 40 against Leo here if Leo did go for 4-bet send? And if we're not, then maybe we do go for flat more often. It's just one of those, like when we 3-bet squeeze here and Leo 4-bet jams, like we absolutely hate it with ace queen of diamonds gun versus button.
An ace queen king flop, top and bottom for Chris.
And should be a lot of checks here from Leo once again. You see checking out of position even with the top pair. Over to the in position players. Martin with 7s. And Chris with the ace queen here. Nice looking flop for him. Just going to bet this straight away tower. Plenty to get called by. Like, we'll know that Leo's going to play a lot of checks. He can have ace jack ace 10. Martin can have stuff like king jack king 10, queen jack queen 10. But he does go for the little check back here. I'm not sure about this tower. I feel like Chris has almost played this session perfectly until I feel like three-way we have to bet ace queen here. I know Leo's still got a strong range gun, and we know he's going to play check with most, if not all, of his range, and he's still got like the jack 10 suited, the kings, queens, aces. But I feel like top and bottom here just has to bet when like the king jack, the queen 10, king 10, heart draws all have to continue. The ace x have to continue. Not too sure about this flop check from Chris, but now we get to the turn. 10x getting there. Now he's going to go for a bet with the ace queen. And I know Leo's not going to lose a penny here, tower, after flopping top pair. Does not lose a single chip. Out flop from the 2 pair.
In the bin they go. Random and spontaneous. Tower, why do you need to name the tower? Is it to do with Blackpool Tower? Yeah, basically. 2004 I moved over to Blackpool. 2005 all the poker forums started, and you needed a nickname to go to be a member of a forum, so I joined a forum called The World of Poker, which was based in Blackpool. Played cards and poker with the guys that owned it, and somebody says, well, you're a bit tall and you live in Blackpool, and there we go, the tower it was.
That's where the darts player Phil Taylor got the inspiration from his nickname. Feel the power.
Yep. And that basically was it. You needed a nickname or a screen name to get on all these forums. So I joined all these forums at the same time is when we basically started in the industry, and that was it. And the tower did stick.
Jack 9 of clubs for Harrowing. Opening from low jack. When is the wheel coming out? Not today, Neil. There's no wheel. The man who won the wheel spin and is here free rolling the UK Open main event.
Seat 9.
Biggest ever poker tournament he has ever played. And we would love to see him get on the right side of the money. But first stop is bag and tag at the end of today. Get through this last 40 minutes, final break, and then a power on for the final hour and 20 as John Whale. Would love to see him bag up. Harrowing flopping the up and down here. Leo checks over to the in position player.
I'm guessing he'll have had loads of messages and people watching as well. He'll have told everybody in the groups that he'll be on TV soon.
Just going to be a check bet fold. Leo can't do anything with A6 high. Do you get down to playing Blackpool much when you're not on tour, Tower?
When I'm in town. I'll nip in for... I don't very often play, to be fair. Played Satellite here in Coventry last week. Don't win your flips, you don't win, do you? Don't win out. That was it. Don't play nowhere near as much as I used to. I used to play a lot, 3 or 4 times a week. I was in various leagues at the Castle and in Blackpool, but I'll play a 25-50 every now and again. Got a couple of tokens in my stash. So, yeah, nowhere near as much as used to.
Ace 9-6, 2 clubs. Nice flop for Martin. Queen 10 of hearts here for Jamie 3-way. And once again, I'm going to play some checks over to Martin out of position. Don't necessarily just need to c-bet every ace high board. I'm fine, thank you. Just saves himself a c-bet there. Jamie checking over to in position, not choosing to c-bet the ace high board. Like if we open, we may not have opened Queen 10 off, but if we've got like Queen 10, Queen of clubs there, maybe more viable for that one to c-bet, blocking some of the continues like the Queen Jack, Queen 10, King, Queen of clubs, Queen X of clubs from the big. But Queen 10 of hearts, just nothing at all going on for us, and the freeway, we are probably going to tone down the c-bet frequency. In 40 minutes, and that will take us to the final break of the day. And it will be a quick 15 minutes, then back for an hour and 20. Should be finishing up about 11:30 this evening. And then back in tomorrow for 2 o'clock. And I know someone will ask in the chat, no, we are not streaming the Turbo at 10 AM. We will be in at 2 o'clock, 2 for day 2 start. We will hopefully have a confirmed prize pool. The payout structure will probably come an hour or two later, but we'll have confirmed entries. We can try and get a gist how many are going to be paid. We can see the names left in the field, the chip counts. Going to be exciting times. As Jamie opens gun, 6s to 4k. Martin peels the ace-jack suited here. At 50, yeah, seems like going to flat a lot. Maybe some free bets, like prefer to free bet like the king high suited broadways, the queen high, queen jack, king 10, this type of stuff, holding out better holdings from gun. And over to Leo. Ace queen on the button here, a similar spot that we just saw for someone else, and Leo is going to take the approach that Chris didn't, goes for the squeeze. And once again, I do feel like once there's the flat in between, we do want to squeeze more often. Like, it's just never a trap from Martin. Want to split our equity heads up. Maybe Chris's spot was slightly different because he had like just shy of 40 to start the hand, and with ace queen of diamonds we don't want to free bet EP and get 4-bet ripped on and be in a horrible spot. So maybe it is slightly different to the spot that just occurred at Martin. With the ace-jack of spades at this stack depth, 18k squeeze from Leo, 9 BBs. I feel like we're fine to come along, but he's going to make a very good fold there, dominated by Leo. Oh, I know Byron quite well, random. I know Byron quite well. He used to drive me around a bit, did Byron? He used to give me a lift when I needed a lift here and there. Haven't seen him in a while. Be good to see him. Hope he can bring home some bacon for you, as you say. Nice lad is Byron. But that was Tower 20 minutes ago before the announcement. Popping himself up in front of the camera. Sevens for Narman, opens low jack, makes it 4k, drop calls small with king jack of clubs, and Jamie involved in the big blind with an unknown holding. Lovely looking flop here for Droff. Oh, please don't lead, sir. We are gonna get a call from Narman, but interesting old lead here. I guess we are going to peel like Jack 9 suited through to Ace Jack that doesn't choose the free bet from the small blind, but like, if our opponent's got like King Queen high, we want to get a C bet out of that. If they've got Queen 10 suited, we want to get a C bet out of that. Narman with the pocket pair, so we are going to get action from this nonetheless, but try and look at this from the wider spectrum. Like in general, on this board, I feel like we just want to check. Keep some King Queen in, keep some Queen 10 in that are going to see bet as the opener. Diamond's turn. So Drop actually playing it tricky now, so maybe trying to tell the story that he's got a 5, that he's got pocket 4s, pocket 3s, pocket 6s, something along those lines, because now shutting it down on the turn, and is he going to try and get the betting lead himself by springing a check raise here? No, he's not going to make the call. Hard for Drop to have bluffs though once he calls, Narman to have bluffs once he calls on Jack 5 Rainbow. and Rivers quads.
Very nice. Things you like to see.
This would be some funky line. Donk flop, check call turn, donk river. I don't think I'd have to stretch the mind back to ever see this line tower. It's rare that you're going to find a donk on the flop into the aggressor, a check call turn, and then a donk river. Does look super strong. That goes tiny and does get the payment from the pocket sevens with the quad jacks.
Very nice indeed.
Playing it in a very strange manner, but it works out lovely for Druv.
Half an hour to go of this session. Byron Sugars is playing today, your best mate. Nice one, Random. I know Byron very well. Started dealing on the circuit at one bit, a little bit. If he runs deep on Sunday, it should be, if he runs deep on Sunday, be down to the final 3 tables. And that is going to be starting to talk about chunky money. Tell him to get yourself a room so you can celebrate in style. It's only about 80 quid. Is Junction Do playing who won Manchester? I don't know. I've not been out in the field too much. If he'd won Manchester and he's still in the UK, you'd think he'd be playing this one. Because this is what matters. 1 million guarantee. And the guarantee has been smashed. Well done yet again, one and all. Not a sweat. How many's in the turbo? Who won the turbo cash out satellite, by the way? Who got the prizes? Wow! There were 9 seats. Wow, there were 9 seats in that satellite today. 9. And there's 76 in the turbo. Oh my. $399 today, 184 yesterday, 86 on day 1-8. We need one more for the 400. The turbo's got 76 in it, and tomorrow's turbo will have 100 plus in it. £80 a night in the Hilton upstairs, Dennis. It's ever so nice. You can eat 30 quid worth of food at the breakfast bar. It's that good. So we need one more entry for 400 runners. He's a good lad. Oh, in the right place. He is a nice lad.
Like I said, we only see them when we come to events and stuff like that, but I've known by them for years. Jay's just gone off for his supper. Just got himself a nice burger and chips, which is one of the faves down here. He'll be back in 10 minutes. It's been a great day. We need one more runner for 400 today. One more in this flight. But with it being level 12, will we get it? Or will they all be jumping into the turbo? I wouldn't be surprised if it stays at 399. Dennis has booked the Hilton for this year's Goliath, Wednesday till Monday. Well, that's a bit chunky, Dennis. Nice to be upstairs though, I must admit. But there are plenty around, that is for sure. Villa are winning 1-0, says our intrepid reporter. Yeah, we'll get full chip counts and we'll have a wander around, and you never know, we might have a chat with Bixie as well. We'll see that at the break. Villa 1. Six, 7, 9 flop. Just with the ace 10 of diamonds. Martin Frey with the jacks. Always getting called once, whether he decides to raise. With the ace 10, got shot and redraw to the nut flush. So he just makes the call. Could have chose the raise, but decided and pings it on the turn straight away. Imagine finding the raise on the flop. But Martin Frey that's 12. No. Do we hit and raise?
Well, just call them
Yeah,
again.
but just keep bluffs in tower. Like,
Yeah.
we got position, get to dictate on river. When check 2, we get to value bet anyway. We don't want to lose our customer. If Martin has like a 5x even, not wanting to scare that off. So Martin has to check now. I probably would have checked turn anyway, but now we get here. Chris got a clear value bet. We expect Martin to value bet rivered flush if it flushes, if he was semi-bluffing turn. So we can target a 5, maybe some 2 pairs. Difficult to rep bluffs though, which is one of the problems. Always say when value betting, think about plausible bluffs you can have in the spot as well. Like, very difficult to find some bluffs here. As Chris, like, where are they going to come from? I guess we're blind on blind. We could have something like Jack 6 suited, Jack 7 suited. I guess it's going to be like the lower down pairs with the upper end gut shot. So I think from Martin's perspective, having 2 jacks is actually horrible tower, because if you're going to start thinking about bluffs with Chris here, I feel like they're going to have to come from hands that contain a jack, something like Jack 6 blind on blind, Jack 7 blind on blind, and holding 2 jacks just seems pretty bad. I know we blocked Jack 10, but all this random 10x blind on blind, there's plenty out there. But Martin, a non-believer, is going to pay.
Indeed.
Would have been sick, wouldn't it, future poker world champion? It come across my head, but I know Martin Frey, he's not the type to turn jacks into a bluff there. He's not. Jam would have been so sick, but he's just not the type to potentially jam there as a bluff. It would have been so lovely. I feel like some may have found it, but you got to be a really creative player to be able to find the bluff there with jacks. Turning them into a bluff is pretty sick.
Indeed. The Josh Windass shot on target for 300 quid. That's obviously the Sunderland Sheffield Wednesday game. Good luck with that. I nearly said get Ty Hume for a booking. I don't even know if it's happened or not, because whenever he's on telly, he always seems to get booked.
Who's that?
Ty Hume for Sunderland.
Well, yeah, he's the one that got tipped to us before, wasn't he?
Yeah, but every time he's on TV, he always seems to get booked. So there we go. Byron's on 100,000, heading to the break. Good stuff. And Ian Needleman says, Rotherham away to Bristol Rovers, what do you think? Home win. I hope we lose tomorrow and Steve Evans gets the sack.
Do you know what I actually love about you, Tal? I know, like, when I talk about the Spurs and people ask me the score, I don't think I ever say Spurs are going to lose, or I always give, like, we're going to win, or if we draw, or we're playing against someone good, like against City. I said we're going to beat City the other day. But you and Rotherham, you just say it how it is. You're useless, Rotherham, and you agree as a Rotherham fan. I love that.
They are awful, especially away from home. And Bristol City are not good. Bristol Rovers are not good. But I still think Bristol Rovers win at home. And I really think if we lose tomorrow, we could be looking for a manager. Well, that's good for Jackie Chan, because Sheffield Wednesday are going to have to need to get on front foot now. And Windass might actually have a shot. Now they've gone 2-1 down.
Ace King for Leo from Gun. Making it 4. Off at 25, maybe just Mark versus Gun here as Harrowing. Worst suited ace to be dealt. Against Leo, maybe you could go for some fruity free bet, like make it 10k or something. It's going to land on flat though. I'm not too sure about flat when we have 25. It's level 12 now. Less than 2 hours forward bagging and tagging for day 2. Does want to see 3. So 3, 6, 7, all hearts here. Leo with the ace of hearts in hand. Nut flush draw, 2 overcards. Harrowing jumps in front with the a6. Out of position. Leo has been doing a lot of checking, and we will play plenty of checks still.
goes for the 4.5k for third pot. On the mono board, Harrowin does flop a 6. I guess against Harrowin stack here actually, as Leo, we're always like, if Harrowin raises, we can just 3-bet, get our hand in and run our equity. Maybe just feels as Leo against this stack depth, with our hand we can potentially win this by the river, whether we make our hand or not tower, which actually makes sense. So just like the bet jam, really put a lot of Harrowin's range in a tough spot. We've got the key card, the ace of hearts. He's not going to peel like, I don't think he's going to peel stuff like 8, 9 of hearts facing gun off a 25. So when we have the ace of hearts, only really has a few combos of flop flushes. So maybe that was in Leo's head on the flop to potentially triple it off, but not loving this 7 on the turn. However, not really, once again, too much 7x for Harrowin. Ace 7 suited, potentially one if he's peeling ace 6 suited. Leo is going to check it over to him. And Harrowin with the check behind. And that's a vote on the 6 river. I don't think there's any real merit in betting here as Leo. Like, we still beat some stuff like king highs with a heart, they'll call flop, queen highs with a heart, they'll call flop. Chopping with ace highs now as well. Does he think that Harrowin is going to start probing turn when he has 2 pair? Could be the idea. Goes for the big old bet, and it's a quick call from Harrowin with the a6 rivered boat. Leo setting him in on the river. I guess he just wanted to put stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s in the blender, but I feel like these shot pretty interesting old hand there. River bet, what are we trying to fold out? Are we trying to get Harrowin off a chop perhaps? Stuff like ace, jack, ace 10 suited. I feel like this stuff could just going to fold flop though. Obviously the 3 combos of the suited ace, jack, ace 10 that aren't the hearts, feel like they may just fold flop. Interesting one from Leo. Intrigued to know the thought process on the river there. What we're trying to do with that bet, what we're trying to fold out, what we're trying to put in a spot. Are we trying to get Harrowin off a chop? I don't know. Only he will know.
15 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a break, and then 2 levels to finish the night. Ace key queen flop for Leo, 8-9 of diamonds, and a flush draw for Jamie. Time 4.
B40 from Jamie. Leo with the ace. Check call. 7 of spades on the turn, and maybe one that we just triple it. So I know we got diamonds, all this, we don't really want diamonds, but when it's ace, king, queen, or against big blind and we're EP, it's just our board as Jamie. Like, Leo gonna have just some queen. He's gonna have like stuff that wanna check call, check fold, king x of diamonds, king, queen, jack, queen 10, even the ace x, like all ace 10 down to ace deuce are going to have a real tough time calling a triple off here when we've opened from EP and this is just our board. So I think it's a really good opportunity here to triple off as Jamie.
13.
Like, just recognise our range, recognise Leo's range. Like, Leo's going to have, like he has, ace deuce all the way up to ace 10, king deuce up to king 10, or suited king deuce, suited pill, and then like queen jack, queen 10, queen 9, queen 8, suited king x of diamonds. He's just got so many hands in there that have to fold by the river when this board is just all over us. When we've got jack 10, we've got ace king, ace queen, king queen, all the sets. And he's just got a lot of hands that by the river are going to have to fold. And even on the turn here, letting the ace go as Leo is just absolutely in the blender on that board. Not much you can do.
11 minutes to go until the end of the session. Over £1 million in the prize pool. Drew with the 5-4. Jamie now gets out of the way.
It's been a good session for Jamie. Harrowing with the Cowboys. Going to open it up. 2 bigs. 1 plus 2. Been quiet since his double up. John Whale has been bleeding a few chips. Hasn't really had much, to be fair. I can't recall many hands other than the pocket 8s against Leo. But needs to try keep his head above water. Still with north of 20. He is 10 minutes away from the final break of the day.
So John, 23 bigs. Come on the Whale.
Come on the John Whale.
Survive till the break and then have a rethink. We're going to need a few more chips for tomorrow. I've got a feeling they'll be in at some point in the next 2 orbits. 10 minutes to go, might even be this break. Might just be on the bubble, on the big blind when we go towards the break.
Ace king suited for Chris. Going to be opening. We actually missed the second giveaway, guys, that we're meant to do this session. So,
do we?
If you're lucky, in the last hour and 20 minutes, we might do 2 turbos. As it's fitting, as the turbo flight is going on right now, we might do 2 turbo thinks.
Like it. 1 in the first 40.
Yep.
1 in the second 40. That's exactly what we'll do. 2 £50 tickets from online to give away, thanks to Tom.
And then tomorrow we have 3 tokens to give away, 2 110s and 1 more 55. We're just going to continue on the 7 deuce deuce. C-bet fold. $400 in today.
Have they hit it? Has it gone up by 1?
Well, it's 399.
Oh, well, we've said.
It's going to be 400 in
not.
today, isn't it? It's not?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not.
You reckon it's
Just
not?
they're all jumping in the turbo.
Well, why would you not have a little go in this for 15 bigs?
I jump in the turbo. It's not moved for an hour.
Has it not? Okay.
No, it's not moved for an hour.
Ace Jack for Harrowin from Gun raises the 4K. Dropping the small blind here. At 50. Very nice. And Ace Jack off for Harrowin, I would personally let it go. It's not the full 4x at 50, slightly cheaper. It does have position, but even still, gun open, small blind 3-bet, I would lead letting Ace Jack go for sure. Harrowin agrees. Nice little 3-bet bluff there from the small as Druv. He's got some creative ideas, Druv. Obviously had that hand where he led the Jack 5 for Tiny, but maybe just being creative and going down the exploit line. And even that quads hand when he led and he rivered quads, he went Tiny on the river as well, which is actually really good. If we are going to take the betting lead on the river with quads, we want to go small because we want to get raises from like the aces, kings, queens, this type of stuff, and then we want to just get heroes from ace high. So I think small was actually really nice in that particular hand from him. Been a good session for Druff. Ace 4 suited for Michael, opens cut off the 4.5. Harrowin, a nice one to defend from the big. One where, not enough actually, we're at 50, we're at like 65, 70, one that could potentially go for 3-bet, but just not deep enough, I don't think. So there's the call. Michael with the ace 4 of spades.
10-9 deuce flop. Middle pair for Harrowin. Michael got nothing. So it's just check.
Yeah, I can see it. Seems like one of these check or bigger bet boards. The 10-9 deuce against big.
Now he has all of it.
Harrowin just recognising how this ace is going to connect with a lot of Michael's range. And Michael probably going to start betting here and now. It's going to be awkward with third pair here, Tag, because like King Queen, Queen Jack, King Jack, we do expect these to see bet higher frequency on the 10-9 board, so maybe he is going to be heavily weighted towards ace highs once he checks back. Even maybe some like Jack 9 suited, Queen 9, King 9 second pair stuff that outkicks us. Don't think he's going to have too much 10x. Harrowin feels like still going to need to take one off. Maybe stuff like 3s, 4s, 5s may start bluffing here that we are in front of. 10 of diamonds river, neither player going to like that, but expect this going to go check, check. Or is Harrowin thinking about turning a 9 into a bluff here? Because if you think about it, you expect Michael to bet his flush draws on flop, you expect Michael to bet his 10x on flop, so best case scenario here, Michael can just have ace king, like best hand he can get at the river. I guess he can have ace x of diamonds, maybe the ace high ones that check back some of the time, but very unlikely, let's say, that he has a flush, and doubt he ever has a 10 either. So maybe Harrowin trying to think, hold on a minute, I can go down the exploit road here, my opponent's just always got an ace at best, let's go big, rep the flush, rep the 10 and put an ace in a whole lot of bother. very creative from the lad, and he's going big as well. Yeah, very nice Harrowing. Didn't just snap check over, thought about it, thought about where he was in his range, thought about his opponent's range, and when our opponent is going to struggle to have better than an ace, how is he going to call against an overbet on the river when 10x and flush draws now jump in front of him? Lovely stuff from Harrowing.
Ian Needleman won his bet tonight. Villa, Monaco, Florentina treble. Well done, sir. And he's putting it all on Towers treble tomorrow. Last time before the session. Just got to get my head round that.
Head round what? The last time before the session?
What Ian Needleman's just said.
Oh, he'll reinvest his profit for your treble.
Yeah.
I don't understand it either. Ian, have you got my number? Because if you want, you can back it with me. I'll give you better odds. I'm joking. I'll be on it as well. I'll be wanting it to win and come in for the first time this year.
Last time before the 20-minute break.
Man must not like money. What's he trying to say about your tips tower?
Terrible. So, 20-minute break on its way. We'll come back with a new table and the final 80 minutes of the day. So we come back at 10 past 10.
Who have we got?
And we finish at half 11.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ravi.
Dan Gormley.
Brandon.
Cully.
Robbie Ball.
Whoa, Jake Stone as well.
Phil Clark.
What a table.
Gonna be fun. What's going on here? Open, free bet, Leo call, what are we, 50 effective, yeah, okay, makes sense. Open, low jack, free bet Michael, king 7 suited, fold out like some king 10 off, some ace highs, 50 effective, 87 suited, nice to just get in as well, like these sort of middle in, this is why I like late position, why we like free betting some of these like ace 8 off, ace 9 off, king 8 suited, king 7 suited, because the 8-9 suited, the 10-9 suited, the 7-8 suited, they get to continue to us. Now, even though we're free bet bluffing pre, we still actually dominate some of the continue range that comes along out of position as we dominate Leo here. But although we dominate him, he has flopped the absolute world here with the 7-8 of spades, and even if he's up against an overpair, he's going to be equity favourite, so he's happy to run it here and now.
He's raised it to 37 by the looks of that. 36.
And that is going to be our 15-minute break, guys. We'll be back. 20.
Colour up time.
Ah, okay, colour up time. So 20-minute break, back at 10 past 10 with the final hour and 20. Michael is just saving face here. He will be folding. Leo gets it done with 8 high. We will see you in 20 minutes.
See you soon. Build it and they'll turn up. That was the plan, and the UK Open was announced late last year, and they stuck £1 million guarantee on this tournament, 1,500 buying in total. Who's going to turn up? Is there ever going to be a sweat? Look at this, 1,016,000, and we are still playing day 1C. There's a turbo that's just started in Lady G's. There's a turbo in the morning at 10 a.m. And when you put £1 million guarantee on, you end up with old fossils playing a little bit of poker. You come out of retirement, Johnny, Texas.
How
are you?
I'm good, mate. You?
£1 million guarantee. Smashed it.
It's great. Really is good, yeah. And in this day and age as well, you'd expect it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It was... It's going to go a lot further as well, because guess where I'm going? In the turbo for another 1,500.
For another go. No good so far.
No, terrible. Terrible. Guy wakes up with ace king. I look down, pair of queens, lovely. I thought it was going to be me and him. Another guy wakes up with aces. The rest is history. Great to see you, Tower.
Well done, buddy. Nice to see you back at the poker tables.
Thanks, mate.
Johnny Texas, who's been on the TV. Go back to 1999. That guy's been on TV. Oh, the face. The face of the UK Open. Binks is in. The face. Oh, let me just pull a chair up. Oh. Oh, hang on a minute. She's just in hand, so we'll just hang on a minute. Oh, Span's obviously chip leader because he's always getting lucky. We'll have a quick chat with Bixie. Her face is everywhere. Everywhere you look. Bixie is absolutely everywhere. But she's involved in a hand, sat outside of Dave Doherty. And Ludo in the building as well. He'll be watching the racing and football and God knows what. That's what he'll be doing. He likes that. And what's that? Pocket 4s against pocket 5s. Oh, we've got Bixie involved in a hand here. Back to the table. Oh, she hits the 4 as well. Oh, it's dream 4. This is perfect timing. Oh, this is perfect timing. Joe Indrew just turned up from America after winning chunks. Oh, that was perfect timing, wasn't it?
Looks like it.
I tell you what, your face has been everywhere.
I know.
Every time I walk into a room, you're on my wall. Oh, good to have you back playing.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back.
Have you had a long time off playing poker and you've been with the family and celebrating? Where have you been?
I went back to China for almost like 4 months. And then this is my first event.
First event.
Since I got back, yeah.
And then halfway through the day we get pocket 4s. We're so far behind we might as well be in Walsall. But oh no, we hit the 4.
I think you bring the luck.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Can you stay here?
I'll pull up a chair. Lovely to see you and welcome back.
Thank you.
4 months away for the million guarantee. We've seen Bixie's picture absolutely everywhere because she's the face of the million guarantee and we hit it. Unbelievable. Look at this. And I tell you what, you say, hey, it's not a bad wander around here because we've got the boss on the in seat number 2. We've got Andy Booth, Cardroom Direct, coming out of retirement to play the million. It brings them all out, the million guarantee, it really does. Well, looks like we're checking this one down. Let's see, Boovy's going to have hand now. And pocket 9s. A heart. Talking of bringing fossils out, these million guarantees brings all the fossils out. I tell you what, fossils. Look at this. Boothie back at the table, man.
No, it's been a while.
It has, and obviously, we've just been to speak to Bixie because she's the face of the £1 million guarantee. Yeah. She'll sit down. She has pocket 4s against pocket 5s, and she wins. Yeah. And now you just scooped a pot when we're talking to you as well.
With a 6-eye flush.
With a 6-eye flush. Turnout, £1 million guarantee.
Fantastic. We're never in doubt, was it, Tower? Never in doubt.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, there's always going to be a big turnout. I think it's going to get bigger as well. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the line is tomorrow?
Well, I said 828 pre-tournaments, but I think that's going to get smashed as well.
Yeah, 1.4 something.
1.4 was the first one.
Yeah.
So you keep it going, mister.
Thank you.
The boss. I tell you, it does bring them all out. Out of retirement for everybody. I'll tell you what a turnout. It's. We'll quickly leave them to him. Might catch a couple of others at the break, but as you can see directly behind us, there's 1,020,000 in the prize pool as it stands right now. We've smashed the guarantee, and there's a turbo just about to start, and there's a turbo in the morning. What a turnout for the UK Open. Million guarantee, smashed it.
You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead, and I've been thoroughly impressed with Zhang Zhuan. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all-in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well, so that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline but can really put the pressure on as well.
I'm going to defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3 bet at 200 with 9-4.
against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train, this has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands, he's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the free bet deck. I'm not sure about 9-4 tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding, so he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
On the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, gonna tread carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon. Still going to come along with his middle. Was only south a quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is a 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now as Brendan maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a free bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. We are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna free bet deck, but I personally wouldn't free bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is playing.
What's David's plan on the river?
Well,
call with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
Wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead, because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the free bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call at this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan. So taking it away from him, and now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange, because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river, like with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because like if David has free bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange spot for David here, because it's you struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like would David really check call and overpair and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call ace 10 donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings, I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
Yeah. And it's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. chat. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last hand of the session. Brendan McManus. It's all of it to call.
I feel like
he's made the call to see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
you could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just being eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See ya soon. Build it and they'll turn up. That was the plan, and the UK Open was announced late last year, and they stuck £1 million guarantee on this tournament, 1,500 buying in total. Who's going to turn up? Is there ever going to be a sweat? Look at this, 1,016,000, and we are still playing Day 1C. There's a turbo that's just started in Lady G's. There's a turbo in the morning at 10 a.m. And when you put £1 million guarantee on, you end up with old fossils playing a little bit of poker. You
nice.
come out of retirement, Johnny, Texas.
How
are you?
I'm good, mate. You?
£1 million guarantee. Smashed it.
It's great. Really is good, yeah. And in this day and age as well, you'd expect it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It was... It's going to go a lot further as well, because guess where I'm going? In the turbo. For another 1,500.
For another go. No good so far?
No, terrible. Terrible. Guy wakes up with ace king, I look down, pair of queens, lovely. I thought it was going to be me and him. Another guy wakes up with aces. The rest is history. Great to see you, Tower.
Well done, buddy. Nice to see you back at the poker tables.
Thanks, mate.
Johnny Texas, who's been on the TV. You go back to 1999, that guy's been on TV. Oh, the face. The face of the UK Open. Beaks is in. The face. Oh, let me just pull a chair up. Oh. Hang on a minute. She's just in hand, so we'll just hang on a minute. Oh, Span's obviously chip leader because he's always getting lucky. We'll have a quick chat with Bixie. Her face is everywhere. Everywhere you look. Bixie is absolutely everywhere, but she's involved in a hand, sat outside of Dave Doherty. And Ludo in the building as well. He'll be watching the racing and football and God knows what. That's what he'll be doing. He likes that. And what's that? Pocket 4s against pocket 5s. Oh, we've got Bixie involved in a hand here. Back to the table. Oh, she hits the 4 as well. Oh, it's dream. What? This is perfect timing. Oh, this is perfect timing. Joe Andrews just turned up from America after winning chunks. Oh, that was perfect timing, wasn't it?
Looks like it.
I tell you what, your face has been everywhere.
I know.
Every time I walk into a room, you're on my wall. Oh, good to have you back playing.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back.
Have you had a long time off playing poker and you've been with the family and celebrating? Where have you been?
I went back to China for almost like 4 months. And then this is my first event.
First event.
Since I got back, yeah.
And then halfway through the day we get pocket 4s. We're so far behind we might as well be in Walsall. But oh no, we hit the 4.
I think you bring the luck.
Absolutely.
Can you stay here?
I'll pull up a chair. Lovely to see you and welcome back.
Thank you.
4 months away for the million guarantee. We've seen Bixie's picture absolutely everywhere because she's the face of the million guarantee, and we hit it. Unbelievable. Look at this. And I tell you what, it's not a bad wander around here because we've got the boss on the in seat number 2. We've got Andy Booth, Cardroom Direct, coming out of retirement to play the million. It brings them all out, the million guarantee, it really does. Well, looks like we're checking this one down. Let's see, Boovy's going to have hand now. And pocket nines. A heart. Talking of bringing fossils out, these million guarantees brings all the fossils out. I tell you what, fossils. Look at this. Boothie back at the table, man.
No, it's been a while.
It has, and obviously, but now we've just been to speak to Bixie because she's the face of the £1 million guarantee.
Yeah.
She'll sit down. She has pocket 4s against pocket 5s, and she wins.
Yeah.
And now you just scooped a pot when we're talking to you as well.
With a 6-eye flush.
With a 6-eye flush. Turnout, £1 million guarantee.
Fantastic. We're never in doubt, was it, Tower? Never in doubt.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's always going to be a big turnout. I think it's going to get bigger as well. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the line is tomorrow?
Well, I said 828 pre-tournaments, but I think that's going to get smashed as well.
Yeah, 1.4 something. 1 point.
Well, 1.4 was the first one.
Yeah.
So you keep it going, mister.
Thank you.
The boss, I told you, it does bring them all out. Out of retirement for everybody. I'll tell you what a turnout. It's we'll quickly leave them to him. Might catch a couple of others at the break, but as you can see directly behind us, there's 1,020,000 in the prize pool as it stands right now. We've smashed the guarantee, and there's a turbo just about to start, and there's a turbo in the morning. What a turnout for the UK Open. £1 million guarantee, smashed it.
That's correct.
Nice little walk around the floor with the tower
had a
there.
chat.
You can't. Just a quick one.
What?
If someone's in hand, you don't. You go Bixie this, Bixie that. You can tell she's looking. She's
No, I
thinking.
moved out of the way.
Yeah, I know. After you realised, after about 10 seconds.
I'd not seen the cards. She's covered the cards up like that. I didn't see it.
But you brought well luck. 4 on the flop. There we go.
There you go. Walk round to Movie. What did he win?
1 6-eye flush.
There you
6-eye
go.
flush
You
and a
see?
pop.
I've just interviewed 210 at the break because they wanted me to.
So final feature table of the day, guys. Hour and 20-minute session. Level 14 is when we bag up. Going to run you through the table. And what a table we got. Dan Gormley in 1, Cully Sadu in 2, Ravi Chef in 3, Jake Stone in 4, Vitali Grekel in 6, Brandon Harris in 7, Phil Clark in 8, and Robbie Ball in the 9 seat. Pretty stacked table to finish the day for us. We're going to have another couple of giveaways. First one coming up at 10:30, and we will be done around 11:30 this evening.
Did Jackie Chan get his bet in?
What was the bet?
He needed Josh Windnest to have a shot on target for a 3er.
I have no idea, Tower.
You know when they don't reply in the chat box, I'm guessing he didn't. How did Wednesday do? Well, we don't know that either, do you?
No. So Ace King opens from field. Dan here with the Jack 9 suited on the bottom. We have 27. Yeah, too much to 3-bet here. So just landing on call. And Ravi going to get to defend the 9-7 of clubs here and go free weight.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 4-10.
Flop for Dan Gormley, up and down, and the flush draw to go alongside it. Phil, King of Spades in hand. Still got Dan in position on the button behind us. Don't mind check all. Could even play some check raises, perhaps. Maybe not deep enough. Thinking we're 40 deep. blinds 2.5k now, so only 30 bigs in Dan's stack, and with his hand obviously just a clear bet. Fold out some ace highs, fold out some like suited king X, and then a heap of equity to get there. Goes for 10 into 18, just shy of 60%, and Phil with ace king, king of spades always coming along.
Five of clubs on the turn.
And that's kind of interesting for Dan, because Phil, good player, will check strong hands out of position. Hijack versus button, could still have some ace queens, some kings, aces. It's very sucky if we bet here and we get jammed on. Like if we were deeper and we had room to bet, and if we get raised we call and we're still playing deep going to the river, kind of different. We can definitely barrel this spot. When we have 64 in our stack tower, becomes annoying when we bet and Phil jams. So even with a heap of equity here and just jack high, it wouldn't surprise me if Dan took a 3-1, but is reaching. Unless we do that. That is the one. That is the one avenue that I think bet's actually going to be good, because obviously then we just run our equity. We're not bet calling off. Just a snap fold from the ace king. So if we are going to barrel turn, I guess even the huge overbet jam is better than saying like B40, getting jammed on and just being like, oh my word, what have we done? So Dan Gormley taking a nice little one.
And we did it at the break.
Done what at the break?
We did it at the break. We actually did it. I didn't think we were going to do it, but we did.
Done what?
We did it.
What did you do?
We got to 400.
Oh, okay.
Because Jack Hardcastle.
Ah.
But don't check the app for the correct numbers, because the app says there were 281 entries today and 281 re-entries today. I don't think that's true.
Oh,
I don't think that that's true.
But aren't the re-entries everyone that's on their second bullet, whether it be for that flight or not?
No, that should be today though. It should be the entries today outside the box, total entries in the box. So re-entry, now it's changed, you see. It's just changed, I spoke to you. How clever is that? There you go, it's changed now. 402 today. So it was Jack Hardcastle and a couple of others. So well done one and all. The prize pool currently standing at 1,057,000.
Ace of clubs on the river, lovely sight for Robbie. It was the best of it. Going to go for value here. Can definitely extract from a 10. Even like a 7. Well, not much 7 after bet call flop other than 7x of hearts. So target a 10 here, I guess, is Robbie with the ace-9. And Jake with jack deuce, just too low down. And jack, terrible card to have as well, like king jack, queen jack, some hands that would check back turn, just waving the white flag, but then get to bluff this river. So not a good side card to have as Jake. Straight into the muck. Marius check comes to the table.
Indeed, indeed. Well done to Marius the other day. Second in the minute. Well done to him.
It's a 9 for Jake on the button. Going to open to 5k. Six of diamonds for Brandon. We'll get to defend.
Jack high flop, Jack 9-4. Second pair for Jake.
Yeah, Jack high rainbow board. We will have a lot of bets on in terms of C bets. 9 though, our actual hand does like to do that when we have these middle pairs, nice ones to potentially check behind. Check back again on the ace of hearts turn, and yeah, we have 8 high as Brandon, but when we get a check back from Jake on a call we expect him to delay, most certainly would not be bluffing. It's sometimes fine to be done with the pot. Now it's Jake. Does he feel like he wants the value bet the 9? Are we getting heroed by a river 5? Probably not. So he does just check it back and take his showdown. 10-9 off, going to be good. So 5 minutes time, guys, going to go to one of the 2 giveaways this session. I'll be asking Tara a question.
Nice to see Robbie Bullchip leader. Robbie Chef sat at the side of Cully Sidhu.
Pocket jacks for Robbie, opens to 5k. Pocket 10s for Marius here.
Go, Marius.
Just going to go for call here. Very well timed. I feel like when we have sub 25 and we have pocket 10s and a good player in Robbie Ball's opening, we could potentially free bet call off here, but finds a very well timed flat. Maybe it's the gun open that deters him from taking the aggressive route, but Marius potentially saving himself here. 7-8 spades comes in for Phil.
Jack, Queen, 6, not the best flop for 10s. Or Phil, to that matter. Robbie will be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, but once again, as you see, checking over to the in position player. Obviously with middle set, fine to go for the trap. Queen X going to bet of our opponent anyhow, and it's an intriguing turn. So up and down for Phil, but one end to the dummy end where we'd be behind to King X, and not really too much. But now Marius up and down with the 10s here. And now surely Robbie is going to start betting after flop checks through. Like, we don't want to check again, let Marius check back, river roll off a king 10 or 8, letting people realise we've got shots up and down. We want some payment. Just thinking about what size to go. Goes big. 3/4 pot. I doubt Marius is ever folding 10s with position up and down. Still could beat some ace 10 of Robbie. Maybe a low pair that's deciding to bluff now. But we're getting over 2 to 1. We have position. We're up and down. We can find a king. We can find an 8. There is a well. We still have the best hand as well. The longer he thinks about it, the more I think he's going to fold tower.
Indeed he is.
Top-notch fold, Marius. Gets out of there correctly.
Good evening, Morecambe and Wise.
Morecambe and Wise. So guys, and John Gamming, you've tuned in at a great time. We've got a giveaway to go to. I've got another €55 ticket for Grosvenor Poker to give away. Rules are as simple as this. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He will write his answer down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win the ticket. 1 guess per account, please. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. We do check the chat box, so please do not cheat. And finally, do not guess, and this is very important, do not guess until we say go. Don't write it in the chat box giving Tower any clues. Wait until we say go and his answer is down, and then you can get your guesses in.
Because he thought I got help and I were 160,000 away last time.
So, Tower.
Anyway, go on.
What I would like to know.
Yes, Friday.
In London.
Aye.
In a place called Madame Two Swords.
Yeah.
I would like to know how many total waxworks there are. And if you don't know what Madame Two Swords is, basically the famous people that have twins, the twins aren't very good. They go and stand there as statues, and that's how they make their living for the rest of their life. So if you've never heard of Madame Two Swords, that's what it is.
How many?
But I would like to know how many waxworks are there in Madame Two Swords,
how big is it?
London. The London one's big.
Is it?
It is pretty big.
Right, here we go then. This should be good. Easy. I think I've nailed this.
Tower's guesses in.
Nailed it.
You can get your guesses in now, guys. Go, go, go. Good luck. We will reveal the winner in about 10 minutes' time. Going to be a turbo one. The last 2 giveaways of the day, as it's only an hour and 20-minute session.
I think I've nailed it.
You always say that. And I think only once you have nailed it. You did nail it once. That did ring true once upon a time. The question is, Madame Two Swords, London, how many waxworks are there total? You can guess now, LJ Smith.
You can go. Go, go, go. Don't have multiple guesses because you'll get bad.
Yes, you will.
Marius with the kings this time, after folding the 10s correctly.
Kings for Marius. Limping in here. And I wonder what Dan makes of this in the big blind. Doesn't fall for it. Ace-9 off, checks option.
Sorry? I think I know you just did this, but
Looks like you to have a queen on you. So checked all the way through. 10 of spades turn. Robbie.
Going to start going for his value now, surely, as Marius. It should be 2 folds. Yes, Robbie has 2 pair here, but I doubt he's going to be continuing a 4. Just got no coverage on rivers. Only good river card to see is a 4. Don't think Mr. Ball is going to get sticky with this one. Does fold correctly. And Dan should be doing the same. Oh!
A bit tricky. You man down.
You'd be thinking the limp range going to have some like Jack 9, King Jack, King 9 suited, this type of stuff that he is ahead of, but 9 in a hand blocking some of this. It could be in there. So 3 on the end, and it does look like from Marius' perspective we're either got a draw for Dan or a 10, so potential to get paid against some 10x. Surely not. It's Dan going to hero river here. I personally would have just folded turn. Removal to some bluffs. It's 7k on the end now from Marius with the Cowboys. Obviously, 3 of spades not changing anything. If Dan thought he was good on the turn, it's still going to be good now, but Ace 9 club, not too appetising. Does get out there. So said it was going to be quick, guys. Ooh. Did say it was going to be 2 quick giveaways, as we only have 1 hour and 20 this session. So I'm going to give you the correct answer.
Well, then we've got a few minutes after that.
So Madame Two Swords in London, according to Google, has 250 waxwork figures. Yep. And it's huge because one whole like street is just the Incredible Hulk in the room, and it's like real life as well. It's like real life. It's like
Godzilla in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go. 250. Is the answer according to Google, but we are looking for Tower's answer. How many waxwork figures does Tower think there are at Madame Two Swords London?
250 is the correct answer. That's not what you want to know, though, is it? It's what you want. I've got written down, and it's not 250.
I couldn't even name you 25 celebs, let alone 250.
No, it is tough. It's certainly a number you couldn't even like say, oh, this is definitely and this is definite. So. At least Karen Willis is not on delay. Got to guess him on time.
Well done, Karen.
Well done, Karen.
Ace 3 suited for Marius, even off of 28 would still open here. I'm not going to choose to take that option. We are approaching the back end of the day. Cully v Ravi blind on blind. Cully in the small with a queen 10. Completes to kick us off. Ravi with the ace 4 off here. One he could put to work if he wanted to. Check going to be fine too. As I always say, blind on blind. So much mixing going on. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. The usual spiel. Oh, what a flop for Cully.
8-9 Jack flopping the lot. And probably there's only Ravi at the table, you'd ever get paid off.
Well, Ravi's got hands should just be checking to like blind on blind,
We know
ace high.
that.
We don't dislodge worse. We only get action from better. We don't have no real equity within the pot, so Ravi's hand just going to be checking back and snap fold to the lead from Cully on the turn. Shows everyone the flop straight.
Flopped it and got better with a straight.
So you have 20 seconds, guys, to get your guesses in. If you haven't, we will be closing this comp in about 17 seconds now.
Anybody want a final guess? How many waxworks do I think there are at Madame Two Swords in London?
How many are there in Blackpool, out of interest?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay. 10 seconds.
Because that I got a bearing on what I guessed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is closed. We're going to Tower's answer after this hand and revealing the winner.
Okay. So Malik's raising again. Again, another hand raise 10 this time.
A good fault from Brendan. I think player dependent here. If we are thinking about sending for 13, I don't think Marius is the one we want to get after. How old is the oldest waxwork in Madame Two Swords? I have no idea.
That was Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton. Well, actually, if you want to get clever, I'm pretty sure Snoopy's in there, and in dog years, if he's been there since the start, he's probably actually the oldest, if he's been there for like 30, 40 years.
Underneath he's put the oldest statue.
The oldest statue. I think the Queen's in there as well, isn't she? The London one. I think she is.
And she's in the one in Blackpool.
King Jack 7, all diamonds, nice looking flop for Phil. Flopping nut flush draw and pair to go alongside it. Gut shot for Marius, but on the mono board out of position doesn't seem too appetising. Third pot from Phil. Yeah, I feel like we just fold as Marius. It seems annoying having to fold ace high gut shot. We can be getting bluffed by like some Queen's End suited type stuff, but I would just let this go. Marius agrees. Phil takes it with the best of it. So over to Tower.
Yes.
We asked him how many waxworks in Madame Two Swords London. The answer was 250. Over to the Tower.
Well, it must be nearly the same size as Blackpool.
Okay. How many's in Blackpool?
200.
200.
So
not 250 though.
Yeah, but 50 is not a bigger space, is it really?
Well, it 50 people. It's like an extra room, isn't it?
Well, one extra room, but it's London. And in London, it's 80 quid to manage to go into Madame Two Swords.
Is it really that much?
It's 80 quid. It's really expensive. So I thought it was going to be a lot bigger than Blackpool's, but Blackpool's is very, very good. So I went on over 200, and knowing that that was my benchmark, it weren't going to be too many more, but it was going to be 50% more. And then you had a few.
I guess, yeah.
So I've gone for 320.
320.
That was my guess. I went 320.
Not a bad guess. I thought you'd get fairly close to that one, to be fair, but doesn't matter that we're 70 off the correct answer because someone in the chat is going to be winning themselves a €55 token. No one was 1 away. No one was 2 away. No one was 3 away. But someone was 4 away.
Yes.
And guessed 324. And that someone was All In River on
All
YouTube.
In River.
So All In River, congratulations. You know what to do. Alias and chat box, please. That token will be with you Monday latest.
Well done, well done, well done. All In River. Good on you. Right, I'm with a cup of tea. Because I forgot to get myself a cup of tea out of my cups. I didn't take my cup outside. Would you like a cup of tea?
I would love a cup of tea, Tower.
Paul, would you like a cup of tea? No. See the shake of his head then, he's like, no. Pit by 1, says Oakers. Yes, you put 325. So.
Yeah, JG Poker put 315. He was pipped by 1 as well. Thank you very much, All In River. I have got that. So all in a call for 8 bigs, where when Vitali half stack, Robbie ISO to just get it in. And Vitali looking good for a double up. Everything's still good, just fading 3 outs, don't want to see a 10. Deuce of spades, nice and clean. And 4 diamonds on the river. Double up for Vitali. So one more giveaway coming up today, guys. It's going to be in about 20 minutes time, 50 minutes left of the day. We'll do it with 30 minutes on the clock. So one more chance. There was a few pipped by 1. Yes, Higgy Bear, you guessed 325 as well. I think I'm going to start doing that. Start revealing the answer or the winner like that. Because over different platforms, if you're watching on Twitch, you can't see the guesses on YouTube, Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook, you can't see the guesses on YouTube, Twitch. Whereas we get to see all the guesses in one chat box. So I might actually start counting back from the answer, so everyone gets the sweat. Ace Queen for Robbie. Vitali's passed him his hand from last. Robbie out of the way with a King 10. Jake with a 10-7 going to be doing the same. Vitali slightly more to work with now. 7-8 off, could definitely defend for 1 big blind more. Doesn't defend. Luke Powell says, I fell asleep at 12:30 last night. Who won the 79k? If you're still watching for another hour and a half, Luke, and then fell asleep, you still wouldn't have known. We finished at 2:30 yesterday.
Yep.
And eventually Reece Keane was the man that took home the high roller. Jamie Boz O'Connor finishing in second. Reece Keane taking down one of the most stacked high roller fields we are ever likely to see. Ace on the button for Marius. That would definitely open here. Try it still. Wow. Just sends the lot in. Okay, effective stack of Brandon was shallower. I thought he was open ripping ace deuce for 30 there. Vitali in there with 15. Brandon in there with 12. This is a good old jam from Marius. I thought we were going to steal. That jam is the way to go when these are the stack depths behind us. Good little all in.
Brandon with a king queen. Been on a few features, hasn't he, Brandon, and done really well.
Final we'll tell you after he doubles up here. King 9 8, 2 diamonds. He's mates with Toddy, so he's not losing these tower. There you go. Even deads it on the turn. With Brandon, there's no sweats either. Just deads it on the turn. Check mark. Thank you very much. But Brandon doesn't come out of woodwork too much. He plays a lot online. He's actually very good But the thing is, when he does come out, he seems to have a run. So we go back 2 years to the 888 in October. He chopped that, the one Yanis Liparis won. Go back to the 888 in October last year. He final tabled that, the one that Chris De Silva won. So whenever he does come here to Coventry, he seems to make an FT in a huge event. I think it was him that I actually tipped last October as well as my day 3 tip, Brandon, because when you're a bit unknown but you got game, I feel like you get a bit more credit, especially if you're one of these opponents that are capable of running it and people aren't too aware of you. Maybe people are going to start overfolding. Thanks all in, River. I'll get that changed. But well done. We will go to another giveaway in about 17 minutes time.
Very nice.
When the clock is on 30 minutes. Queen for Dan, raises to 5. Pocket 5s for Phil here in the big blind against +1. I think just always calling. If this was late position, could have some jams going on for like 28. Just going to call facing the early position open. Good looking flop for Dan. Flops top pair and likely to get action from Phil. King deuce 4, 2 clubs. It's going to be high frequency C bets here, and with our actual hand, want to start trying to get some value right off the bat. Eunice finished in 4th, Tom Hall 3rd. Eunice ran a huge bluff against Tom Hall, Luke, with 8 high. Back to this hand, down with the small C bet. Phil with the check call with the 5s with a club. 4 of clubs on the turn here, and one that could potentially start playing some leads is Phil. Once this middle card low down pairs, like we just have the 4x advantage versus Dan's under the gun +1 opening range. It decides not to lead. I feel like our hand doesn't really want to lead either, Tower. How about a little blockety block now with the intention of a 3-bet bluff from Mr. Phil Clark? I'd probably overdo it with these ones, but I'm a sucker for them. Sort of block, try and get some value still from worse. Ace-2 suited, Ace-3 suited, and then when we get raised, stick it in our opponent's face. Phil not going for a small block, goes for 6k, 30%er. Thought we might see a little 10% there, and against 30%, Dan never doing any raising, does just call. Probably wouldn't have opened himself up even facing 10% on the river. Phil maybe thought 5s were best after check turn. Another pot goes Dan Gormley's way. $402 in now, Tower.
Yes, excellent. You know when I do my question?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to read it. Is that all right? But you won't see the answer.
What do you mean? You're
but
going to
because I've just found the question, but I am going to have to read it because it's a little story behind it.
I've just remembered I've left the oven on in the hotel room. I've got to go
In
turn
your
it off.
hotel room? What kind of hotel room you got?
What are you going to do to me? Especially back end of the day when the mind's a bit...
No, it's all relative.
It's all relative, okay.
It's all relative.
Is it about... Is it the wax figure the wax figure that has stayed awake the longest on the planet Neptune? That would be the most relevant question, but I'm not looking forward to this now, to be fair. 2 minutes to go till the blinds are up. 12 minutes until the final giveaway of the day.
Oh dear. You don't find some random dude on social media, on Google.
What did I miss, gents, in the last 6 hours? Not much. Loads of giveaways. A few all-ins.
Yeah. Oh, no. No way. The whale.
Gone. Oh, we did not want to see this site. We did not want to see this
Come
site.
here for a minute.
Have a chat with him, Tower.
Come here for a minute.
Let's find out what's happened.
We'll find out what's happened. He's got a Guinness in his hand and everything. He's got a Guinness in his hand and everything. John Whale, who won the wheel, he got himself a seat into the 1500. He put it on the table, just don't spill it on the
I'll
laptop.
probably knock it over a laptop or something. Yeah, you know, it's
And now you're going to
first
stand
one
up
of the
and
day. Yeah. No, I won't. No.
Go on then, what happened? We saw you on the feature.
Yeah,
Not too much could happen.
The last two levels, I had absolutely nothing. Sort of continued into the first level of now.
Yeah.
Had nothing. Dwindled down to 35k. The blinds at that stage was 3k. Ace Queen.
Yeah.
In.
And they
Pockets, called by pocket sixes.
Sixes.
And
no sweat. No draw.
No
nothing.
No nothing. But I mean, I've enjoyed it so much.
Good lad.
Oh, that.
That's what it's
I mean,
about.
oh God, even in that short, them few hours, you learn so much about how people play it. I mean, you can watch it on TV and you can watch it on that, but I mean, I don't know if it came across in the live stream, but that table was so aggressive. You couldn't. You couldn't go.
You got to know how to mix it up in these.
Yeah, you just couldn't. You couldn't go in light because you just got bullied off it. I'm not saying bullied off it, but yeah. But no.
You won the wheel. Have you enjoyed the experience?
Oh, it's been fantastic.
You wouldn't have played otherwise.
No. I mean, like there was Harriman. He was on the table all the time.
Yeah.
Chris Day was on the table, and the gent to the right, I think he's called Hoween, is he? Welsh chap, I think. I mean, I've been with them all day, and they've been fantastic. I mean, the other guys have been good, but I mean, they were down by bottom half of the table.
Yeah.
Had a chat with them, and but no, it's been fantastic. So.
Yeah. Did you let it slip out how you managed to get yourself into the game, or did you keep it quiet?
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything because it was just like, I mean, it got to the stage where I tried not to get involved post flop too much.
Yeah.
Unless I had a really good hand, because they were just like pushing people. Not just me, but there was lots of people just going.
It's tough out there. But you gave it a go.
Yeah.
And well done for you. I'm glad
it holds up. You got 100k again, haven't you? And then you're back in.
When you won, we were glad you come and give yourself the opportunity of playing. So that's good for us.
No, it's been fantastic. I really enjoyed it.
All I can say now is very unlucky.
Yeah.
And you're barred from all future competitions because you've not won now.
Well, perhaps I'm on the hearts and minds of people out there. Like, I mean, it's been fantastic. And if anybody else gets the opportunity to do it, just do it, because it has been a wonderful experience for me.
Excellent.
I mean, on the plus side, it's my granddaughter's 4th birthday on Sunday, so I can get on for that.
All right, okay.
I did say if I missed it, then it would be a treat. But
yeah. If you miss the birthday on Sunday, you'd be well in the money.
No, yeah.
You'd be well in the money.
Yeah, I mean,
great effort.
It's always a dream.
Super.
Pleasure.
Glad and keep enjoying the stream as well.
I will do.
Keep enjoying the stream. Jonathan Whale, unfortunately, busting out after winning his seat on the wheel, a £1,500 seat to play this. Unfortunately, busting out towards the end of day 1C.
Take care,
Jonathan.
guys.
Cheers, Jonathan.
Take care, guys.
Thanks for watching. Jonathan,
I'll be back in there on the stream.
Good man. So Jonathan Whale unfortunately busting out, but gave it a good go, and unfortunately just coming up short towards the end of day 1C. Unlucky. Robbie Bull. Starting seat number 9. Great to see Robbie back at the tables. played a few different comps last year, but only a few that we live streamed.
He caught me on the way out.
Good lad.
Sam, how grateful he is for the experience. What a nice chap.
Yep.
John Whale. In 6 minutes' time, I'm going to get put to the test by the sounds of it.
No, I could give you some kind of other silly question, but this silly question's a better silly question because I like the little story.
Oh, what have we got going on here? So,
return trip 5, did Robbie.
We've got a rivered flush here from Dan Gormley.
Yep, got that in the rivet.
So, what we got? Robbie bet flop, Dan call, Robbie check raise turn, Dan call, Robbie go for value on the river with a 5. So Robbie check raise turn, Dan just going to call, thought he might be thinking about value raising, but shows the Queen 10 of diamonds for the rivered flush, takes a big one off of Robbie Ball. Sorry guys, just missed the start of that hand. Dan up to 161.
So the final 36 minutes of the day, which means the clock will be paused as well, around about 10 minutes. So we might as well get the final question.
Oh, so you're not even going to give me 6 minutes to prepare, no? You're just going to throw me in the deep end.
No, you don't know. We'll.
You got your pen, your Sharpie?
Do you want 6 minutes? It's there.
Oh, thank you. You're like Sean Hayden. We can do it now. We can do it now. I'll take 10 and then we can.
Take 5 minutes to run through the rules.
That is true. So we are going to go to the final giveaway now, guys. Quick rundown of the rules, just in case we've got any new viewers the last 20 minutes. Tower is going to ask me a question. I'll write my answer down here on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win themselves a €55 ticket for Grosvenor Poker. You get 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. And please do not guess until I say go. Don't give me any clues in the chat box. Tower.
So, you know how every single day seems to have a day these days? So we've got Fat Day, Fat Thursday, we've got
every single day seems to have a day.
Yeah, so we had sleeping, having a nap day today and all that malarkey.
Okay, yeah,
so,
I get what you mean.
So I was scrolling through.
Yeah.
And ended up on February the 18th. Happened to be my birthday.
Okay.
And I found out that February the 18th, and apart from one of the other days that they have, so it's National Eat a Chip Day on February the 18th as well, it is also Cow Milked While Flying in an Aeroplane Day.
Sorry, what? Cow milk?
Cow milked.
Cow milked?
While flying in an aeroplane day.
Okay, what, so they milk the cow
which has been a day apparently since 1930. So they decided, for some unknown reason, and I don't know why, to get a cow called Nellie J, believe it or not. The cow was called Nellie J.
Yeah.
Onto a plane and to milk the cow.
Yeah.
And to see how high it could go and produce milk. Okay.
What? So depending how high you are apart.
Yeah, depending whether the cow passed milk.
Really?
Yeah. So the higher you went, the less chance you got of the cow passing milk. So they were. So
basically, today somewhere there's a bunch of cows queued up outside for an aeroplane because it's cow milking flying an aeroplane day.
So this happens. Cow milked while on an aeroplane day.
This is not real.
It is cow milked on an aeroplane day, February the 18th.
We've just gone. It's gone.
That is what it was. And I was only scrolling because I thought I'd scroll around. And February 18th was my birthday. Also, John Travolta's birthday as well. So there you go. Anyway, so all I'd like to know is Nellie J, who was being milked, was on the plane. And it was a scientific effort to see how high you could film. But all I want to know...
If it's a scientific effort, so it only happened once? But I thought you were saying this happens every day on this year on February 18th.
It is cow milked while flying in an airplane day.
So it happens every year?
So they try it every year.
Okay.
On the day. All I want to know is how, in miles, how long was the flight?
How long was the flight?
That's all I want to know, after all that.
So it could be anything from like 100 miles to 50,000 miles.
Well, yeah, but...
So you're giving
surely
me...
Eventually, but eventually the cow's going to run dry.
Oh, what? So you're telling me as soon as he's done with the milk and he can't get any more milk out, you shout to the pilot, right, landing, time for landing?
Yeah, exactly.
This is the most ridiculous question ever.
But
Sorry,
it's a
guys.
national day.
It's terrible.
It's a worldwide
day.
day.
It's a terrible question
It's
to
a
close
worldwide
out.
day, and Nellie J is the cow, so they named it after you.
It's a terrible question, so I'll be honest. I have no idea, guys. I'm sorry. Absolutely.
How long was the flight in miles? And it was over Missouri as well. Just thought I'd let you know. So there we go. How long was the flight on National Cow Milked While Flying in an Aeroplane Day on February the 18th? Away you go.
That is the most stupid
random question ever.
It's stupid because there's no logic I can think to try and come to my answer.
Okay.
It's just...
It's there. It's in the record. It's in the books.
You are right, St. Cheeky. You don't get this on a Triton stream.
Correct.
Where else would you go on your Friday night?
Exactly.
Other than the G. Exactly, Warren. I agree. It is a sackable offence from Tower Thinks. Next time we do a giveaway, I'm getting Mikey in from the Action Tracker. Is that question?
It's a great question.
How many miles was the flight, Tower said?
Eventually, after that little story, and it says about little Nellie J, became the first cow to be flown and milked in an aeroplane. So there we go. The event was part of a scientific effort to study the effect of
but this is what I'm saying. So it's not a day, is it? It was part of a scientific effort. No, but they don't do it every bloody year.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Celebrate it. They do one every year.
What? So do they celebrate it as in they have a party, or do they celebrate it by taking a cow up to the air and milking it?
And milk it every year. See, it's a thing.
This is not a thing. Poor cow. I hope he gets first class.
There you go. And it's in the history books. And it's actually quite common in Missouri. The things they do. The things they do.
The question is the most stupid question I think we've ever had on any giveaway ever.
Not. Yeah, the actual question.
Today is cow milked in an aeroplane day. How many miles does it take to milk the cow?
No, it was how long was the flight on the first time they tried it. That's all I needed to know.
Okay.
Relatively easy answer.
Yeah, how dare he ask me that?
I like it.
Exactly, the Brave King. That's what I said. What question mark? It just...
Basically, in America, they put a cow on a plane and milked it to test how high they went before it stopped being milked, but how long was the flight.
But the thing is, how do you know it's not just run out of milk, and it's not to do with the altitude, it's to do with the cow running out of milk? How do they know that when we get 40,000 feet, that it's the height that's stopping the cow from producing milk, and it's not the fact that it's just run out of milk? How do they know this?
To be fair, the plane probably run out of petrol first, so they had to turn back.
Does a plane have petrol? Is it not jet fuel? Do you put petrol in a plane? I'm glad this is the last session. I'm glad this is the last level because it is gone here in the booth. What is this question about?
I just randomly found it.
So King Jack suited for Vitali here, going to open to 7k, and Jake. I'd probably just make this 4 bigs. Seems too strong. He might jam because it looks super strong, sign a mega phony raise, but does he want to go for the free bet not all in? He's just going to go for the jam. Vitali.
Oh, random and spontaneous.
Decided to call off the King Jack of Hearts.
There we go. 10-high flop, 10-8 deuce, no good for the King Jack of Hearts. Vitali is all in. Jake's looking for a big double here. In fact, over 110,000 by the time he wins this one. Fading a king. And a king only. And it's a 3 on the river. Jake up to 116,000 at this stage of the game. Very nice indeed. The last level of the day. Very nice indeed.
I see a king, I like it.
Table 13, seat 6.
When are we getting the correct answer?
We can get the correct answer whenever you'd like.
Never.
I'm just reading about my little cow friend Nellie J from Missouri.
But then once again, look, there's another hole in your story here.
It's not my story.
Well, there's a hole in their story. If it happens every year, how long's it been happening for? One? How many years?
The first time it happened was 1930.
So you're telling me Nellie J is nearly 100 years old?
No, not the same cow.
Yeah, but this is so.
No, I asked how long Nellie J's flight was.
What is the criteria for the cow to get on this flight? How do you become? Say if I'm a cow and I want to be one of these milk cows on an aeroplane. How would I go about getting on this aeroplane?
You need to be able to afford first class.
Okay.
And you need to be able to fit in the seat.
I just can't believe this question that you finished on. We've had we've literally had a great day on stream. It's been fantastic, and then you go and ruin it with this.
It's a genuine question because it's a genuine day in the calendar year. So we'll quickly get the correct answer out of the way, and then we'll get to Jay's answer because I'm guessing Jay's answer won't be anything like the correct answer.
I just wrote down,
and he just wrote down a number.
Literally.
So that's what he'll say, and please excuse him because he didn't think about poor old Nellie, did he? So Nellie J was the first cow ever to be milked in transition on a flight. The flight, all I wanted to know was how long the flight was. We could have glossed over what the actual story was, but I like the story. Okay. So, the actual flight was 72 miles long. And that was it. And then Nellie came down. And she went like that. And come down. So there we go. 28th, the 18th of February.
72 miles. Where on earth are they flying? Cambridge to Birmingham?
No, they're in Missouri. I told you that.
You said they flew over Missouri.
No, I said they were in Missouri.
You said, someone go back, you said they flew over Missouri.
They flew over Missouri. They were in Missouri. So there we go. 72 miles was the actual flight distance for Nellie to be milked in a plane. But that's not the answer we want. We're on to Jay's answer, which is coming up in about 30 seconds.
I just can't with you. You had a great opportunity.
So I would stop milking the question.
To end on a bang.
I did. So there we go. Get Jay's answer and finish off the giveaways. Thanks to Tom and all the online team. What are we giving away to this week today so far? 5 or 6?
We're giving away 6 today.
Fantastic.
This is going to be number 7.
Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. 7 tickets given away. Nellie J, the last one. We've got Marius with the King Jack again. Tell you what, the King Jack of Hearts, 2 hands on the trot, lost 2 hands on the trot. Don't play King Jack of Hearts and expect it to be good because you bust out in 2 on the trot. So 30 seconds to get your answers in, and then we'll finish off the quizzes, and then we'll do some more tomorrow. Give yourselves 20 seconds. Jay's in the mood.
It's just a stupid question. I hate things where I can't think and I've just got to write a random number down like you do every time.
That's exactly what it's all about. Jay's in the mood. Well done, man, as a wasp. Oh, I love it. So, last 10 seconds. How long was the flight that Nellie J was being milked in midair over Missouri? It was 72 miles long, the flight, but that's not what we want to know. We want to know what Jay's written down.
So every year, I know, literally, because I have a lot of questions. So every year you're telling me they make sure that the flight for the cow is 72 miles, not just Nelly J, going back to 1930. You said to me, you didn't mention anything about year, anything about day, anything about the first flight, anything about the last flight. You asked me how long the flight was. You didn't say how long was the flight in 1930, 1960, tomorrow, whatever it was. This is what I don't understand about the question.
It doesn't matter when the flight was, but what month of the year it was.
What I'm saying,
all I wanted to know was the length of the flight.
How can every flight be 72 miles since 1930 to 2025? How?
That might not be.
So how's your answer right?
Because Nelly J, I wanted to know how long Nelly J was in the air for.
When did Nelly J fly?
In 1930.
Jesus Christ. I want to go. I literally just want to go. I can't even deal with this right now.
Complete and utter nonsense. 10 seconds to get you guessing. Last 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Somebody's going to win a token on one of the best questions we've ever had.
They're literally not worse. We've never had one worse than this. This is not worse.
So Nelly J, in a test, was milked in mid-air. They wanted to see how high they could fly to see something. I don't know why they did it, but they did. The flight was 72 miles long. Jay?
I just put a random number down, guys. I didn't know anything. I didn't know if they were flying across the Atlantic, if they were flying nationally. I had no idea, but I actually come really close because... Hold on. There we go. I went for 78.
Did you?
So I won...
Did you?
What was the actual answer?
Did you really? 2,478 miles they had this cow in the air for.
She might have been up there.
It might still be there. So
I literally just wrote 4 numbers down because
right.
I had no way of thinking. I guess I could have thought it wouldn't be up there for that long. They probably wouldn't have kept it up there for that long because it would want some grass, and there's no grass up there, is there?
Might need a wee.
Yeah. Might have needed.
So, did anybody get close to the correct answer, or even your answer?
Right, hold on. Before we reveal the answer, no one even got close. To be fair, the actual closest answer was 2,250, which was 228 away.
That's good.
And that person that gets 250 was Naz Jav.
Hey, nice one, Naz.
On YouTube. So Naz Jav, drop your alias in the chat box. But I would just like to address Mel on Twitch, who says...
Where's Mel?
They done it once and they just celebrate it every year, but they don't put a cow back on a plane every year. It was only done once.
I've only read one story.
You've told me they do it every year. I can't be having this misinformation. This giveaway is void. Sorry, Naz Jav.
Nelly J's flight was 72 miles.
It's the most ridiculous. You know it's a ridiculous question as well.
It was relevant to my birthday. That's ridiculous as well. I'm having no more.
Well, we're going to enjoy the last 20 minutes as Nick Marchington, last year's champion, joins us. And we got flush draw.
Is that a re-entry for Nick, do you reckon?
Yes.
Where's Nav?
Oh. Queen of Hearts playing for Phil. I'm so glad today's over in 20 minutes. You've actually put me on tilt. I'm not even joking. You actually put me on tilt. I'm on live tilt right now.
Oh, where's Naz? Where's the old Naz Jav?
10 on the river, and I don't think either player are going to be bluffing this one. Probably just always goes check here now. Both happy to show down. I think be optimistic for Phil to try and get another street here. Unless he's thinking out the box and thinking Dan will have some like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 5, ace 7, ace 8, and potentially use this combo with a heart and a jack in hand to fold him off of these, but we are going to chop it up.
Where's Naz? We need to write this off. Naz Jav. Well, I might have to do another question if Naz doesn't
You're not doing another. You're barred. I'm actually thinking about putting you on a giveaway bar. A lifetime.
Naz, give us a clue. The old Naz Jav.
There it is, Naz Jav.
Well
Thank you
done,
very
Naz.
much.
Fantastic. Well done. £50 token on its way on Monday. Nastiness. Nice one, Nas. Well done. When you'll be playing the 100k guarantee online with a £50 token. Well done to you. And well done to all the winners today. More tomorrow. More during the day tomorrow. Look forward to that.
King 10 for Brian and opens the 6k in the calf here, Phil with the Queen Jack. Letting it go. 5 deuce for Robbie in the mark on the button. It's been a great day, guys. Sorry about the last 20 minutes. I apologise on Tower's behalf for that. But if you have enjoyed the coverage, don't forget you can give us the old follows on social media for Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. You've got Grosvenor Poker Twitter and Grosvenor Poker on Instagram. If you're watching on Twitch, Grosvenor Poker Live, just make sure if you've enjoyed the coverage today, give us a like, a follow, subscribe, wherever you may be watching from. You can also set notifications on if you want to get notified every time we go live. We are back tomorrow for day 2 from 2 on stream.
Give us a follow. Give us a like on YouTube. Make sure you do. You know you want to. Doesn't cost anything. And if you want to know when we go live, click on the like, subscribe, doesn't cost anything. And then every time we go live, you'll get a notification that says we're going live. And we'll be going live tomorrow at 2:20 p.m.
Yeah, ace 7 here for Robbie opening cut off, and Dan with the ace jack suited. Flat spawn, really like this flat, facing cut off specifically. Always mention this spot, like the ace jack, ace queen. When deep, don't necessarily always free bet. They will play some flats because they dominate a lot of the range that opens from late position. And when we free bet, we fold out some of these, whereas when we flat, we get to go post with position. Cully going to come to the party. King Jack of clubs in the small blind. Could have potentially squeezed here. 40 effective of Robbie, but going to play cool and C3. How you doing, Hal? What site can I qualify for these Grosvenor events? That would be Grosvenor Poker. If you have a little look, Google it, Grosvenor Poker. You can download the client. Plenty going on. We've got a 2.5 million series running at the moment. Next month starts Road to Vegas. If you want to play the WSOP and go over with Team Grosvenor, there is a promotion running from next month to get yourself there. The next person that posts a cow pun in the chat, you're going on a timeout. Six of clubs on the river. Cully checking twice, trying to induce something from his opponents. I guess 5s through queens are going to bet turn, probably when check 2. However, not getting in any action down the streets. Now goes for 18k on the end here. Just a7 high for Robbie. Still with Dan behind. Dan Gormley not calling the ace jack. Like Cully's got very clear value bets there with stuff like 7s, 8s, a6 suited. Sorry, I didn't actually realise that you can't get on the Grosvenor client in Sweden. Definitely, if you're in the UK, that is the place to go to try and get yourself into cheap. I'm not moody. Oh, I've just realised what you've done. Ignore that. I was just a bit disappointed, and I'm sure a few of you in the chat box. Tao's out on the floor right now. They're obviously backing up live. He's going to have a chat with some of the players, but come on, people that are regular viewers of the stream, you can't even back Tao up on this one. That was the most ridiculous question ever. Like, we've had some funny ones, we've had some laughs, but that it was just too much, that one. It was a mess. It was an absolute mess of a question. So, clock going to be getting paused in about 2 minutes' time. So George, a quick rundown. There's not full details yet because it's not even kicked off yet, but we are having our Road to Vegas, which is returning next month. So March is tomorrow. So tomorrow, it's going to be some point in March. I'm not sure the actual dates. More details are coming soon. There's going to be weekly satellite finals, and if you are victorious in those, that will earn your spot on the plane to Las Vegas with the Grosvenor team. It's 4K packages up for grabs for that one. You get your flight, your accommodation, your seat into the main event for the WSOP. But that's going to all be coming out very soon, guys, because March is the month that it is all kicking off the Road to Vegas promotion for Grosvenor. Best thing I can say, George, go and give the socials a follow, Twitter, Facebook, because all news for that will be released in the coming weeks. Brandon opens the ace-jack suited, Nick defending the big blind. Just a check bet fold. So last hand before we draw.
So Jake with the Queen 10.
And a quick one here from Ian Roberts says, I can only endorse what a great prize the Road to Vegas is as a recipient, which came from a £110 closer ticket, by the way. There you go.
Very nice indeed. So you won a closer ticket, and then you got yourself a Road to Vegas trip. Is that what he just said? Or was that you last time they did it, Ian?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
He won it through that. I was just letting the guys know where they can find all the details for that. There's not much out yet, but it's kicking off in March, the Road to Vegas.
Carl Lakeland has got the Goliath schedule already screenshotted. Just told the missus is leaving for 10 days. That'll go down well. It's alright, you've got 5 months to sort it out, Carl, don't worry about it.
Bring her with you, Carl.
Yeah.
Jake with the Queen 10 suited. Very nice from Ravi here. speak about this spot a lot, cut-off button, because it's so regular that you see it, but Ravi just recognising how we play heavy check. Jake's now bet, and we can definitely start playing some check raises with our stronger top pairs. And now Jake with the flush draw. He has position. He's getting 3-1. Gonna have to see a turn. We always laugh and give Ravi some stick about how good he runs, but he does play some good poker as well, Tower. Like something to note.
You've got to be in that position because when he's always got the stack, he's got them somehow.
Yeah, of course.
You've got to be in positions to get them.
So 68 in the middle here now. Like as Jake here, like cut-off versus button can still have some king-queen that doesn't elect a free bet. Never has ace-king. 7s and 4s a thing, but there's still some like king-10, king-9 suited, some flush draws. Ace-7 clubs. Even like the 7x might start betting ace-7 suited, 7-8 suited. Although probably shouldn't pill at this stage. Cut-off versus button at this effective stack size. So now 26 from Ravi on the turn. Just shy at half. And Jake now with the queen 10 of clubs tower. We do have position. We are getting over 3-1 on a call. What's the play on rivers? Feels like price is just too good, and over 3-1 with a flush draw in position does seem a very nice price. So now it's Ravi with the king jack. Is he looking for the check raise? Bet jam. Like 9s isn't a thing. 7s could potentially just cut off button. 7s for 30, maybe a bit punty, so maybe not 7s here for Jake. They're going pre, so I guess he does just play flat on the button, so can still have all 3 combos of 7s. Same with 4s. King 9 suited, 2 combos from Ravi's perspective. King 9 of spades, King 9 of diamonds. But this is the thing, like when we call the flush drawers Jake and we get checked to on river, are we bluffing here with the queen 10 of clubs, and does give it up, and he'll be happy that he did, because Ravi wouldn't have been folding king jack there, I don't think. So it's going to be 3, 4 or 5.
What's it going to be on 9 minutes? Could be 6.
Could be 6 on 9 minutes.
Five.
Obviously it's the highest one.
5 more hands. Five more hands. So this is 1 of 5. Button is on Nick. Trying to spin. Zaccavello says Tower could get another question in.
He's on a question ban.
I'm on a question ban till tomorrow. How many we bagged up, boss?
160 and 500.
Well done, sir.
I don't know where that puts me. Average.
It puts you in today too.
You're getting it off me today, Tower, I'll tell you that.
Oh, what was it? 160 midday 2.
Boom.
Hey, midday 2. Woo!
Backed against the boss not to make day 2.
Never back against the boss. Come on.
We got to get you on the feature. I just thought that. Why has he not been on the feature today? Oh, he will be on the feature tomorrow.
Because he ain't got a patch.
Got a ball patch.
Where's his patch? $160,000. That's a nice little stack.
H3 for Phil. And Scully here. Does have this ace of spades and the backdoor will draw, so going to go for the check call. Cully's still out front with the queen 10 here. 6 diamonds on the turn. Not really much deuce X for Phil. Shouldn't really defend any offsuit deuce X other than maybe ace deuce, and then like even some suited deuce X at this stage, like the trash ones, 10 deuce, 9 deuce may start folding as well. So I feel like he's going to be very weighted towards flush draws here, and 10x. I know we can see just as ace high, but I feel like as Phil, if I'm as Cully, if I'm ranging Phil, I think there's going to be a lot of 10x in there, a lot of flush draws in there, scarce amount of deuce X. Now Phil with the ace 3 checks it over, and now Cully clear value bet. Target these 10s. We're never getting paid by a flush anyway, but we want to target stuff like 10-7, 10-8, 10-9, Jack 10. Phil should value bet 10x better than ours himself. I doubt Phil's going to hero here with ace 3. These are interesting, these spots now, because players don't usually bluff better ace highs. That's sort of the key element here for Phil. Like Cully, if he had a better ace high, he'd just check that back and take his showdown. So it's not a factor that we call when we get beat by ace king, ace queen, ace jack. It's a factor of Cully either has a value hand like 7s through 9s, or a 10, an overpair that's check back turn, or he has like a queen jack, a jack 9 suited, a king queen, king jack that's given up on turn, and now trying to get Phil off his hand on the river. So that's why Phil hasn't instantly folded the ace 3, just simply because the better ace highs should be checking behind, so we're not worried about those. How often does he think that Cully's checking back 10x on the turn? Does he think he goes as thin as 7s and 9s? Obviously ace of spades, kind of irrelevant. Because yeah, we block Cully from having some nut spade draws, but we don't beat those anyway. The better ace highs that just check back. He's really thinking about it as Phil Clark here, Tower, at the back end of the day, and he's going to pay. He is going to pay. And sees the queen 10, throws on the cape with ace 3 high.
Two of 4, 2 of 5 on its way. Two of 5 on its way.
Brandon on the button with an ace. Last hand of the day, we have 20. Still attempt to steal here. We got an ace in our hand. We have to. Obviously, know we're raise folding, but can just pick it up enough of the time, and we are going to get the bad news here. Phil with 8 big blinds and ace 9, going to have an easy jam in the small.
In they go.
And for 8 with 2 invested, Brandon feels like priced in, even with the ace 5 off, we'll be ahead of some stuff for Phil, some king highs, king queen, king jack, some queen jack suited, this type of stuff. Feels like button versus small. Too good to be folding an ace for 8.
That'll do.
Yes, it will. So Phil will double up. Brandon going to be left with just 12 big blinds here. Look at that prize pool, 10840550.
And there is still the turbo tomorrow that could easily hit 150 winners.
We all laughed at Ricky Kebabs in the chat earlier when he said 1.4 million, but he's probably going to be closer to the guarantee than the to the 1.4 than the guarantee.
Yep.
Because it could look like If the turbo gets 100, which it should do, we're going to be over 1.2 mil in the prize pool. What a turnout. Everyone as well. All the few of the Irish regulars are over, the Scottish, all the Scottish regulars are down. It's just all the UK poker heroes here. People coming out of the woodwork that I haven't seen in years. Eva Tower here.
True. Three of 5 this one.
Saw your twin tower.
Who's that? Where?
Up here somewhere, just a minute ago. Dan defends ace deuce suited. Jake getting some action from the kings. So 9-7-5, a board versus big blind. Like if we're deeper, we can play some checks, but at the stack depth tower, like we are happy to just stack off kings on the 9 high board when we got sub 20, but still goes for the check back as Jake. Like the reason, like when we deeper, we play some checks because like when we're super deep and we get check raised against big blind when they got 8-6 2 pairs, this stuff it just becomes horrible with kings. Whereas when we get check raised with kings and we've got sub 20, 9 high board, we're still happy to get it in. If you've got 9-7, 8-6, so be it. We're running our hand. That's a 9 on the turn. Jake still best.
So the final 3 hands. Kings for Jake. Last 3 hands of the day. Or was this last 2?
Yeah, really interesting from Dan Gormley. Second time he's done this today. Well, not today, just this session. The ace-9 against Marius earlier, where he check called small on the turn with just ace-high. And he's done the same again here with the ace-deuce. Maybe it's what we just spoke about in the field spot. He doesn't expect better ace-highs to bet, so ahead of the king-jack, queen-jack type stuff. But twice now, Dan, with the check call with just ace high and not really a kick up on the turn facing early position. And now if he was thinking along those lines on the turn, we don't really beat much. If king, queen and queen jack were thinking of the bluffs on the turn, we're now behind to that top pair. Is it the check back on the flop that's confusing him from Jake? It could well be. Thinking once Jake checks back flop, not going to have too many overpairs at this stack depth. But we're going to have better catches here than ace high from the big blind tower. We're going to have some 7x we can call with. We're going to have some queen x of hearts we can call with. Pockets, pocket 8s, just shove pre. They're not going to be in there. So, but like we're going to have better catches. We're going to have some 7x. I like a 6-7 unblocking some ace high, king jack type like that. I don't think this ace deuce is going to be a good catch up over the long run. But then always speak about dynamic and player dynamic. You never know what's gone on the outer tables before they get to the feature. Has there been a hand where Jake's bluffed Dan? Has Dan picked up on a read or some sort of game flow thing that we can't see from the booth? But eventually does let it go.
2 left. 2 hands to go. Final two hands. As you can see in the background, a lot of players have bagged and tagged and gone to the bar. Nick Marchington going to be bagging up less than starting stack by the looks of this.
I guess that's one good thing about the 2 o'clock finish tomorrow, Tal. You can go to the bar now. It's 11:30. You can have an hour or two, and then you can come back tomorrow at 2. You can have a bit of a lie-in.
Yeah. If you're bagged up like the 100 have, I don't know if we'll get the chip counts at the end of that, but there'll be a lot of chip counts to put in. Yeah, it says 90 on the screen at the minute. That's chunks.
And considering I think we're one of the last tables left to go.
The last table.
Are we the last table?
The last table to play with one more hand to go. Everybody else has bagged and tagged. In fact, some of them have already had 3 pints at the bar. Final hand.
Oh yeah, look, in the background. Bags everywhere.
Bags everywhere. Nick Marchington not getting involved the last hand with his 23,000. He's happy to bag the 23 and spin. That's what he's going to be doing. So what we'll do after this hand, I'm going to go and grab a bit of information from the players at the tables. Jay's going to finish off in the comms, and then we'll say good night from the floor.
Nothing like some hobby time after work, is there, Tower?
Got to get out. I like me hobby.
I don't care. It's a hobby. I'm not having it. Walking around with a microphone, talking to your mates and having a laugh is not work. It's a hobby. This is work. You go and do your hobby after.
So when I go to Ireland...
Yeah, you're not working in Ireland. You've got a microphone. You're just having a chat with your mates. That's all it is. You're having a chat with your mates and getting paid for it. Small blind from Cully completes the ace-9. Ravi with the 7 deuce checking option.
Whiffs. Call it. Queen 4 deuce gives Ravi the bottom pair.
Going to still have to call once.
He is with ace-9, yeah. Which he does.
And I'll probably see check. A lot of the time on the turn, Ravi's still on the hunt for showdown with bottom pair. There we go. Oh, Cully rivers the ace on the river. Really not a good card to see for Ravi. Ravi will be aware a lot of Cully's complete range will have some ace highs that want to check call flop. And now on this river, we're not beating anything now. 5-6 and 6-3, literally the only 2 hands that we beat now once we get here. So that is us for the day, guys. We are going to send Tower out to the floor right now.
We are.
We're going to get the microphone. He's going to have a chat with
I'm
a few of his
bit.
mates, and we will see what the players have got to say. It's going to be it from me in the booth. We're going to finish out there on the floor with the Tower. So I will see you all tomorrow for what is going to be a cracking day 2. We've smashed £1 million guarantee. We still got the turbo flight tomorrow at 10 a.m. if you fancy that day 2 buy-in for 10 big blinds maybe. But it's going to be a cracking Saturday. We start at 2:20. But right now we're going to go to the floor because the Tower is going to grab a few of the players and have a word. I'll see you tomorrow, guys, but over to the Tower.
Everybody.
I'd like to say belated congratulations for yesterday.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Well done, buddy.
Yeah.
Always good to see you at the poker tables.
Yeah, I wanted the trophy, but here I am. Yeah.
Always good. We don't see you too often, but when you do turn up, we love watching you.
Yeah, I'm getting older, and it's hard to be on the road nowadays. It's my legs and my back, and all the other features.
Should have been with the family in Spain.
I was for 4 days, but here I am. because Coventry is my spiritual home. I love Coventry.
But we like the prize pool, let me tell you.
It's a great tournament, isn't it?
Fantastic.
And yesterday as well, the 2K was really special numbers actually, and a special field, quite tough really for.
Yeah, we said that in commentary yesterday that this is the who's who of the high rollers.
Pretty much everyone was there, almost everyone, except for a few of the old guys who were too old to play, like myself.
Well, belated many congratulations, because you've gone by time we got out. Always a pleasure.
Belated happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
And have a good night.
Top man, and we're bagged up.
Yeah, 287.
287.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that.
Absolutely.
We've been very lucky, very blessed.
Really?
A lovely little ace king at the end.
Wow.
Oh yes.
Have a good day tomorrow, sir.
See you guys.
Nice one, Tom. Tom Hall, one of the nicest in the building. He really is. Have a quick span around while I go and try and find somebody who's playing. Let's have a quick wander around. What's happening around the building? See who's here. Well, Big Steph. Let's have a quick word with old Big Steph. What's happened to his stack here? What else? Hang on a minute. What happened here?
We lost a big hand right near the end, last 5 hands. And
it's because you've only got 2 cards.
Yeah, I know, right?
Congratulations.
Give me 4, 5, or 6. I'll be all right. I don't know what to do with 2.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's one tournament to be involved in. Look at the prize pool.
Yeah, I know, right? Smashed it.
Yeah.
It's gonna. I reckon it's probably about 1.2ish.
Yeah, but we are going to need a spin tomorrow.
We are definitely. Hopefully we get it. Need some luck.
Yeah.
Need some run good.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Already one trophy, and you never know with a spin like that. We could do it. That is a short stack, but well done, Mr. Steph Doherty, for doing. Let's have a quick word. What's happening here? Still playing? I thought they were still playing. Come on, Thomas. Tom Kaz.
What's up?
Always a little bit of always a bit vocal at the table, let me tell you.
You're dead right.
How many chips we're bagging up?
Only 55, but we're happy with that. One bullet.
It's a great. I'll tell you what, the numbers this week, unbelievable.
Yeah, hopefully that number keeps growing by tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to, isn't it?
Well, you don't need to play the turbo at 10 a.m.
Definitely not.
We're going to come back tomorrow mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
And we're going to give it a nice old spin.
Nice, that's exactly what we want.
Good lad.
God bless
Always
you.
well done. Bagging up Mr. Tom Kazalets, and that is just about it. Everybody seems to be bagging and tagging. The numbers have been superb, they really have. And you've been watching that feature table. You've been watching and entertaining us. We're just going to quickly pan everybody down there. We'll quickly run down there so we've got us in the back. But superb. Well done, one and all. Everybody's bagging up. The names, the numbers, the runners. There's over 400,000 was chip leader yesterday, Mr. Simon Higgins, so well done to him. Raggy's obviously bagged up chunks. Raggy, how many we got?
328.
320. How do you do it every comp, man?
I got lucky, man. I got lucky at the right time.
Raggy by name.
Lucky by nature.
And Raggy by nature. 328,000. I tell you what, there are some big stacks of building in this competition. Raggy has made it through to day 2. Last Chance Saloon in the morning, 10 a.m. There is a turbo. You don't need to get up until 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, it starts here again for day 2, but Raggy's bagged it up. If you want Last Chance Saloon, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, there is a turbo. The guarantee has been smashed. Nearly 1.1 million in the prize pool as it stands, and then tomorrow you'll see exactly how much we have collected for the UK Open million guarantee, smashed out of the park, and this guy has got chunks. Come and join us tomorrow for day 2 of the UK Open. It's going to be an absolute corker.
Thank you, Tom.